Hey there, guys, gals, fans, and pals. Your buddy JohnMegacycle here. Another episode of Captain of Industry coming at ya. If you're catching this on Twitch, yes, I'm streaming earlier. I was up at 4 a.m. God, I wish I could sleep in. I wish it was something I could actually do, but nope. Up and awake, did all my chores, did some job hunting, and then I thought, what do we got for today? Oh, right, we're rebuilding our Foundry. Oh, man. Super excite. Super excite. So, a couple things. Let's do a little bit of a recap of our last session, yeah? Let's see here. We're out of coal. Coal's a problem. Coal has run straight dry. And taking a look at our levels of consumption, here's our coal. We have not been producing enough coal for a very long time. Now, if we go even further back, most of these have been trades, I'm sure. If I just leave mining on, right? So this is what we've been producing out of the ground. There's imports, which is what we've been doing via trades, which has been few and far in between. I haven't needed to throw down trades super duper often. But that's kind of where that's at. Dumped and disposed should be nothing, yeah. So what it comes down to it is we don't need a killer amount of coal, but we do need more coal. We have a couple of processes in place to help with that. We first of all have this, our lumber buddy, which is producing, I think we figured out 75 coal a month, which is not bad. That exhaust and all is being piped over to this scrubbing facility, which is part of our power plant. So it's working out pretty well there. That's been our coal source. We have another coal source over here. This has been our primary mining coal source. That one tree's root system is keeping everything steady. Holy crap. The other thing that's been giving us coal is trades. So I've been doing a little bit of sulfur to coal. That's been really helpful, trying to keep everything steady. We still got quite a bit of sulfur to go. And I believe that's a 1-to-1 ratio. Yep. So for the whatever 1,000, we could easily get rid of like 6,000 sulfur and not flinch. That'll help out with that, so that'll buy us a little bit more time. The other thing to think about when it comes to coal is how we're consuming the coal. So there's a couple of boilers around that we're using, but what we have here is a redone up copper system. This is using the new arc furnace level 2s, right? The idea behind this uses graphite. From a chemistry perspective, or from a whatever perspective, the graphite is 1/3 the amount of coal. Nedved, good day. Thank you very much for stopping by. It's always nice to see you. A pleasure as always. I hope you have a safe day today. Good, safe, stay hydrated day today. This whole process is still using coal. And we did the math yesterday. If you take the same amount of coal that's being used for two transactions, so 30 coal, and you turn that 30 coal into electricity instead, you actually net about, 3 megawatts extra? I think it's 12 and we could produce 15. You net about 3 megawatts extra. So this is very much a net loss. Yeah, sounds good, Nedved. Looking forward to seeing you next time. So that's what this does. So this is not the best process we could possibly do. This blast furnace level 2 made a lot of sense though, because of how much not power we're spending. Naven the Raven, welcome. Hope you're having a good day today so far. So I thought the first thing to do, first and foremost, was to switch over to this. That means we can lean a little bit more on diesel power for a while, and that'll hopefully get the ball rolling a bit more. So that was the idea behind this. I think I was happy with it being built here, because I could still build a road here or whatever. I didn't really plan this layout as well as I would have liked, but that's okay. So, how much Scribble Scrabble does this require? That's not what I wanted. A lot, but we can do it. We can do it pretty easily, I think. So we're going to go ahead and unpause this. Burp. I'm going to let that start building out on slow. What else did we accomplish last session? I think our trade routes have been pretty standard. We still have not untapped this oil rig. So I'm actually pretty happy. When I did Season 2, I chopped through the first rig, and I was like halfway through my second one before that season ended. This is still filling out and giving us more room for more solars for sure. I wouldn't mind to get more. What was that? Low supply of copper. Okay. Right. We probably need a lot of materials to do low hydrogen. Okay. Diesel still running. We could get the ammonia kickers back on. Kick them kickers back on. We're still low on wheat. I made a bunch of wheat changes last session as well, so I'm going to let that kind of stabilize a bit. Here. Yep, that's really about what I want. Like, hit that up. Once that gets done, not enough workers. Okay, what happened? Oh, we're turned. Yeah, okay. New systems. New systems. Okay, here's what I want. No, I want it to be built. Is shift? No. Dang it. Okay. That's fine. I'll just have to baby it for a second here. Like, the idea wasn't to have both these systems on at the same time. The idea was to shut one off, turn one on. But that's actually a pretty good point. I do need more workers. So, I'm running out of upgrade space. There's not a housing level 4. Or 5. There's not a housing level 5. So we're getting close to this being like a thing. But that's okay. I still want this built out. That goes to sleep. That goes to sleep. That goes to sleep. We're maxed out. I'm not really too sure where all my workers went. Well, all the shipping lanes and stuff require workers, so that's a fact. Did I set all this right? I think I did. Yeah, I did. Okay. It's cool. We're almost there. This took a lot less time than I thought it was going to. Low on rubber. We're still doing the science. I wanted to see if we can get through this tier of solars. So I'm just going to do this. So it pauses when it comes online. Pauses when it comes online. Pauses when it comes online. So we'll still build it, but the whole thing's just going to be off. So let that all fill out a little bit. Okay, rubber. What's rubber's deal? Naphtha. Okay, we've had this conversation before. This plant has to get turned off. And that'll kind of fix itself. We're getting a little full on stone again, which is fine. Okay. Ship has arrived with an amount of coal. 225. 2,250. 50. Okay, once you guys doctor that up, we're going to come swing around, push this out a little bit more. That guy's going to be re-mining, so there's not really a super rush there. This should be blurp all the way. Dig it all the way. Ba-da-da. Ba-da, ba-da, ba, ba-da, ba. Take it all the way. Ba-da-da. That's another song I don't know the lyrics to. How about that? Neat. This coffee tastes weird today. I don't know what I did to it. Good. That's a good start. Sulfur has been a really reliable ally in terms of, like, I don't really know what I want at any given time, but I can make stuff at any given time. It's good for ammonia. It's for these, not ammonia, but sulfur's been good for trades like this. We can also trade it out for more fuel gas, which I'm going to right now. Bump. Good start. Get on out of here. Okay, low supply of sulfur. Yeah, we machine gunned through the thing. Just da-da-da-da. Okay, there's that handled. How's this? Almost done. Yeah, that's kind of what I was figuring. There's like going to be one or two things not quite finished. But that's okay. Super good progress. That's still Unitied. Our water is good. Iron still good. Like, we do have some iron trains coming in. Oh, one thing we did do yesterday, last session, is we did this. This might not look like much, but this is a train line bringing in stone now, or rock, or whatever it's called. The benefit of that is, what I was doing before is I had a storage. I had a dedicated rock storage. And what it was doing was, it was tying down a couple of vehicles that had to run all the way back here to all the way back home. It was just a lot of extra fluff work that didn't really get us what we wanted to accomplish. So what I've done now is I've changed it over to trains. And what that's going to allow is, you know, like it freed up like 4 or 5 trucks like immediately. So it worked out real nice. So another neat little thing. Does it change or break the game? Absolutely not. Did it help us out a little bit? I think it did. I think that eased some congestion. And trucks are not nearly as fuel efficient as trains when it comes to volume of freight. So, this is still going ham. Are you bringing in dirt? Is that the problem? Hold on. Hold on now. 1 piece of dirt. Y'all just want to kick that dirt to the side. That'd be great. Okay, so that's done. We're going to come back here and start doing the rest of this. We're going to start doing the rest of this. There you are. Perfect, thanks. This is going to be a dumping designation of 2. Just want this a little more not danger zone. That's all I'm looking for. Just a little less danger zone. D-A-N-J-A. Danger. Danger zone. And get removed while we fill this in. Okay. Why you know like? Hold on. Did I do the wrong tower? Oh, I did do the wrong tower. Whoops. Okay. Shoot skis. Shoot skis. Shoot skis. Shoot skis. This whole thing is so good. Okay, there's that. I'm sorry. Who did I just mess with? Oh, it was you. It was you. I got that deep voice a little bit there. Oop. Okay, now we're happy. Now we've got the happy. Okay, now we've got the happy. So now, this fella... And I know I'm in planning mode, and that's fine. Supply of rubber. Yeah, we're working on that. I should really turn corn into rubber or something. Yep, shutting off the naphtha. That'll beef up pretty quick, I think. Almost. I would like to set this priority to 4. It doesn't matter. I want that to be built before more solars. Low supply of copper. Yep, that one I know about. This one is probably because of coal? No, coal's fine. Process is a chuggin'. It is working. It's a little hard out. Let's take a look at our copper reserves. Copper. Copper. Oof, yep. So it's not so much that we are not keeping up with consumption. The fact that we can't have a lull for 4 months, that can't work. That doesn't work anymore. Okay, I need to stop that. We're done dumping rock. Because they're making some pretty good distance on this, though. Yeah, it's a lot of sand we turned out of that. Speaking of sand, we also turned this on. Sand is looking all right. Got rock coming in like crazy. Low supply of wheat. I see wheat on that line. And here's the thing. Do we see wheat on this belt specifically? If we do, we're all right. The alerts and the warnings are literally just that. Alerts and warnings, right? So there are prompts for action. We don't need to act. This is uptrending, I'm sure. Let's take a check, a wheat check. Wheat. Yes, we are upward trending, I would say. So we're consuming 24.73. Really rough. That's 3 months of production. I think we're trending up. It's going to take a hot minute for that to catch up, though. Are we making hand over fist on wheat? No, we're not. But like I said, I've made a bunch of changes I wanted to manifest before I do more poking around. So what is something else? We're full on corn. We're full on fruit. We're full... Whoa. We could probably use a veggie bump. Is there a wheat veggie in here? There's a corn veggie. There's a corn fruit. There's a... Looking for a wheat veggie. Corn veggie. Corn veggie. Corn fruit veg... Wheat corn... Fruit corn? Veggie corn. Good old veggie corn. I think I'm just gonna let this sit for a hot second. I don't need more potatoes. Yeah. I'll just let this sit for a second. I gotta stop touching stuff. Because that's what gets me in trouble some of the time as well. This sugar looks so weird, doesn't it? This looks like salt to me, but that's not salt. Salt is over here. They're indistinguishable. They're both granulated white powders, right? I mean, there's not going to be a huge difference. Maybe for salt, I would expect some speckles of like gray and black, because those are impurities that can happen very commonly with rock salt. So I would expect something like that, probably. Okay, we're all built up. Awesome. This... Are we out of ore? Oh, you're dedicated. Hold on. Y'all be dedicated, that's all. Y'all be dedicated. Okay, did we build out the house? Are we already full? Huh. Burning down the house. Okay, so here's how this is going to work. I don't want any more copper. We're going to wait until this process, actually specifically this process, dries out. And then we'll turn the other thing on. Why, you might ask? Because it's a pain in the butt to cold stop a process with all the extra stuff in it. And then you're like, oh, we should probably decommission this. And then you decommission it. It's just a real pain. It's not fun. So we'll just do what we gotta do. Speaking of what I gotta do. Is this producing anything? No. It's not even producing cold-pressed farts. That's what it's not even producing. I want you to tell me when you are over 75%. You can just go. We're not bringing in more sulfur. Okay, and we've got some coal now. Yay! Turning products into other products. That's the power of trade. Did I pause the wrong... I paused the wrong thing. Because I'm very smart. Pause. Thanks. Thanks, buddy. This was a really cute little process. I wish this was an on-off switch, but there are plenty of if statements. You could do a little bit of logic with the balancers and such, but there's no real if this is number, do this. There's not that kind of a logic. But there is, like I said, with balancers, you can put balancers in front of things, and you could say, prioritize this, then prioritize this, then prioritize, you know. You can do little bits like that, and that helps out. Low supply of graphite. Why you no make? Because we're full of sour water. Because this is full of sour water. Because we're full of slag. Okay. What else can I do with sour water? I mean, I can upgrade this. There we go. We're just straight up full of slag. Yeah, when that ship comes back, I might pause the trade. Okay, that buys us more graphite time. Not in a smart way, certainly. What is it, worker to worker? 18. This is the main difference. So 18 translates directly to 14. Okay, so we're actually going to net a few workers out of the deal. But everything else about this process is the same. The only thing that's different is the arc furnaces. Did I blueprint this guy? Yeah, get in there. Copper smelt 4. I did. Okay, hot diggity. I did go online yesterday after our session, and I did add... Copper smelt 4. I did add vehicle parts to quartz, vehicle parts to iron ore, corn to H2. I did add those yesterday, so those are there. Low wood supply. Yep, because we've been overtaxing the coal. Yep, there we go. Thanks for the warning. My hope for today, let's talk about today's stream, right? My hope for today is pretty standard fare. We'll be gaming for several hours. We'll be taking a bit of a break midway for lunch, bit of a snack break. Get up, walk around a little bit, you know, really get the blood flowing again. Yeah. I'd like to raid a very wonderful person that I've met recently named District Spark. Real pleasant person. Absolutely. Yeah, if you haven't met District Spark, would recommend. They've raided us once or twice, I believe. They do Minecraft and Factorio. That's where they specialize. They're also doing Greg Tech, I think, is what they are doing for Minecraft. For the Minecraft stuffs in specific, it's a little bit beyond me. But it's fun to watch. It's one of those things like, I don't want to play that level of complexity, but it's a fun watch all the same. You are full of rock. Yep, that's very true. The supply of copper. Okay, we are just about done. So we're going to find out if I can turn on both of these at the same time. I doubt it. Nope, that's not what I wanted. That one. Huh. Okay, it takes less workers than I thought it was going to take. Neat. Okay, so that's on. This should very slowly start to fade out. No more. All the way. No more. No more. This should slowly fade out. And then we'll pause it. We'll leave it for a while, and then we'll decommission it. Whenever you're upgrading, I say this to... I said it to three new players yesterday. Not like brand new, but like, whenever you're upgrading, don't go decommission happy. Let that thing float in production a little bit. Let it run. Let it run its course for a little bit. If you like the change, decommission the stuff. Stuff that is paused does not require maintenance. So we're doing our due diligence. We'll just pause everything up. Wait till it runs out its course. There we go. Pausing it frees up the workers. Pausing it frees up the power. Pausing it frees up the maintenance. And in a second here, that'll all get vetted out. There we go, done. What the heck? Unpause, you fiend. And that's it. That is gonna run out of all the stuff eventually, and now we've transitioned over. So something's missing. Oh, right, water. That's like the 5th time I've been like, and we're done. Oh, wait, it doesn't work. Why doesn't it work? Oh, wait, we're not done. I forgot the water. I forgot the freaking water. That's fine. Yeah, again, the other process needed water as well, so this is not a new strain on the industry. It's still fine. Almost? Kind of? You don't have any supports over there. You're going to complain about that. Okay. Is there anywhere I can... I don't think there's anywhere I can chippity chop in here. Oh, wait. Isn't this 5? Oh. Yeah, okay, perfect. No. Good. Good. Awesome. There instead, though. Yeesh. Yeesh. Pashasha. What are you saying? You mean psh? I think you both are nailing it. I think I've talked about that. Bob's Burgers episodes. Man, there's just 1 or 2 lines out of Bob's Burgers that really resonates with me for no real good reason. But for dumb, funny reasons. Alright, we are prioritizing this. I did not set the priority for the blueprint, which is unfortunate. But there's water for that. We're getting our acid. What are you missing? You're missing water as well? Okay. So that comes here, and then this back flushes out. So it takes a little bit, but this should... I think this only takes up 24. And the rest goes to acid wash. So as it stands right now, we've cut down our direct coal consumption from 30 every 120 to 2. And then, like I said, nothing's stopping us from just pushing the rest of the coal we're saving into power production. But this is the new thing. This is the new deal. And of course, we run out of power, right? So let's take a look at our power bits. The maximum capacity is kind of a lie. But not really. I have a bunch of other power bits that are available but are not running. Yeah, see, we stabilize pretty much right away. Either from solar or all the other stuff coming online. So again, the power generator should always be running 45 or about. So that's correct. This is this. And then we have 30 megawatts of diesel. 5, 10, 15, 20. We have 40 megawatts of diesel. I didn't think we dropped 40 megawatts of power, but... Okay, so I'm still not building this out because I need the advanced construction tools, because these take 40? Oh, 10. That's not bad. Zoom. Look at that drifting. Drifting magic. Yeah. Okay. What else is next? Man, stone is really... stockpile so fast. We almost have a full container of coal. That's been an excellent transference for us. Okay. I want you to stop. Just straight up stop. Oh, you'll still unload? Oh, that's great. Okay, so you'll still unload. Yeah, that's great. Okay. Truck is struggling. What happened? What happened differently? Sand and... Oh, you guys are coming here and getting rock? Oh, I guess, yeah. I guess because I don't have a train. I don't have a train here. I didn't do that with this part. That's fine. I don't mind a little bit of scamper. Oh my god. I don't mind a little bit of scampering. Can I get 2 more trucks on each? This stuff has to get, like, removed instantaneously. Just poof, it's gone. No. 64% research. Chug-a-lug a little longer. Because we're out of copper. Copper stops PCB production. Copper stops electronics production. Okay. So, this guy's running flat out right now, right? He's not running at all because steam. Now... what part of you is steam? Okay. 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 Yep, you're not plugged in at all. Interesting. Cannot find pillars. Dang it. So what this tells me is this got borked at one time. And when I copy pasted it, at one time it was fine. And then I did it again. And the game was like, nope, not going to allow it. And then I didn't hear the dunk, meaning like no go. So that's a bit of an issue. We'll get it fixed. No big deal. We'll get a new BP and everything. Yeah, okay. So now it's fine. But now, the sniff test. Yep, it doesn't like it. And I bet you it's missing. Weird. That's not even the pipe that's missing. Curiouser and curiouser. Okay, well, let's try the whole thing. Okay, it's happy now. It's happy now. Okay, cool. Maybe some copy-paste boo-boos or something. Not sure. But we can go ahead and just hop that off right away. Boop. Okay. So it ran the first few operations until the steam overloaded, and now problems. This produces... Yep, that's piping out exhaust. I'm not hooking that into anything. 6, 12, 24, and you do 24. Yeah, perfect. Okay, so that's water that's being re-pushed back into the system. Cool. Okay. Man, that has to be the coolest ride ever in a train, just to see all the copper going. Cloudy days only last for like... Or cloudy systems only last for like 3 or 4 days, it seems. I still need to get more permanent power going on. But still, look at that. Nice. So we're not getting more production out of this. Excuse me. What we are getting is cleaner production out of this. 18. This is 18, 18, 18 is fine. Oh yeah, I did do all the math. Cool. I'm a computer scientist. You do the math. That's a lot of copper ore, but fine. Yep, I removed the buffer. No buffer on this one. But this looks like this is going to run pretty regularly ad infinitum. We did actually save a few workers, like I said. Not a ton, but this seems very copy-pastable. I like this. So let's do a couple of fixes. And then let's redo our blueprint. So here's this. When it comes to the water... That right there, that one's the water. I had a storage here instead to make sure that people knew. And it sticks out like a stupid sore thumb like this or something, maybe. I'm gonna do it like that. You're gonna be the water. Alright? You're gonna come in like that, you're gonna be the water. I did have the priority set. What the butts? What the butts? I came over here and I checked on this, and I'm like, how come... hold on. Hold on. I'm turning the camera around too often. It's confusing my very small brain. I checked on here, and it wasn't set to priority. Priority. Okay, anyway, that's fine. It's super fixed now. If it was busted before, it's super duper fixed now. Okay, that goes away. That's not going to be helpful for a blueprint. Sand, graphite, get rid of slag, bring in sulfur. Yep. Don't take water away. Yep. I think everything is fine. The pipes. The pipes are calling. There we go. Kuna was here. Welcome. As always. Kuna. I'm going to grab that guy, and then we're going to delete that guy. Then we're going to grab this guy. And nice. Real nice. Nice. Where are we? For today's stream, I was actually going to be like, hey, who's up for some Balatro? Because I've been just craving that game. Something fierce. If anyone likes, what are they, whatever roguelite, whatever one it is, I don't remember. If you like that and you like poker, oh man, it is quite a game. I don't really care for poker. Like, I'm not going to go to a casino and be like, man, I got to play me some poker. That's not really my vibe. This can all get voided. So now that we've transferred over, let's take an analytical look at our coal consumption. Coal is what we're trying to preserve right now. So there's a steady decline. The only thing I've changed about my spending habits is the copper. Is instead of coal, we're using graphite. Low supply of hydrogen, really? 'Cause diesel. No, not necessarily. Oh, 'cause naphtha. Yeah, this is still a bit of a balancing act. Are you level 2? You are, okay. And you're level 2? Okay. Everyone wins except something who goes to jail? Yes. Let's do... Yeah, you guys can make it, no problem. Noise. Smirt. What's your deal? Oh, we've got coal now. Awesome. Okay. And coal trains? I'm sure they're around. That looks good. Okay, I think we're done with this. This has been a treat, a delight. Thank you for your service. All this scrams. That frees up a lot of machine parts. Not machine parts, construction parts. You don't have... No, you're fine. You don't have a valid target. There you go. Done. Dump truck is struggling to find a thingy thing. Well, okay, so I know what's going on. They're trying to come here to get more stone. So I need to run another line, effectively. Do we have enough trucks doing the thing? We do. Do we have level 4? There's no level 4. There's only level 4 pipes. Keep getting confused thinking there's more levels than there is to the game. How fix? Realistically, this how fix? This is a really dumb way to fix this, but it is legitimately a way to fix this. So as long as we have a 5-tile gap, it doesn't matter. Yep, that's fine. Don't worry, just building conveyor belts on top of everything else. This won't affect our solars, will it? Dun, 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 dun. The hell? Okay, go down to level 4. Invalid pillars. Yeah, I don't know what's going on here either, my friend. I'm just as befuddled as you are, my friend. Alright. This is fine. This is totally fine. And then you're gonna... Yeah, it's match pillars. That's actually spectacular. But I'm spending resources, so it's spend-tacular? Good. I can tell what was wrong with my morning coffee. It wasn't coffee at all. It was a cup of water, but it was a mimic. Dun, dun, dun. Mimic brand coffee. So good it'll bite you in the face. There's the brand. How do you get your player base to be terrified of mimics? You stay at the end. It was a tough day today, and a lot of conflict was resolved. A good day, nonetheless. You get into bed, prepare yourself for the evening, study your spells, and then you hear a small chewing noise. That's right. The bed's a mimic. You're currently being slow digested by a mimic. Congratulations. Did you know that the day Tuesday is also a mimic? You're welcome. Same. Alright. So that's done. Copper has been officially upgraded. I need to talk a little bit more about power. This has been a fine stopgap because we are normally getting more diesel than we are spending anyway because the power systems aren't running all the time anyhow. So what I wanted to do ultimately is instead of do it like this, where if diesel's actually empty, we might be hosed. We're hosed, Tommy. I want to do something a little bit different. This is going to remain here more or less. And this is going to look a little stupid. But for hashtag resiliency, and my old job, 2 jobs ago, we had an IT director that didn't know how to do IT stuff. They were not computer or technically inclined at all. They became the IT director or whatever, I think because of either like they were, I can't remember. It was something like really dramatic. Like they threw like I want a computers now, and it's like, oh fine, just make them the sub director, committee manager of organization and implementation, blah blah blah. Just didn't know anything about computers in general, which was kind of frustrating. But any project that you spun up, just say the word resiliency and it's fine. What are you working on? Oh, I have to rewrite all this code. We have some refactoring to do. This was a stopgap and we got to redo it. What does that mean? Resiliency. Oh, okay. Okay. Bibbidi bobbidi resiliency. That's all you got to do. That's all you got to say. Okay, so now this is separated from the line. This is an actual cache storage of fuel as needed. So I'm feeling a lot better about this in general. Bibbidi bo billiancy. This project's all about resiliency. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, I like to joke around a lot about like, I didn't know nothing about computers. They were actually incredibly intelligent, but had just none of their brain was computer oriented at all. So when I joke around and I'm like, how do you troubleshoot a Windows server, turn it off and turn it on again? That's really valid. I have Battlefield experience that proves that's a real thing. But like when their like level of troubleshooting stops there immediately, it's like, you turn off and on again. Huh. Well, we had a good run, right, kids? Like that was just okay. That's funny, but that doesn't get us anywhere. Could you not? Kind of. Could you not with all that? Okay, we are actually straight up out of electronics. So we're gonna take a break on all this. I was hoping to get a little farther, but that's okay. Pause it up. Pause it up. Our Unity is still pretty solid. Merp. Merp. Chuck some of that into clean panels. More recycling, I guess. There we go. I should net us maybe 2 Unity. It does shoulder some of my power problems. You need a megawatt, that's nothing. I should take that back. A megawatt's not nothing, but it's definitely not a big deal. Not if... Ooh, yeah, because we're out of circuits. Yep. Which should take care of itself pretty quick now that we're not draining that out. Copper. Copper. Where did I build you? Okay. Yeah, we got a lot of trucks that come in. Okay. Okay, in about 2 months, we'll be able to check our... Oh, big stretch, sorry. We'll be able to check our production and see if the numbers match. Which they should. Yeah, like I said, low supply of copper doesn't super bother me. Because that means it's being used. But we do have to pay attention. This bit right here is a little more critical than anything else. Import 3. Okay, we've already got that pretty high. So this should be import 4. There we go. That's going to hammer out some PCBs. Every time I say PCB, it reminds me of a skit on Strong Bad, where it's PCP, but not PCP like the drug. PEACE-Y-P. PCP. One of the riffs they did was mixing rap and heavy metal. So there was a rap artist named PCP. And there was also a heavy metal band called... crap, I can't remember. I remember the song. The song was called The Trudge Mank. I'll have to look it up now. Trudge Mank. I'm bad. I'll show you here. Oh, Tarantula. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Okay, now we got the copper. Now stuff's going on. I would still love to build a foundry. A foundry that's driven by trains. A train zoundry. We'll get there. But right now this is a stopgap. We need to get away from coal consumption as much as possible. So, maintenance is going to run red for a little bit. Until you guys get you some action. I did an edict to reduce our maintenance cost. As far as I could. So it's just got to sit for a little bit. I'm not building new stuff. I'm not doing anything. Now, I could pause all my vehicles. That would help with some of this. So all this. Gotcha. That'll cut down some of the maintenance, because all these things running require some amount of maintenance. So yep, just gotta wait for a second. Now, I don't need another facility, because we just ran out of materials. Yeah. If ever you're curious to know whether or not a system is critical, pause it. Literally, pause it for like 20 seconds. Nothing happened? Cool. Pause it for 2 minutes. Cool. Nothing happened? Pause it for 20 minutes. Cool. Nothing happened? You probably don't need it. I'm just kidding. Obviously, check your storages, clearly. The olden tech speak for that is called the scream test. So you might be wondering what the scream test is. Good question, I'll tell you. Whenever you're decommissioning old servers, if you can't identify who's using those servers... You shut them off. Did anyone scream? Cool. They're probably not in use. Which is terrible considering how nested the internet and like systems are nowadays, right? Things depend on other things. Services depend on other services. Backends depend on other backends. And it's really boggling to figure out exactly what is going to shatter when you do a thing, right? A good example, yesterday, Cloudflare went offline. How did I know? A lot of stuff that I do on the daily uses Cloudflare. A lot of personal stuff I use uses Cloudflare. We weren't affected. Like, the Megacycle Entertainment game servers weren't affected, which is cool. But still, like, it's this depends on this, and this depends on this, and this depends on this. And that's one of the real powers of self-hosting, by and large, is to try to isolate yourself away from that and learn new stuff during the process, right? So... It's cool, but like when something like that, when a third of whatever hosts, the DNS and the web traffic and everything, and if half of these systems, or a third of these systems, or even like a tenth of these systems go weird, it can bring down a lot of stuff. Okay, we're already back up to 90% maintenance. So we just, again, had to just catch up production, so that's all fine. Copper's good. The next one is iron. So iron is going to be dead simple to do, and we'll probably just plop it right over here where copper used to be. So, I could probably just take steel. I can either take steel and remove the oxygen furnace, or I can rebuild iron. I'm just going to rebuild iron. For iron. Goodness gracious, great balls of ire. I grab you. Yeah, I was like, I'm very sure I have a spot for this. We can let the game run a bit. I can unpause all those excavators. Merp. Have fun, boys. Are we catching up on stone? Hey, we've caught up on stone. Okay. Still struggling to find... Oh, I see. Oh, okay. That was the issue. That was the core butts of the issue. Can we... Merp. How am I gonna do this? How in the world? I know how I'm gonna do it. Haphazardously AF. Can you all come up here, please? Let's do mining designations specifically. I don't want y'all doing like, I'm gonna dump some stuff off here, and then an excavator shows up 10 minutes later. What's this doing here? This shouldn't be here at all. And then just removes the thing. It's like, okay, cool. Dueling banjos with an excavator and a dump truck. Actually sounds kinda dope. Okay, so that's fine. Where did I put you? You are the one I want. Yep. We're gonna do something like this. I'll change that to a leveling designation. About something like that. Okay. You can be a leveling, that's fine. Yep, even that out real neat. And now this lad, hello friend. I'm gonna mess up your Tuesday. I'm gonna mess it up so bad you're gonna think it's Friday. Because it's actually Friday. Okay, you're all gonna boot scoot boogie over there. That's gonna help out with that. Then we have some place to dump stuff. That's doing that. Low supply of copper is still not terrible. Yep, just had to have everything catch up. Low supply of hydrogen still. What I think is triggering this low supply of hydrogen thing, very honestly, what I think is occurring is like there's a moment where we have like 8 of the fuel stations or something, or 6 fuel stations that run out of stuff. And the moment they run out of stuff, the whole system seizes up, freaks out, and is like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, we're out of hydrogen. And then when the fuel stations fill up, we're fine, right? Because we're still having these spikes. Hydrogen. Hydrogen's actually used for silicon poly. Yeah, it says we're not producing enough at all. Hydrogen's used for silicon poly. It's all used as fuel. Wow, okay. Well, love to get truck free pretty soon here. That'd be awesome. But let's get coal less. Not coal immune, but coal less. So I still want this iron ore crushed here. Because I don't have it for steel, right? No, I don't. But I do want it for red mud. Yeah, I want it for red mud. So we'll leave that as is. This can get... Now I wonder what's going to happen. Nope, that's what I thought was going to happen. Oh god, okay. Unpause the whole thing, pause the whole thing. Cool, we're happy? Cool. Okay. Considering how little this is actually running, I'm still going to build it out as if it's going to be a big boy thing. And then we'll just leave it off. So this comes back slightly. Thank you. This can get pushed all the way back. These are Blast Furnace level 2s. They're soon to grow up to be Arky Boys. Big ol' Arky Boys. So let's see here. The only real thing I'm going to have to mess with this blueprint is going to be... hold up. There we go. These are also a lot smaller, now that I think about it. It looks like? Or maybe they're the same size. Hold on. Oh, they're the same size. Okay. What was I trying to say? Yeah, the only thing I'll have to mess with, really, is steam and water, and that's it. Exhaust is a lot less, so we can tamp that down. These don't need to be level 2 pipes. That whole thing could be a level 1. I don't know what I just removed. You're going to do that and that. Not necessarily in that order, though. How did you get glass in here? Oh, did I just fat finger click it? I did. Okay. I was like, you're not ever gonna do glass, mate. I don't know what you thought. It's still early, and now I desperately need coffee. It's fine. I like bringing a little drama to the thing. Okay. That gets boofed. I'd like this all to be on the same axis if I can. Four. That's fine. Four is totally fine. NBD, no big deal. Hello, friend. Can I interest you in hooking up to the system? That's pretty correct. Cool. Okay, there's exhaust done. At most, 48 exhaust. So this is a real easy deal. We don't need that. One smokestack. Nope. One pipe one. And then just that, showing that's loose. Priority out that way, thank you. Okay. Molten stuff. The steam is going to be vented out just like the other one. Vented out just like the other one. Vented out just like the other one. Gosh, what's that from? Bum ba bum bum ba bum bum. Bum ba bum bum ba bum bum. Da 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 da. I don't remember enough of the lyrics. That's what happens. That's what happens. 2 and 2. This should have been done ages ago, but the problem was power constraint. But this should have still been done ages ago, it kind of feels like. Well, we had so much coal for so long, and we were generating so much of it, it wasn't a critical. I guess it's a very fair take, right? We didn't need it, so I didn't stress it. But now that we need it, it's time to stress it. It's time to level up. Boop. Right on there. 3 all the way. Hey, 3 all the way. Let's do this thing. Look at that, huh? Okay. So now we hook up the storages, which is going to be very easy. Oh, actually, we've got to redo some stuff. Same reason as before. Coal doesn't really exist here. So ore was on the bottom. Limestone was on the second. Coal was on the top. Nuke. 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 All these inserters, all these things are incorrect. So a little bit of a trim. This can probably just snap dazzle right back in, right? No. Where's the... I can't see the balancer. There should be a balancer before this to also dictate scrap. That's the liquid balancer over there. Let's just paste this. I'm not doing myself any favors. Yes, there we go. No. Nope. Priority in. Okay, so the scrap. So this one. Okay, we lost a belt somewhere, which is fine. I'm a little confused as to how that was going to work at all anyway, but there's a belt we lost somewhere. So this connection... This is the right connection. But this... This isn't the right balance. So this... Huh. So this will only ever work the iron ore? Wait, what sense did this make? Okay. Minor fix. So you're gonna be level 2, which is correct. Then level 2 again. All of it's level 2? I could do level 1 technically. This is better. So raw comes, scrap comes in, raw comes in. The output does not matter. We do not ever want even inputs or outputs here. It's fine for maintaining ratio, but we don't care about ratio at all. The very second something shows up, we want it out. Like the second scrap arrives, push the scrap. Scrap uses way less power and makes this whole system a lot cleaner. Okay, so that was that. That's now fixed, so that's better. That's good. Okay, now we do us a storage. Ba-da-ba-da, bum-ba-da-bum-bum. Eh, 80 is way overkill. But that'll do. What do I have it set for copper? 120. Yeah, 80's fine. Okay, one more quick check. You need water, my guy. Yeah. And stick it out like a sore thumb. Level 1 will be perfect. There you go. Priority that. Water, not setting any of that. Slag, graphite, no take. Take only, no take, no take. No touch at all. That's interesting. Was the other one to not bring oh, right. We weren't doing iron scrap here for iron. We were doing it for steel. Yep. Okay. That makes sense. A little convoluted, but that's fine. I should have just set the priority to inputs higher or lower. But that's fine. Okay, so now... What are you? Why are you? Oh, okay. I guess not. Cool. We need the flats. Flat lift right there. Yeah. 1, 2 will do. Yeah, that's bums. Okay. It's not a problem. It's a mild inconvenience at best. There we go. Easy fix. Love me some easy fix. Love it. Absolutely love me some easy fix. This requires 12. Okay. Hold on, I'll find it. This requires 12 every 60, so I don't need... There's something in front of you. You're flat lift. This is a flat conveyor. There we go. I keep forgetting I shut off the thing. There's that. A little finicky? Yes. But... I just wanted to say but. You can get used to it after a while. There we go. There we are. That is New Age iron. Okay. Now, before we put this into production, how far have we gone on coal? It has dropped. I'd say we've been playing for a few years. It has dropped a bit. 160, 193. You know, I'm trying to... This might be too cherry-picky. The other thing is, this doesn't really guarantee everything has been running this whole time. So when we look at this objectively, we could say, is there a loss? I think we can say with confidence there was a loss. You know, we're not consuming nearly as much anymore. I think we could say that confidently. But the thing is, I'd have to turn everything on before and after to say, with definitive response, we were consuming 160, we're now consuming 130. That is a lessening of consumption, right? Now, the other side of this coin is graphite. I think we're fine. This tells me that some of the factories, or all the factories running, then some of it isn't. So this is a good sign. If it was a flat green line and red spikes, that'd be another problem entirely. Okay, I think everything is good. Let's just make sure everything's connected. Scrap recipe first. Don't bring me stuff. Junk the thing. So again, this is a linear progression. This doesn't improve our productivity per se. We're not getting more iron. Iron smelt. Mark IV. We're not getting more stuff out of this, but we are being more efficient. We're turning our coal consumption into power. Iron smelt 4. In which case, could just take all this coal and turn it into power and it'd be just as well. So we got steel here, we got copper here. I'm going to move iron probably like really satisfactorily right here. But this will clean up some of the road. The road was a mess. Also, The Road was a really weird movie. Also, The Road was a really weird movie. Also, The Road was a really weird movie. Also, The Road was a really, really weird movie early in the morning. Weird tongue twisters, I don't know. Not even like full-on tongue twisters per se, but still. This hooks into this. Please build. I don't need it prioritized out. That looks like that. I didn't mean to prioritize in. Okay, this could use a little trim already. We'll clean it up. We'll clean it up and then I'll copy it and we'll redo it. That's priority in. Okay, that's priority in. In prioritization doesn't matter. The out does. So that's going to prioritize out like that. Where can I hook myself up with some water? Yo. Watar. Is that going to bump into the thing? Oh. A little? I just need a level 1. This is already an improvement because before I had the water pipes going over the thing, and it was very ugly. I did not care for it. So go to 5, there, and there, and there, and then just cut across, because this is 4. Oh, perfect. Perfect. Look at that. Look at that. That's good vittles. Dang good vittles. Look at that. Okay. That brings me joy beyond belief. Still 34. Okay. I just stopped research. I just started doing all this. Low supply of electronics. That's fine. We got a backlog. That's all happening. Good stuff. Maintenance has recovered. Excellent. Now, for iron. Nope. Disengage. Everything's just gonna peter down. So, nope. And nope. And nope. We're probably going to get a bump saying, hey man, you're out of workers. Wouldn't doubt it if we did. This can all turn on. I just want to bleed through the rest of the process. And I'm going to pause this guy once it gets built. You're built. Congratulations. You can accept iron. I want you to purge iron. Everywhere iron is needed. Now the only hiccup here is we've got a belt that's actually feeding the iron line automagically, so we'll have to do a little bit of that. Have to do a bit of that. We're gonna let everything freak out for a minute. Every time we turn on new stuff, everything's gonna freak out for just a second. And I don't need you to tell me anything, thanks. Now, the reality of the situation is I don't need half of this stuff online. We were running half power before anyway, right? Iron. Yep, this jaggedy green means stuff is turning on, turning off, turning on, turning off, turning on, turning off. The demand is consistent. But turning on, all that that's no big deal. So yeah, we're just gonna work the rest of that through. Now, where is iron? It's there? Okay. It's 100% because it's being belt fed. So that'll work itself out. Okay. Struggling to find... I knew it would still be you guys. How did I know? Are we still chugging along here? We're still chugging along. We're getting there. As long as we've got a few trucks doing truck things, we're fine. Low supply of hydrogen. Yep. That's the truth. Tell me no secrets, I'll tell you no lies. Yep, that's fine. Okay. Sand? Are we full of sand? No. Not by a long shot. What happened? Rival conditions not met. Okay, what does this button do? Nothing. That does not what I want. Let's take a look. I bet you any money sand is just full. Oh, it's empty. Yep, okay, that tracks. And then what about sand here? There's already a train. Okay, so here's the problem with maximum stuffs, right? We have how many trains working sand? 3. Your maximum is 1. Unrestricted. Your maximum is 2. Unrestricted. And you are, what? All modules full, train limit 3. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set this to 2, or maybe 1, and unrestricted. What happened was we have capacity for 3 trains. 2 at this stop, 1 at the other. But I have 3 trains. So this guy wants to go and get a load of sand. He can't, because that other one's reserved. So now what's going to happen is he's most likely going to go to the other station and just made unrestricted. There you go. So now that he left, there's only 1 occupied there. This train will kick off. Yep, there you go. So that can be really dangerous when it comes to having too many trains. I had 3 spots available. 3 trains block each other. So that's an issue. Having 2 stops per train, or having less trains that are bigger, or 2 trains per stop maximum, or having bigger trains are fine ways to handle it. So this is dirt. Okay, I don't want you to bring me dirt anymore. I wanted to get out of the dirt game. Where did you go? No more. No mas. So all that is set to nil. Okay, I'm leaving that way for a bit. When it comes to rock, oh buddy. How are we doing on dumping stuff? We got work to do in every single level. Oh. Boop. Yep. Okay. There's plenty of work to be done. Oh yeah, there's work to be done. Okay, coal looks good. Sulfur is still growing. Okay. How are we doing on that iron? I kind of want to babysit this process until it's all done. How did you get more iron? What? What? Where did you get more iron from? What? I'm so confused. No more touch. Yeah, what? I'm very confused. I don't know where you got more iron from. No. I might have hit full dum-dum. No, I legitimately don't know where you got way more iron, but alright. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. Okay, yeah, good stuff. There. Yeah, I might have had some stored somewhere, but even then that doesn't make a ton of sense. Forest is filling out nicely, and it looks like it's being actually pretty utilized. It looks good. Okay, that's chomping on that. Cool. We've reached the new age of metallurgy. Look at that. So now, same deal. Absolutely the same deal. No matter what. Not enough maintenance 1. What happened? I mean, I know what happened, but... Oh, I might just straight up need another thing. Nope. We are out of... Drumroll, please. Is it electronics? Oh. You're out of copper. Okay, something is borked. At a snap glance... Sand? Ah, for butt's sake. Yep. You got me. You got me. Yep. Alright. Derb. Okay. Somebody please bring me a big old bucket of sand. Go down to the beach. Get your plastic shovel and your little plastic kitty bucket. And why did you... Did you see that guy? Just go right around. Dude's afraid of bridges and everything. All kinds of bridges. Covered. Jeff. All the bridges. No like. No can has... Hey, thanks Twitch for letting me know I went live. I can't even. There we go. Alright, now we're working. Okay. Now we're cooking. Alright, so same thing. The biggest thing I found that, especially in my Season 1 playthrough of this, was I did a lot of reactionary stuff. So when something went wrong, I threw all the gears into a different direction and freaked out about it. And I panic build. Here, it's been a lot more figure it out. Why is it crashing? Why is it acting the way it is? Understand the process, right? And once we get to that, it's not that big of a deal. But yeah, like I said before, like when Season 1, I didn't know how to play the game and I was still learning. I'm like, oh my god, everything's failing and I don't know why. Could have been something real dumb. Could have been something real dumb, real simple. But still to point. Alright, a little bit of cleanup is required. That looks like that. You're going to priority that. This is already set. I thought that might have been the only thing that needed a tweak. Graphite, slag, sulfur... Wait. No, this is the wrong thing. This is copper. I needed to get iron. Okay, we're finally working our way through that. Awesome. This is what needs a little bit of the tweaks. I made some changes and I want to make sure they are respected. Okay, set the right way. That gets boofed. That gets unpaused. That is prioritized correctly. That is slag. We'll do our fluid storage again. You are Watar. Okay, there's that. There's that, there's that, there's that, there's that. Priority out. Yep, that's fine. Yeah, still low maintenance, but maintenance will kick right back up in a second. Just go let that copper flow. To which it absolutely still is. Excellent. Okay, so now... Excellent. Okay. That is our new Iron Smelt Mark IV. I'll take the name. I'll nuke the thing. Boop. We're going to grab that. Come on up here, you. Iron Smelt Mark IV. Is there a list instead of this? If you click on it, it shows you a list. What does this do? Oh, okay. No, I don't think there's a way to list. That would be cool, but not necessary. Okay, that guy is done. Electronics, maintenance. Where's the maintenance? Okay. We're getting some action. Y'all are maintenance one? Yeah, perfect. I'm going to get up and get some water. I've just been with an empty cup of coffee here for a while. I'm going to save the game real quick. I'm just going to let this run flat out. I'll be back in like 3 minutes. That's will give me an opportunity to stretch. So let's do that, and I'll be just right back. Alright, I'm back. Our maintenance still has not gone up. Oh no. Let's check some stats here. Yep, fell through the floor. It is above consumption. So right now what we're doing is we're making up for lost time, so to speak. So in a minute or two here, that number should start to go up. It's just right now an issue because, again, it kind of fell. So consumption is matching production. We're gobbling up every little bit we can actually make. Yeah. Give it a few more minutes, that should recover nicely. Stuff is not breaking. What happens if you don't have enough maintenance is stuff starts to break, or just shuts off or something. So we are getting above the line, which is good. Copper was the issue. We have copper now, that's great. Low supply of copper, that's fine. You have no mining things in your mining thing. I find that to be correct. Now, what I'd also like, before we get into the sand any further, is I would like to actually start bulldozing some of this mountain stuff, flatten it out a bit. So which one are you? Your dumping designation? Okay. You're going to do this. And then we're going to come out a little bit. Doesn't have to be super. Have we seen any sand yet? A little bit, actually. I want to maximize our sand without being too annoying about it. But I would like me some sand. So it's going to look effectively something like this. That's the idea. So who's our... You are. You're going to look like that. And we'll just trim this in a bit because I don't want you to touch any of the actual mining bits. This is for dumping. I might have used leveling, and that's fine. But that looks like that. And now for the leveling designation, we're going to just do mining. And this is a pet project if there ever was one. This is just going to dump this right into the drink. And then I'd like some leveling like that. Make it look a little good, right? Just... That sounds like a weird critique for someone. Can you do it, but make it look a little... good? Which sounds incredibly snobby. Okay. So that'll keep you all busy for a hot minute. Blocked due to too much frickin' stone, me lord. Cyber Psycho, good morning. Hey, really great progress on yesterday's stream. Really great progress. Was really impressed with, like, getting into the... You got into Petrochem. For those who don't know, quick shout out, Cyber Psycho is a regular contestant on the open TTD tournaments that I run. They play a lot of that stuff, and they've been getting into Captain of Industry lately. It's been a really cool thing. It's always cool to see a new player tackle stuff, because you're going to see a new player's take on something you might have solved ages ago. Like, you know, just like someone who's more veteranized. But it's so cool to come in and see, like, hey, that's a really neat way to solve that. I didn't think of solving it that way. And I've been really experiencing that through Cyber Cycle. So their streams have been solid. It's been a lot of fun to watch. So, yeah. Tuesdays and Thursdays at 4 p.m. Central Time is when they stream. It's been fun. So, yeah, you've been doing some good work with stuff. Happy to see. Happy to, like I said, happy to experience it again. Again. Yeah. Yeah, but I mean that's the fun of it, right? Again, playing a game, you'll figure out what is the most important thing you should spend time on and everything. But that's for you to decide. You check out more from your local library. Ba-dum-bum. Reading Rainbow was certainly something. Take a look. It's in a book. It's Reading Rainbow. Reading Rainbow. LeVar Burton, if memory serves, was the host of Reading Rainbow. But you can find out more at your local library. Ba-dum-bum. More solars. I demand more solars. Okay, maintenance is still a little on the rough, which is fine. Have we recovered yet? I think we're still just paying off a backlog of debt. Last month changed 2. I don't think that's correct. We're producing 200 more than what we are demanding. So I think this is still just a sit and wait and see kind of a thing. I do have the edict for reduced maintenance, so that actually does worry me a little bit. But this is a bigger telling of maintenance as a whole. Yeah, 30%. So we're going to wait till we catch up, and then we're going to play around with that a little bit. Maybe I do need another electronics producer and then more maintenance. Maybe we do have to double down on that sort of a thing. Okay, that is this all blocked. Now we can get more of this sweet coal out of the way. You can just go absolute haberdasher on that. We're out of sand? How? How? I ask you the questions. How are we out of sand? I fixed that. I fixed that so good. Yeah, electronics. Electronics are interesting because at the very beginning of the game, you don't need a lot of them. And then the second you hit electronics part 2, Electric Boogaloo, the game's like, oh my god, I needed so much. I needed so much. This was all a mistake. Okay, our sand trains are... What's your deal? Arrival conditions are not met. Okay. Technically fine. Do we have a sand train on the way? We do not. Okay, let's find our little duckies. Oh, sorry, elephant. Sorry, I got too much into my own business. First of all, good morning, elephant. Nice to have you. How much power are you generating from solar? I will show you in a moment. What are you doing? Oh, you've arrived. Oh, okay, that's fine. Let's see. How much were you generating from solar? For power, we have 472. So let's do some math here. Because it's 470... Nope, I typed it wrong. 472 times... God. 200 kilowatts. So we are generating on a sunny day flat 94 megawatts. Now, on a cloudy day, we only get 20% of that. So 20% of that is 40 kilowatts. So 40 kilowatts times 472 sits us at 18. Let's call that a safe 19 megawatts. So we're producing a very, very small amount some of the time, which is unfortunate, but that is what that is. When it comes down to it, yes, because it's cloudy right now. Yep, so cloudy changes the power production of a solar plant, so I'll click on it for you. So I wanted to show the maximum and the minimum. So 200 kilowatts flat. They are a little annoying to build, yeah. So we're producing 200 kilowatts flat on a sunny day and 40 kilowatts on a cloudy day. Now we have some changes that mess this up a bit. So I don't know if it shows, maybe it doesn't show here. Oh, there we go. So we have an additional 4% because of infinity science. We also have 30% more because of edicts. So there's some modifications. So that's why the number is a bit different. So just to say, if you have just solars, the volume we have is, whatever I said, 90-something megawatts on a sunny day. But, yep, to Cyberpsycho's point, it's higher because we have a bunch of modifiers in place. So if you're looking at this and you're like, man, that's a lot of power. It is a lot of power, but you got to understand the whole picture about it. Plus 30%, plus 4%. Those are really big percents. So that's kind of the whole picture I want to make sure that was understood. So we're still low on copper. That's fine. Maintenance is picking up. So like I said, solar's priority 1. Yep. And can do surplus consumers. Yep. I think it's hard-coded. You can't uncheck this. So it's 1 and surplus. And what I've done with the surplus power is maybe a dumb thing, but I wasn't sure what to do. So right here, we're turning water into hydrogen because I need it for fuel. I need it for trucks and stuff. Is this an expensive spend? It is, and it produces very little hydrogen. But this is better than it being absolutely just farted away. So on a sunny day, these boys will kick on. And like I said, they won't kick on for super duper long. And they're... Yep, there we go. So you can see from the stacks. So, if we ever have extra, we are spending it. I'm not letting any power go to waste. So that's kind of that. Okay, low copper, low sand. Okay. It's all happening. It's all a-happening. What I'm going to do is I'm probably going to change this to unrestricted. I want a train to come here all the frickin' time. So the second this guy loads up, this guy should take off. Unless he already took off. Nope. So braking. And go. Yep, that's what I want. That's what's got to happen. Low electronics still. Yep, we're still waiting for stuff to catch up a bit. No worries. I just recently moved my copper to here, and I just rebuilt my iron. Speaking of which, we're probably pretty done with this. Cool. The belt is completely dry. So all this can skedaddle. Except some of that, my friend. Beg your pardon. Beg your pardon. That's all fine. Yep, all that goes away. Loose storage has an invalid route assigned. Yes. Congratulations. No longer needed. This can pop back on, which will roar the iron back to life. Now, how much iron was I using? 54. And we can make 48 with just one of these. Yeah, 2 of these running is all I need. But we have a very robust system in place. That's cool. And I can fix these freaking roads that are driving me bananas. What happened here, right? What even is all this? Insanity, pure and simple. That's what this is. Unbridled banana pants. I think y'all know my feels about pants in general. So to ensure there's no kerfuffles about any of this, that can get nuked. Thank you very much for the follow. I'm terribly going to ruin your name. I'm sorry. Riverrat2sick. Thank you very much for the follow. Really appreciate it. Always good to see not only folks hopefully enjoying my chit-chattiness, but also Mega Man doing the Cabbage Patch. That was maybe one of the cartoons that I think was a pull from... I'm using cartoons fairly loosely here, but I think that was one of the cartoons that did a fairly decent job respecting the source material. Was the Mega Man cartoon. As weird as that sounds. And I've poked fun at Nintendo's effort of animation and everything when it was like the original Legend of Zelda cartoon. That was bonkers. There was also Captain N and the Game Master, which was absolutely also incredibly bonkers. I forgot what this was already. Is this exhaust or is this CO? It's not CO2. It is... I'm very sure it's exhaust. But actually Mega Man is a Capcom thing more than a Nintendo thing. But that was a thing. The Mega Man cartoon was good, but that also had a really great intro song. Super Fighting Robot Mega Man. There you go. Now you also know the lyrics to the Mega Man intro. It was that like 19 times. And then it was fighting to save the world. Yeah. I love it. No hate. I love it. It's super good. And I also wonder what that meeting was, right? Like, how did that go down? Like, Johnson, what do you got for a title? We need a song for our new Mega Man thing. And new Mega Man animated series. Okay, I just got in from the bathroom. I'm not sure. Mega Man. Holy crap, he cracked another one. Incredible. You know, just like when you look at DuckTales, right? I use DuckTales as an example pretty often. Like, that one's got lyrics. It's got a freaking chorus. You know everything. You see all the characters. Not only the main characters like the nephews and Uncle Scrooge and Donald Duck and Launchpad McQuack. You don't just see them. You also see several of the villains. Like, you see a lot of the thing. It's just, man. Also, like, same thing with like Pokemon, right? Like, whatever you want about it, but they put effort into that song. There was love in there. It was incredible. Okay, iron has been removed. Yeah, I think whoever did in the song for Inspector Gadget also did the one for Mega Man. Because Inspector Gadget was the do 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 do, and the lyrics to that are Inspector Gadget, hoo hoo, and that's it. Or it's the same dude that did DuckTales. Because it's DuckTales, woohoo. Okay, coal looks great. We've cut everything we could out of our metallurgic process. What does coal look like now? Yeah, see, this doesn't really tell us the whole story. Better? I'm sure it has to be, right? Like, mathematically, it has to be better. At least on the copper side. That was such a huge pull. But it's a little hard to quantify for sure because not everything is running specifically all the time. We're going to have some flapping about where it's like, some stuff is running because we have demand, and then some stuff isn't, and then some stuff, dub, right? That kind of a thing. So it's a little hard to say right now verbatim, blah, and then blah plus blah equals blah. But whatever. I'm pretty happy with the change. So that is rock we're still purging out. We're going to have to switch over to compost real soon. That all looks fine. This is all gold I'd love to get rid of someday. We have 385 workers. Let's talk about food. It's been a while since I've talked about food. Everything's great except sausage. Awesome. We got sugar. We got tons of food packs still. It's incredible. Oh, we medical. That's something we did yesterday as well. Medical is not stocked up as much as I would like it to be. We're actually a little on the sad side. Because how much are we using? I added a ton of people. 35? We were consuming 24 or 23 last session. That's incredible. Okay, let's do a little bit of tender love and care here. Oh, you don't need to. I don't need to Unity one of those things. Okay. Let's get our medical back up. A supply of copper. Yeah, that's gonna be a recurring theme for a while until we get everything back up. But yeah, maintenance. Maintenance is rising. There we go. Now the problem is the very second I turn off that 30%, I think we're gonna have a crash. Because we're making how much? Yeah, 30% of 1,000 is gonna be 300. That's unfortunate. But still good to know. So what is producing level 1 maintenance? You are. Now, are the belts full? Belts are very full. Maintenance isn't going to run if it does not need to, so that's fine. Can I just... can I just shift-click or do it anyway? Okay, neat. It just does it anyway. That looks like that. Thanks much. We're gonna just Unity that right now. Okay. What's a good example of full maintenance? Here you go. So this guy's gonna work a little and then stop. There you go. There's just... we don't need the maintenance. We're low on power. We have low pops. That's unfortunate. Yeah, because medical, right? Our medical's all screwed up. Yeah. Well, we're getting some goods in there, just not as much as I'd like. Which is fun, fortunate. Cyber Psycho. So I wanted to ask, do you mind showing how your oil fuel system looks? That's no problem. Absolutely I can. Curious to see what you did compared to what I came up with last night. So, to talk about, to show you my oil now, I think is unfair. But we can walk through like the tech level where I thought I was where you were at. We can kind of go through a little bit of a list. So this is what I came up with. This was our first gen oil, which this is a distillation stage 1, stage 2. These boilers are set one for heavy and one for light. So this is like a feeding itself kind of a process. This was a real low level, which I'd love to clean up someday. Now, you're 1 step or 2 steps ahead of this, because you also have heavy oil. But this was my first gen. I call them generations, or first gen, or whatever. I also noticed that with my current friend group, we abbreviate generator as gen. Oh, you got the gas gens, gas jennies. You got the cold jennies going on, kind of a thing. Cold gen, yeah. Yep, fair enough, and that's what this starts off as. So it starts off as this, but I didn't do any of the balancing bits. So this was our first take. So our second take, Oil and Petrochem 2. This is probably more where you're at. I don't have a great place to stash this. There we go. Boop. So this is what I'm still probably currently using. Some derivative of this is what I'm currently using. So oil comes in, the crude, it gets pushed up here to the distillation stage 1, stage 2, stage 3. And this is also indicative of what we were talking about before. Medium produces 48 medium, consumes 48 medium. There's no reason it's ever going to be... Oh, I thought you had 3. Oh, sorry. Well, and some of this might be jank, but I think yours is much more sophisticated and built up than mine. But yeah, once you get to cracking and distillation, so distillation stage 3, yeah, when you get there, you'll get naphtha, and then naphtha is the key for other stuff. So I'll stop chit-chatting here because you're not that far yet. Well, that's about the brunt of it. Yours does look way more compact. Yeah, I'll tip my hat to that. Absolutely without flinching. It's a very good-looking setup. Low steel, you don't say. Yeah, this is why I really want to pull all this metallurgic stuff and move it. We still have this guy running. So that's good. The weird thing about this game, and it's not weird at all, but like the thing is, like when you build a new system, you're like, yep, that's going to set me good for a mighty long time. And then you take a look again, and it's like, oh crap, I need a lot more steel. Like none of this is good enough, and we're out of sand. That boggles my brain. I should have probably just belted this. I wonder if I'm shooting myself in the foot with this whole sand belt train thing. So there's a sand train to come in. Maybe I just need so much sand. Yeah, oh, your systems are gorgeous. Absolutely. Especially your train, like I've said even. Your train systems in TTD also look always very sharp. Very, very sharp. I need to check on the trains. I either need another train arriving. Yep, that's good. Okay, you're just arriving. That's good. I keep thinking that's a coal train, but it's not a coal train. And you're not doing sand because we're doing other stuff right now. Yep, we're flattening it out. I want to secure all the sand. There's a lot of extra sand under the bar, I guess is how you say it. Yeah. So here's a really great example. I need to get quicker at making pretty things, and then I could compete with the dude better. Yeah, I don't know how anyone can compete with the dude, to be honest. Absolutely crazy. As I'm dumping garbage on here, you can see that these new readings are showing, meaning there is sand still under here. So this is the same thing I found out last time, is I'm going to build this like L. I'm going to cut out the water, and then we're going to fill it full of whatever I want, and then we'll dig it back up. But there's sand. There's sand under them there hills. We'll get it going on. Unfortunately, well, fortunately and unfortunately, water is infinite. So there's no way I can pump stuff here out. So we're going to have to just fill this with whatever. So I'm trying to get this lined up first, and then we get this sealed in, I can just dump in stone, sand, whatever, and then dig it up and then dump that again out here. So this is a multi-phased process, really. What I might not need, to save a little bit of sanity and a little bit of time, I might not need this outer layer. I do want it to be too wide, though. So start with that. Low on copper. Okay, still working our way up. Maintenance is looking much better. Now to check on the line. How does the line look? Line looks fine. This is full? Awesome. Okay, so now I'm kind of curious. We're going to shut this off. We're going to let that sit for like a month or two so we can get some statistics. I'm going to put this water in my face. Hold on. Oh my goodness, water. I'm liking me some water. It's bananas, man. Bananas that aren't even in pajamas. Zalvar, conqueror of the cosmic realm. Good morning. Good day. Good Sunday breakfast bar. I don't know. I rarely ever know. And that's one of the perks. As Orbital would say, at least I'm pretty. Or something. Could this... Yeah, I really should have extended this out. I might redo the station. I want to get this pulled out a little bit more. And then... I don't know. Yeah, I've got too much going on here. I got a little too much going on. I'm still going to do this for now, this thing I'm thinking of. So we're going to do a thing like this. This is going to go like this. This pauses for a hot second. Oh, excuse me. Okay. That's done? Nope, we still got a little sand to go. There is so much earth moving. There'll be waste management time and try to figure out what to do with the trash. Well, I have some options I can give you, but I don't want to backseat drive your game. But there are some fresh options I can recommend if you would like to hear them. This goes away. This unpauses. This is gonna get nerfed out of there. Okay, so now I wanted this to be a level 3 pipe belt, whatever. Level 3 pipe belt, whatever. There we go. Haha, you can, or you could just save it. Yeah, so what landfill does, in general, is it adds to pollution. So it's marked here as land pollution, I think. And what that effectively does is I think that landfill sticks around for 7 years or something. It's either 7 to 11 years. I've heard 7 more often. So it sticks around for 7 years, and then it goes away. The thing is, if you unsettle the landfill again, if you go and you dig it up again, it resets. So that's kind of the thing about it, is you got to be a little careful with it if you're not going to do medical care right away, because putting trash down and then picking it back up, putting it back down, you're just going to get hit with the landfill again. So later on, you'll find this happy chappy, the incineration plant. So I know a couple of players, I think Orbital was playing in a way that they are destroying, or they're dumping none of their trash. They're keeping 100% of their trash. They wanted a pristine island and everything. So that's how they're handling it. So they're either using a stacker and just dumping it somewhere, like a landfill, and then they'll get to it later, kind of a thing. Or maybe compressing it and storing it or something. But the incineration plant is great. Oh. Bless you. You okay? Nico woke up and sneezed. It's so cute when he does that. So the incineration plant kicks out this exhaust, but also there are the exhaust scrubbers. So you can actually burn it, and then you scrub it down to CO2 and a little bit of air pollution, but you're greatly minimizing the long-term effects. And then CO2 can either be dumped or scrubbed again into graphite. Scrubbing's not the right word, but I think you get the idea. So after a point, like you can see I was dumping trash because I forgot about some of this. But yeah, when you get to a certain point, you can just scrub a dub. Otherwise, yeah. You can burn it in burners or dump it in the sea to have more build space. You can do those things. The real cautionary tale is, like I said, don't pick it up and move it over and over and over and over again. That's where you get the penalties just continuously. But after that, if you've already dumped it or you've already done a thing with it, that's not really a problem. Orbital, I was just talking about you. Good morning. Good morning. What is our problem here? Our problem is we're just not making enough chippy doos. Electronics Mark II. This tells me either this is a supply problem or this on-off, on-off, on-off is fine. Might also be... No, the supply line itself looks good. Maybe that was before with copper, when copper was a little messy. Let's bring in that. I dig up and burn my waste for purely aesthetic reasons. Yeah. Yeah, but I did want to mention it's a valid strat. Hecka. Hecka valid. H-E-C-K-A. Hecka valid strat. Hecka valid strat. Man, this is working very... We're still so low on sand. Okay, this works a little bit better, I think. So even if I set this to... bring or come when I've got a full thing, this actually works out pretty well. But unrestricted is fine also. Your coal. We're good on coal again, but that's gonna change. How's medical? I turned on medical into a bit of an overdrive so we can catch up a bit. Oh, very good. Okay. Yep, that was worth some unity. I gotta redo medical eventually. What was this for? I forgot what this trade was for. Cement to something. Cement to limestone? Oh, cement to coal. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. And then limestone was what? T2 construction parts to limestone, which wouldn't be terrible. Coal is good right now. We did the massive thing I needed to do first. What is this? Oh, right. Burning out diesel. Burning out the house. Oh! I listened to Planet Claire, Orbital. Planet Claire? Hold on. Yeah, Planet Claire. I personally prefer Rock Lobster over Planet Claire, but that's still really creative. I saw the video, and for some of the stuff, they had like a little hand radio or a hand walkie-talkie. They were moving it closer to the microphone and turning it on and off and stuff. Like, that was really interesting with how a lot of that played out. I liked it. Human music. I like it. So, we're going to pause right now. Our maintenance has not mostly changed. This is what I wanted to test. So we're back up. It's very good stuff, yeah. But for absolutely unbridled crazy nonsense in a music video, or at least a song, Rock Lobster still has a very warm place in my heart. What are the lyrics for this next bit? I forgot my notes at home. I think we just shout Rock Lobster for 2 minutes. Okay. Rock Lobster! Just so good. I really, yeah, I could not say more about it. I do enjoy it. So thank you for sharing Planet Claire with me, because I did not know that was one of their songs. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, oh, it's absolutely not either or, yeah. 100%. I'm not really entirely sure what to do about sand. It is absolutely delightful, yeah. Without a doubt. How much sand are we using? This is kind of mind-boggling me. We're having processing spikes, which, yeah, this is a problem. How far are we on the mining bits? Oh my god, where are you going? Oh, right. That's that. Don't dump there, please. I love the hair. The hair and the style and the look and just like the whole thing is just amazing. I wonder if Eddie Izzard got to know the B-52s. They kind of seem like a group that would really get along real well. Or David Bowie. I wonder if David Bowie was like really good friends with the B-52s. I don't know. Having the opposite problem with sand, yeah. Store it. When you get to arc furnaces, you'll literally burn through the sand. Oh no, wait. Copper, yeah. I just figure out all that landfilling and stuff moving and digging is the most satisfying thing in this. It really is, right? Like if someone's like, what is one thing that stands between Captain of Industry and Factorio? The thing is, like, there's a lot in common, right? There's automation, there's progressive tech tree, there's redesigning your base several times, like as you're learning new stuff, there's blueprints. But the one thing I really like is this is so visually pleasing. This was our coal area. So after I was done with all the coal, I flattened it, and I'm like, I need an agricultural zone. Just so I can get, like, fertilizer and chicken bits and all, like, that stuff done. So that's what this became. This took a little bit of effort, but this tiered approach looks really good, I think. I would have loved to have filled it with trees, but that was too much effort, wasn't in the mood for it. But it worked out really well. No available mining, yeah. You're really getting it, my guy. So now we're gonna do this. Because I absolutely want this out of here. I really want to get this blocked off before any other things are done. Let's go ahead and get you set. You set up real nice. Real nice. Nice. Okay, I can't wait for a truck to get up here and then get completely lost, so let's leave a little bit of a ramp. Okay, what can be dumped here? Dirt, yep. You can go there, or you can go there. That is processing dirt and rock. Okay, no one should be leaving. No one gets out alive. Oh, right. How much sand? At the high point, 308. So this is producing, what did I say? 280 or whatever? Well, we can check this. 288. 288, because it's 1 doing the crushing and 3 doing the extra crushing. So, I don't know. Another train? Yeah, I didn't really build this for multiple trains. I thought it was going to take a lot longer to get to that sweet coal. No. Nope. Firm no, that won't fit. And garbage truck, hold on. Alright, good stuff. Man, this is bananas. How much copper are we making? So again, we're not increasing our... Yeah, okay. We didn't increase our production level. We just made it look a lot better. Is this all sand is being... That can't be right. No, okay. Yep, all the electronics level 3. I guess I forgot it was used... oh, that's sand for the filter media, which I don't need. Where else is this being used? Of course, glass. Yep. Okay, that garbage truck did actually come around. I'm going to mute for a minute or two. Okay, it's scrammed off. We're good. All right, good stuff there. Do we redo our I don't know what I want to do. There's stuff I want to redo and do, but I don't know what to do right now. So, how much stuff do I need to... Oh, actually, I was going to go through our manufacturing processes to see if there was anything else more efficient we could do to clean up. Sand. We're not using it for cement. We're using manufactured sand for cement, so that's awesome. Actually, should have done it this way. Yeah, that's it. Those are the 3 things. I can't make sand any better that way. We've already redone all of our metallurgy. Everything is arc furnace level 2s. There's no more improvements to be had there. Oh, I didn't know that was the recipe button. Oh, that's cute. Animal feed, scrap, alumina. There's nothing else really I can think of that we can make any better with what we've got. Okay. Let's see here. I kind of have about 4 or 5 big projects in my mind. I'm not sure which one to tackle first. We kicked out all that sour water. Yep, you can probably resume. We're probably full of slag again. Yep, for sure. Chlorine, sand. Okay. This is looking pretty good. What is this? There's not a way to tell what is on the ground, right? I wonder what that is. That doesn't look like compost to me. Oh, it could be slag. I bet you it's slag. Nope. Not you. It's gotta be. Well, one thing we could do is we could just wait and watch. Taking the weird way, huh? Alright. Slag, yep, okay. It's been a while since we've seen that earthy brown. We can do slag to sludge. What are we doing for... Aren't we doing that already? Oh, we're doing sulfur to sludge. How's our coal, anyway? Full? Awesome. Cool. Alright. One thing I wouldn't mind to pull out would be... There's a lot of banging outside. I'm not sure what's going on. Oh, kid with a baseball bat. Against a deflated basketball again. Neat. If there's any larger processes like this is all our construction bits, and I think there's construction level 5 or something? Construction... Wrong thing. Wrong thing. No, let's take a look at research. That's just going to be faster. I thought there was an... Oh, there's another tier of electronics. That's what it is. So this might be a fun time to figure out how we could do one big train with multiple drops. I'm not ready to rebuild my base yet. That's running fine. I gotta figure out the sand. Okay, I'm getting too far ahead of myself here. Another sand train, probably, just for this. This is a problem. Right. I'm suffering it. I'm suffering it. I got the analysis paralysis real bad. There's a bunch of stuff I want to do. I don't know what order to do it in. So we'll take this train station. We'll put it here instead. I can go ahead and start speccing that out. Make that look good. Did you find a way to how to dig the filling from water? The filling from water. Sorry, I don't think I know what you mean. You mean like how to fill this in? Did you find the way how to dig the filling from water? I want to make sure I understand. Sorry. This might be just too early for me. We've already been at it for 2.5 hours, and that's the problem with being a morning person, is when I'm up, I'm up. When I dump stuff into the water and I did it too much, is there a way to remove that rocks from the water? You just use another mining designation. So, okay. So, no, once it's in the water, it's gone. Your trucks can't go underwater. So, like, right here, this is a +2. I could limit this to +1 and get some of those materials back. So you could just dig down a ramp and pull out from here. But ideally what I want to do is I'm going to build a bit of a block here, cut this off, start filling this in, and then I'll remove it again. But as long as you build like this, you can isolate it out, and I don't know what I'd call this. It's not a channel of any sort. A dam? I guess I'm damming up the place. The one time I can actually use that word as a not curse. So you can dam up the joint and then fill this in. And then I'm going to pull all this out because there's a lot of sand here to be had. So that's kind of what I'm doing here. And I can kind of get a good idea of where the end of the sand is. So this is a block that comes about like this. And then the rest is just rock. But yeah, once you dump it, all this rock I'm dumping into the water, that's gone. I can't necessarily get that unless I build another dam like this. So I don't know if that answers your question. A lever? Is that what that's called? Okay. Levy. Okay, that makes more sense. Yeah. Zalvar, does that make sense? I don't know if I answered your question successfully. Issues always block that. Yeah. Yep. So, can you remove it? Oh, actually, let's talk about that. There is a mechanic to kind of recover the land. I'm going to put this here. That place in ocean. Don't tell me where to place stuff. I'll tell you how to... Who's it your what's it's? Okay, I want to show you something though, because there is a game mechanic that can help deal with that. So cargo docks, let's grab a small guy. Okay, ocean access is blocked, so I can't place it. Cannot place in ocean. I'm not trying to place in the ocean. So what can happen is if you have a dock that becomes blocked, there's actually a mechanic for this. You'll see when you click on the cargo depot or whatever, it'll say reclaim land. It'll actually have a button that says reclaim land, and you pay Unity, and what'll happen is it'll clear out some of the space. It'll like force delete some of the stuff. Yeah. So if you click on it, I don't have an example. Let's get you an example. I like to test through learning and learn through testing. So I just need someone to dump some crap in the wrong spot. So, hey boyo, can you come over here? Can you do a dirty right there? Just a straight up dirty, just like that. That's all I need. No, that's not what I need. I need that. So we've already saved, we can reload. Now, that was the original source of my question because I'm in this situation, don't have the Unity. I think Unity is the only way to unmess up yourself. This is the wrong guy. Son of a biscuit. That one. I always grabbed the wrong dude. Oh no, I did grab the right dude the first time. But I have a ton of Unity and we can test. So the reason I'm still going to do it is this will give you a good expectation and understanding as to what we're going to accomplish when you click the Unity button. Because it's not a magic wand, and it's stupidly expensive. If you've accidentally weren't paying attention, and you're like, I'm going to build a bunch of docks here, and then you build a bunch of docks here, and then your trucks are like, I'm going to dump a bunch of crap here, and then they dump a bunch of crap here, that becomes, as the ancient Greeks would say, problematic AF. Which again is my favorite radio station. Problematic AF with dipstick and the squizzle. You need an S. It has to have an S. Look at, I don't make the rules. Maybe I do. Flim flam and the screezel. And they have like an early morning show called like the Early Morning Zoo or something. Is the Early Morning Crazy House with Shotgun McGillicuddy, there's your S, and the Manicore. So I'm going to wait until this says, uh-oh, Hasbro, we got problems. We got problems, and dumping crap into the ocean is definitely one of them. What are your trucks up to? Nothing. What are you up to, buddy? Alright, so pretty soon we're going to get the bad vibes. We're going to get them bad vibes. There we go. So you're waiting for this guy to finish dumping. Of course, if I do this, this might actually go a lot faster, believe it or not. Okay. Ocean access is blocked. So that's the message that we get. What I would recommend, first of all, is try to fix it as hard as you can. So do a ramp deal, which you probably already know, but it goes with saying. So there's your 0. There's your 0. So that will... Oh, no. There's your 0. So will your trucks get into it? I think 0 is like absolute sea level. So I don't know how vehicles act at 0. But get as much cleared out as possible. And whatever you can't... There should be a... Here we go. Area recovery. The docking area is blocked and prevents the ship to operate. You can use the button below to automatically remove accidental material deposits. This action costs Unity, and it might be required to perform it multiple times. In case the area is blocked by other structures, such as a dock or a pump, you need to demolish it yourself. So, I put a very little bit of crap in the way. It costs 10 Unity. In my opinion, 10 Unity is worth it, because the game is performing an action I cannot perform. It's still a lot of Unity. So let's just put this on slow, and I'm going to recover. Oh, okay. It still isn't happy while this is settling. Would it be possible to build a retaining wall in the water, and then dig, and then remove the retaining wall? You can't build stuff in the water at all. If I'm understanding what you're asking. Retaining wall. Cannot place in ocean. Yeah, like it can't touch any water whatsoever. height be darned. And then I can't place this lower because you can't place it lower than the land. So this is the right height, but it won't do you the business. I don't know if that answered your question as well, Cyber. So yeah, Zalvar, the very best you can do is try to clean up. Yes. Yeah, we found that out yesterday. We flooded. Nedvid wanted to see what happens when you flood an area. Vehicles are immune to water damage, but structures are not. This game also doesn't have damage. For intents and purposes, everything's either invulnerable or it has 1 hit point. Would have been a nice way to fix things, make the edge water... Yeah, the real idea, I would guess, is if you're going to do anything, do this ahead of time, maybe. This also looks kind of weird because you can do underground here on this side, but you can't on the other side. So there's like a very obvious ghost clearance over here that it really, really cares about. So, that's that. So Zalvar, that is really the best you could do. I'd recommend throw some overeating edicts or something. Get your unity up. And, yeah. That's another reason why I've been delaying on building my trade routes until this point. And I was like, well, I want to make the edge look pretty. Well, I want to extend this out. And I want to blah, blah, blah. I want to make sure that it was done. And I was not going to touch it ever again until the next time I touched it. And that was the idea behind that. Could be. Yeah, could be. I'm not entirely sure. There you go. Now we all learned a little bit together, yeah? Nice. Right, you can use that walls to make sure you can build shipyards on top of the wall. You can do a little bit of work. You can do a little bit of work. Even the barriers don't work. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 10. I wish you could do something here, because like I said, you could do something here. Oh, I know why. Hold up. I know why. I know why that's buffered like that. It's because that's room for the other cargo docks. So I bet you if I do an 8, I can build all the way to it. Yeah, you're hosed either way. Okay, hold on. I want to test this now. So I betcha, if my theory be correct, we can build all the way to the wall. All the way to the wall? Yep. That's why. That's why it's a limitation. It's not the land. It's the entity. So this is a full thing, a full 8, right? You can build walls right away on either side. It's hard to see barrier, right? But if we grab a small cargo dock... Great. I bet you I can build right against the left side, but the right side's going to be like 20-something squares away. So there's that, right? So here you go. Collision, collision, collision. I bet you that's it. So maybe because Cargo 1 and Cargo 2 are the same, and Cargo 3 and Cargo 4 are the same or whatever. But that's the only thing that makes sense to me. So... yeah, this can wall right on the left, but because this expands, it ends on the right like that? There's something with the entity that's reserving the space. Oh, you can upgrade the small one? Oh, I didn't know you could actually upgrade these things. Oh. Well, now I gotta see that for myself. I did not know you could upgrade the cargo things. I thought that was a very... Nope, that's not what I wanted. Oh, it's building it from the... Okay. Oh! Yeah, okay. It had the structure this far, even if there was no structure. Okay. So now... can upgrade them. Huh, okay. Yeah. Honk it up, buddy. Now what happens when I upgrade this? Do you just magic to 4 slots? That'd be funny. Yep, just scaffolding under the water. Yep, and now you leave. I did not know you could upgrade these things. So that makes even more sense. So now can I do barriers? Yeah. Oh, I can. Yeah, okay. So the 4 length and the 8 length are already maximum shenanigan size. So I've been doing 6s. And because I've been doing 6s, that extra land is reserved. I could not figure it out for the life of me. Well, I mean, we did. Yeah. Yep, 2 to 4 and 6 to 8. So if you want to build really nice... Yeah, I really wanted some nice battlements. Yeah. Yep, so if you want it to look real good, build a 4 or build an 8. Or whatever. But that's how you max that out. So that means... yeah, I've been doing 6s. 6, 6, 6, 6, 6. 6, 6, 4, 4, 4, 4. Yeah, okay, so I'll just illustrate this. The original idea I had... I think I got this Squishy Chew. I should give attribution where attribution be due. Squishy Chew came in and was like, retaining walls? I'm like, hell yeah, retaining walls. So this actually looks a little bit more like a coastal fortress kind of a thing. It gives that kind of a vibe, I think. So we'll just... I have the save file. It's not that big of a deal. Boop. I think that looks really good. Yeah. Yeah, I like it. Human music. I like it. I'm so glad this game loads so fast. There was a time children gathered around the campfire. There was a time where this game took a fortnight to load. And even though we loved it, it took so long. But it's cool. I could bounce it between saves. We could do a little chit-chat. Demonstrate a little bit. There we go. Poyle, it is going well. Thank you. How are you doing? Hope you are feeling well today. Hope you're able to go for your run. Or if you have gone for your run, I hope it went well. Or if you haven't, I hope you plan to go for a run. Run. How's it foundrying? It's foundrying good. Upgraded the copper like I said I was going to last session. We also upgraded iron. It is now all arc furnace, baby! We got a big gap here I don't know what to do with. Probably just put in a park. If you could put park things in park places. Park places next to the boardwalk if you needed directions. Under the boardwalk. Boop. That did not work because I've not assigned the Tawa. Broken by anxiety, worry, stress, and stuff. My sister was here with her kids helping us replace the router and TV box. Otherwise, maybe okay? I get that. I get that. News every single day. That is terrifying. Absolutely, I totally get it. The important thing is to have a strong social network of friends who care about you and everything. So it's good to know that you've got some family around. I'm happy to hear that. That's that. Yeah, just kind of keep going to town on this whole thing. You can dump compost. We're actually making some real good progress here. That's awesome. Just really take a chomp out of that if you could. Thank you. If I can ever give any helpful advice, it's advice that's helped me through my anxiety. Small steps and deep breaths. Does it count if most of the social network is acquaintances over the internet? Absolutely. Absolutely. Anything. Whatever works for each person, right? One person could be like, I really love to hit up a sauna. Saunas are how I mentally reset. And another person would be like, but aren't they warm? Ideally, yes. And they might be like, that's disgusting. I don't want to be in a hot place, you know? It's difficult for me to go around and meet friends physically. In general. I've had back injuries, and also like I've lent some friends my car while they were getting their car fixed. So I've been without a car for like, I don't know, a week and a half now or something, or whatever. So like I can't go see people physically. So I've really manifested the whole anxiety. You can have anxiety in a former Eastern Bloc. There's so much anxiety that that I can generate electricity with how much anxiety I've experienced and have. It's not bad. Like I said, I live in a nice town. I would call it a town. I wouldn't call it a city. About 5,000 people. We've got enough amenities nearby. There's a gas station nearby, so if I need snacks, there's an alcohol place nearby. If I need adult beverages, which I don't drink super often anyway, so that's not that big of a deal. There's a couple of bars around as well. If I want to get out and like be social, I can go out and just be social. What else? There's plenty of beautiful paths to walk around here. There's a discount dollar store. So, like, I mean, there's enough stuff. I'm not a high maintenance person specifically. Like, I don't have to go out every night or anything. Like, I don't have to do stuff. I'm very happy just being in my own little home. I got 2 cats. The cats help. Oh, they're both asleep. They're adorable. Even I live in a larger town than that, and my entire country has less people than many large cities. Yeah, valid. What helps me with anxiety, if I can give another thing, is change up your stuff, change up your daily, right? So I wake up early in the morning. What I used to do was I would stretch, eat, take care of the cats, game right away. I haven't had a job in months, so I mix it up. I do job hunting, but I mix it up, do a bit of exercise. Oh, not like change everything terribly. But like when you go jogging, maybe can you change your route? Can you go around the pond or the lake in a different direction? Can you... Little changes spice things up. They don't have to be like, I'm only eating a different kind of food now forever, brah, or anything like that, but little stuff can help. They can also change your perspective, give you a little bit of a better purview. I just realized I have to rebuild everything. Yep, welcome to Captain of Industry, mate. I have 2 cats, too. Striga and Leshy? That ginger troll really knows how to piss me off. Aw, I had a cute ginger cat. I named him Lionel. He was adorable. Aw, what a buddy. A captain of industry, absolutely. Tried a different direction, but it might have caused me knee pain due to how one hill ends up. Okay. So those are things to really think about. Making very small changes can alter things. So what I've been doing is I've been trying to learn little different cooking bits. I think I said this a couple of weeks ago. Quick pickles and simple syrups and red wine reductions were things that I learned to do when I was like, man, I really just want to amp up my cooking or learn better on cooking. Doing saute onions and mushrooms better was something I also picked up. So like I like to do a lot of the basics. I'd like to get better at making risotto. There was an old game. It's an old RPG called Star Ocean. It's one of my favorite role-playing games. And you can teach people how to cook or how to do metalwork or how to do alchemy. So much of the game you can actually just make whatever you want crafting style. It was a very interesting approach. The funny thing is, if you fail, you get a wilted salad. That's the failure. When you try to cook and you fail at cooking, you get a wilted salad. So you do the cooking. What you actually do is you specify groups of ingredients. So it's like, I want to use meat. Oh my god. That noise was weird. Oh, thank you for that. That's awesome. Oh, dance is really neat. Thank you for the cheer and the cheers. These are cheer pieces? I have now 100 cheers. I don't understand Twitch. It makes me sad. It makes me sad that I don't understand it. Twitch doesn't make me sad. But thank you for that. I appreciate it. What was I saying? Oh, right. So you choose ingredients. So Claude is going to cook with meat and vegetables. And if he fails, wilted salad. Oh, let's appreciate that. I know, I appreciate that very much. Thank you. I really do. I only ever want donations or whatever if it's like money you could just throw away anyway. I never want to come across as like I'm begging people for kids' lunch money or something. So no, I do appreciate it. You said you got money coming in. That's awesome. Thank you. We're gonna kick our research back on. So what else was there? Oh, you could say, hey Claude, I need you to work with grains and seafood. And there's a little animation, wub 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 wub, and then you get the result. And if he screws up, wilted salad every time, because Claude is really crappy at cooking until you unlock his cooking ability. But it was actually a really cool RPG. I want to do that someday, just stream it, because they also came out with the new Star Ocean that I really want to play. Star Ocean R? So, whatever. I really want to give that a swing, even though it's got DRM up the wazoo. And I hate it. That's okay. Yeah, still, thank you. I really do appreciate that. Are we full? We are full. Awesome. Guess what? This happens. Boop. Let me guess. This isn't lined up at all. It's one square off. No! It's fine. We're going to redo everything anyway. Okay, this is going to be our new rail hub. Or anything that eats up a lot of space that's not solar. This can all be solar. No qualms about it, but I want this to be a new thing. So I do want to talk about what our new manufactory sounds like. I haven't gone jogging it today, but it's the first day with summer heat, so I want to wait in. Yes, please. Dehydration is no joke. Anyone who's going to be busy this weekend, dehydration is no joke. So this is going to look a little like this. This is about the top. I want to maximize as much room as possible, so let's do something like this. I've already had a headache. Oof. Yep. Also, check your salt intake. This might sound weird, but make sure you're ingesting some level of salt. Okay, so that is our test. That's gonna completely screw up some stuff? Yeah, you guys hate ghosts, I get it. So this is gonna come up and into like this. And then this is gonna branch down to all the different manufactory bits. And then it's gonna pipe back out this way or whatever. Now, we could raise the rail. Raised rail's a thing. So we could do actually something really freaking cool. We could make an off-ramp verbatim. So let's see. I don't know how to do this, so we're learning together. Anytime there's raised rail, there's opportunity for raised rail shenanigans. So this is something we can do. And I said I always wanted to build like a highway kind of a thing. So we'll raise this just as high as you can go, baby. Six? Oh, shit. Okay. Alright. Hold on. Maybe this would be better the other way. I'm going to do this the other way. You know what? I'm going to do this the other way. So this is kind of the idea. Okay, that's actually really close. So where did we go? What is the tightest? I don't know. We do have elevated rails. I mean, not new. But like the L train is elevated in Chicago. I'm sure there's other places. Most major cities, I think, do subways. Because, you know, noise. So, is a thing? Yes, is a thing. Is a thing that is constantly implemented? I doubt it. Okay, so here's our off-ramp. Sweet, sassy Molassy. Come on. Come on. I see you do the thing. Yes? No? Oh, is it directionally bound? Oh, okay. It's directionally bound. Okay, so that gets boofed. Okay. So the idea behind this is if we had a lot of congestion, this is probably best illustrated in OpenTTD where we're talking about hundreds of trains. In a highway system, if anyone has ever been on a highway before with a car or whatever, the idea is the highway should be high speed, consistent speed as much as possible. Whatever the number is, 50, 60, 70, 80 miles of whatever, right? What you also want is the ability for vehicles to get on and off as quickly as possible. No matter how you... Oh, safe. Okay, safety. Safety's implied, right? Can we say safety's implied? Safety's implied. This isn't Road Warrior. This isn't Mad Max. We're not trying to... I'm Chrome. This isn't... We're not talking Zinch over here. Anyway, what this is going to hopefully facilitate... And I don't need to raise it. It's just I wanted to give this a try. But vehicles can still do their dare and do, right? This doesn't affect anything. We could just put a ramp or another crossing, call it a day. But the idea ultimately was... So, oh my god. Okay, hold on. Yes, Nico, this is a travesty. I agree. Come on. Okay, hold on. Yes, come on up. You can't sneeze in my protein shake this time. I haven't had it yet. Come on up. Okay, good lad. And now you're going to sit right there. Did you have a nice snooze? Your claws are extra pokey today. Okay, there you go. The idea is, if we have high volume trains, because I'd like, I don't know, we'd have to check how much consumption we've got. But this seems like a waste of space for this ramp, but just to illustrate the point, I guess. So this is gonna... Let's go like that. A little more. Nope. A little less. A little less again. Oh my god, Nico. Okay. Hello. Let's give the cat some attention, and then I can scoot him on his way. Hey, your fur's coming in nice. About a month ago, we had some old man work on this old man cat, and they had to trim him up so he shaved. It looked like he was wearing shorts. They trimmed him above the hip line, about the tummy, and that's it. So it looked like he was wearing like a two-piece bikini. It was really cute. It was really cute. So it's finally starting to grow in. This isn't going to work. Okay. Back a little more. Back a little more. Back a little more. I don't need to keep this paused all day, but I'd like to mess with this bit because it's going to ruin all the trucks. So this is going to come out like this, and then... oh, the thing's in the way. Well, maybe you get the idea. Then we'll do another one, and this will be another line. I don't think I like the raised. It's cool, but I don't think I like it for what I'm trying to accomplish here. So that goes away. That goes away. The main thing I want to get done, the main thing I truly want to accomplish, is have enough room for about 4 or 5 trains worth, right? If we could talk about boats worth, we could talk about trains worth. Okay. Can I... That's not what I want. Oh, what does that do? Select an alternate route. Okay, holding control forces it, so that's cool. So now that I have that, we're going to remove that. Now I can just keep the game running. So this is where this would... Okay, hold on. Did you guys flip that whole mountain? Sweet! Sweet the cheat. Today is the day on your fake ID, so get upstairs. And make me some breakfast. Yep, just keep bulldozing all this, because you both are working it from 2 sides. Okay, back to this. So this is the point where the turn happens. That is the tightest that can be. So this... control. Okay. So this, red is the tightest corner we can make. So I want to see how much room this gives me. Pretty reasonable amount, I'd say. Not enough. Okay, so stop there. Yeah, it doesn't like the barriers. Okay, that's fine. The barriers were literally for my enjoyment anyway, so that's fine. Okay, this is the tightest turn we can make that. But this tells me... One more. One less? One more? I'll get it. Hold on. There we go. There's the mustard. Okay. This can then also be turned this way with a gap of 2. Right? So there you go. So that's how that works. So this is the maximum amount of space that I can do. That I could steal from this whole process. For the land that we have at this moment. So trucks really don't need to be befiddle-faddling their way around. So... Oh, I got some stuff. So this gives us quite a bit of room, I think. So now we'll set up... just keep the game going. I'm not really building anything right now. I need a train station. Other side? Okay, I want 1/6s? These are units. We're talking iron and copper and steel. I want this to be the metallurgy bits. So 3 maybe? And then storage to boot. The thing is, I need these guys to be loaded and done immediately. So level 3 belts and a splitter buffer haver guy. Splitter buffer haver guy is definitely the worst Mega Man villain ever. The worst Dr. Wily robot master. Splitter robot guy. Oh, this isn't gonna work either. Nope. Oh, you can't turn at the top. Dang it. Okay, so something like that. If I want pure compactness, I'll have to do some work. But we have the Foundry to build yet, so we're not really saving space here. That is the tightest that can be. Yes, by a margin. Okay. By some amount of a margin. Okay. Might push back the mountain a smidge more, but we're still doing the work. We're still getting all the work done. How's this coming along? Yeah, there's a lot of iron that we removed. It has to get replaced. Are you done with stuff? Hold up. Is there any more coal over here? There's still all this oil I don't need. Which is not something I thought I'd ever say out loud. You know what I've got? Too much oil. Ah. Like someone who doesn't know how to play the game or has ever played an assembly automation game before ever. You know what I need? I need less oil in my diet. It just sounds like, who is that kid? Kind of a thing. Oh, it's just John. It's fine. Don't worry about it. He's harmless. Mostly an idiot. That's the bumper sticker I need. That's the platform I need to run under. We're gonna go... How far? Oh, we don't need to go much farther at all. Yeah. We really don't. But if anything, this will just supply us with more stone anyway. This isn't correct. I can already feel it in my bones I'm doing it wrong. That's not right. That's correct. And we're going 3 wide. There we go. And then this goes away. And then we do something absolutely insane like this. So now, before we make all the mistakes of the past at least 7 more times, can you please get out of the hole? Who else? We got one in here? We just got the one guy? The one guy's running our entire coal industry? Awesome. Down in a hole. Feeling so small. Okay. You came here, you gave him a high five, and then you skedaddled. I love it. I love the energy behind it. Okay, you. Gonna get a little more work. Okay, you cannot make it back down there anymore. You will now dig unto yourself a brand new path. And that's more than enough room for everything to get around? For sure, no problem. Awesome. Okay, that's all done. This is still happening. Who owns this one? I would love a button that tells me who... Okay, you do. You are... fabulous? Okay. We already have export zones that are already tied to everything, so I don't think I need to have an area for dumping. But if we do... There. It's 5 feet away. Have fun. Now, I had to do that so I could do this. Brrrp. Right there. Done and done. And we don't have an excavator assigned, so none of that matters. As long as it places, it places. Okay, so now I want to chit-chat this out a bit more. Iron is probably going to be the easiest one for us to remove. I still want a robust iron everything. Iron's the easiest. Why? Because iron does not require any fancy curing. Everything else requires some sort of cures. This gets reversed. So I want that. And do I need to? No. Do I want to? Oh, yes. So now here's my other question. Is how do I get the raw materials here? The finished product? Boom. There's your iron plates. No problem. I don't want to use a second station here. What I could do is something like this. We could bifurcate. But then now a train can't get out, right? So we got to be a little careful and a little smart how we plan this. So what if we do something like this? We grab it from the top. We... all right. That's a little too wide. Maybe it's perfect. You know what? Maybe it's absolute perfection and I'm too dumb to see. Ah, look at that. All right. Nice and uniform. Buddy. But guys. Okay. Oh, what? Are these ghosts not real until I click the button? Okay. Y'all are not helping. Get out. Get... Okay. I'll wait. I'm patient. Stop the game. There. Yeah. Yeah, path you a new target, pal. Path you a new thing. Okay, I'm gonna grab a bunch of this. Just so this looks good. Oh, God, you scared me. Okay, coming up. Hi. I didn't think something was gonna nibble on my elbow. Hi. If you want dinner, dude, it is a fortnight in cat years till dinner. Like, no joke. Okay. That looks a little bit cooler, right? Looks a little bit better, maybe. So, what was I talking? Oh, bifurcating, right. So we're going to bifurcate this line. So now this is the thing I'm not really too sure how I want to handle. There's not enough room. That's unfortunate. Well, this is all prototype anyway. What do I need to start this? Sleep, sleep, dinner, sleep, sleep, dinner? Yeah. There's at least 6 or 17 naps in there as well. So we need scrap. We need ore. We need limestone. We need graphite. Slag is something that I don't want to deal with on each individual line. So, copper makes slag, steel makes slag, iron makes slag. Yes, that's exactly right. Need a quick nap to have all that energy for all that sleeping. You also need a quick snooze roost so you can annoy me. Hi. You're adorable. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise, my boy. Alright, you good? We're good? Can I get your meds in you right now while you're on my lap? Hold on. All good. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Good, lad. Thanks for that. Okay. What I'll do is I'll take slag and I'll run it down here. So we'll have another line. The very end of the line, so to speak. And the end of the line is going to probably take care of byproduct. So there's that. So there'll be a bunch of belts that run up and just dump slag. I guess what I'd like to do is if there's anything truly in common to all three processes, I'd like to make one drop off for all of it. So graphite is common. Water is common. And this is an example where water would be fine to bring in. We're not consuming hundreds of it. We'd be consuming, if I have 3 setups like this, 6 times 4 is 24. 24 times 6. It's probably a number. 144. Gosh, 144 every 60 is still stupid. But we also will have excess water. So how much does that make? So 6, same thing. 144. Maybe half of it. This is... So what's 144 divided by 96? 1.5. So what is 1.5 times 72? Or 1... Crap. 150. 1.5 times 76 is 114. Once we get one run of it, we barely need a water train. Someone's going to hit me for this. We almost could do this with rainwater harvesters. It's the initial jump, right? Once you get excess steam coming in, and you can crank that out into water, it's a good deal. Sorry, a bit of a sneeze there. Oof. What I'm actually going to do right now, and I do apologize for this, I am going to take a small break. I'm getting a bunch of phone calls from my bank, and that doesn't sound like a good idea. So what I'm going to do is I haven't really been doing much. I'm going to go ahead and save. I'll leave you with the trains. Call it 5 minutes, and I'll be right back. Let's go ahead and leave that on like that. There you go. So, yeah, BRB. Alright, I'm back. Was a quick call. They wanted me to know that I could create a new checking account, and I'm like, I don't need one. But this one has more rewards points. Yeah, I don't do any of that, thanks. Okay, well, thanks for your time. You're welcome. Have a good one. That was the brunt of it. And I got more water out of the deal. Ba-da-ba-ba-bum. Okay, right, this. So, the idea is having a drop-off for every single depot sounds stupid. For the ore, I think that sounds smart. So, one train for ore. Oh, ore scrap. How much scrap are we even making? Iron is going to be the most common. 187. I might do 1-6 trains and have the caboose, like the tail end of it, be iron scrap or something. Oh, we'll also be crunching that down in steel. So how much here? Much less. Almost nothing. Oh. Right. We aren't... Right, we're not salvaging anything. Right. We're either sending all of our aluminum to space, or we're turning it into solar panels. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I was wondering why... No, yeah, it took me a second. I'm like, why in the... Oh... Yeah. Because we have nothing. Unless we're going to go to the space station and be like, hey, whenever y'all are done with whatever we sent up there, can you just huck it back down? There's that. There's that. Okay, good stuff. Okay, how do this? So I'm thinking 1-6. So now how do I do 1-6 with 3 stops? I probably can't. That's less important right now. Unless we set this to... Oh, this is out. That's out. This is in. So what I need is... IR. Oh, wait. Hold up. What am I looking for? Loose. Loose. So this would probably look like this. Now, I don't know how mixed trains work. I mean, from a logical perspective, it shouldn't be too hard, but I haven't given that a swing yet. So so something like this. So it'll still be 1-6. The train composition will be ore, scrap. No. Yes. So they'll technically be 1-7s, because what we currently have are 1-4s. Yeah, okay. So it'll be 1-6. So it'll be 7 length. So I want 5 of them to be ore, 1 to be scrap. So I think this is fine, because the individual car can be specified as a type, right? Hey. Set product filter. Yeah, perfect. That's what we needed to do. So it's not such a conversation of loose versus solid, even though that is a conversation. It's also a conversation of exactly what. So now, this happens. Oh, dumping. Oh, for sweet everything. Let's make sure the designation is correct. That happens. That happens. And not a drop of water will remain, because I think that's how we flood the whole thing. Like I said, water is infinite. I don't know if this is true, but I've heard that a drop of water will ruin all of your Saturdays. All of them combined. Every single Saturday you've ever had. Ruined. Terrible. Not you. You. Yep. How you do? Perfect. Okay, there's that. Game can still run. That's fine. Okay. So, we're going to have some belts. This isn't beltless. I want this to be truckless, though, if we can. So, this is enough iron. The problem I have is, while we're talking this out... Okay. while we're talking this out, this is enough copper. We've got 1 copper running. This is enough copper. I don't have enough steel. Right now we've got 2 running, and I think we're still kind of tipping into steel territory. Like, too little of it. So this shows we're producing flat out. Our production will never get above this line. Right here, unless there's maybe a fluke. But our consumption has these jumps, right? And that was common when we were building new vehicles, building new trains. We were really building out. So that doesn't super help. It might be another redesign. Okay, let's start with iron. Let's work on our level 5, I guess. Let's work on our level 5. So what I want is a stupidly long line. That all can go away, thanks. What I want is a stupidly long line. And how much saturation can we get? So all of this is a little superfluous. So this can just skitter over there for now, thanks. So, can I make this any more compact? This is like the last design I'm going to do for iron. Low supply of hydrogen. Full on diesel dough. Full on that diesel dough. Is this also probably empty? Sweet. Gibbers. Okay, we're not empty. Solar power level 3. I'm really excited for that. So we're beefing up our power 2 ways. One is adding more solars and increasing the research. So let's see here. How can we do this better? There is waste on the sides right here. What if I nuke that? Can I put this here? Más o menos. The other thing that's a problem is there's so many outputs. I don't think this sort of a thing's gonna work. Too many junction pieces. That's gonna be a real pain to troubleshoot for sure. So we're looking at 8. Okay, this can probably just go over there. Thanks. Okay, if I want 8, which I'm not even going to use all the time, but how much am I using for iron? Iron. Oh, there's just a gigantic chunk we're just not even using. Cool. So this is stupid overkill, but I'm ready for it. Our steel is this amount. So what if we did 12? What does one of these produce? This one's already really compact for steel. Actually, I don't think this one will benefit from further compactness. Yeah, it's 24 all the way because it's halved. So 24, 48, it's 96. So another 4 would be another 96. Sweet goodness. Okay, we're still doing iron first. Because this has the 2 metal caster 2s. And this makes 48, yep. So how designed to make Pekka compact? Okay. It's 1 square off every time. So this would look like this. Oh, nope, that's not quite right. Oh, yeah, we're 1 square off. So, okay. That's still not terrible. So this comes over 1 square. There we go. That can skedaddle, thanks. This comes over 1. So these are all touching all the time. Those are touching all the time. So that actually doesn't look terrible. I don't hate it, right? I don't hate it. That's the vibe. That's the thing we're going for. I don't hate it. 2, 4, 6. That one is 8. There we go. I like that better than this. This is way tighter. So what are we looking at? 24 times 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16? 16 times 24 is 384. Mm-hmm. Yep. Now, the other thing is, how do I plug everything else in so it doesn't suck, right? I just wanted to work on the casters. I still need to get the molten Wim Wham up there, which I have not done, I have not figured out yet. So this was cute for an idea. But how do we get the molten stuff up there? Let's pull this down one. See, let's do a little work. Let's do a little work. Let's see if we can get something good here. Let's give ourselves plenty of space. Now, molten can't be raised or can be raised? Oh, it doesn't matter. Really? Okay. 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 When you said blocked, you meant not as seriously as I thought. Okay, 2 is the limit. So, hold up. There's our jam. Oh my god, I can't believe this is going to work. No, I need the snapper doos. I don't think I get what the problem is. Oh! It has to be at the same height. Okay. Oh, boo. You can't go up or down with molten. Okay, you know what? That makes sense. Dang it. Yeah, okay. I'm fine with that rule. That makes sense. Okay. Let's work on a smaller chunk of this before I get too emotionally worked into that. So let's pull you back one more diddly-do. Okay. Now let's try. So there's that. Okay. Again, perfect sense. Problem is now this is blocked. I have a dumb hold on. I have the dumbest idea I think I could have ever come up with, but I think I have something. So here's this. This is gonna cry about no supports, right? Hold on. Can we go to 2? No way. That's our ticket. There's our meal right there. Oh, that's good. Hold up. No. No? Don't. Thank you. Look at that. Or, don't look at... Oh, I went up too high. Dang it. Dang it. We'll get there. Don't you worry about it. Look at that. That is the dumbest thing I think I might have come up with so far, and I've said that several times. This is not a one-off. This is just going to be dumb immemorial. Mm-hmm. That's actually pretty dope. And then this comes down. Maybe I gotta waste a square? No, easy. Ding. Thank Mafi Games for this gift of conveyors. Praise be. Praise be. Alright, so there's that. This respects all the molten channel. Now, hold on. Actually, what if we did this? No, no, no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Nope. What if... Because the throughput of this is 60... 48. What is the throughput of a molten channel? 120. Awesome. That saves a whole line here. Okay. I don't think this is going to work. I think the second I place this down, the game's going to be like, you're trying to do... Yeah, I knew it. Oh no, we're still fine. I'm waiting for the game to be like, you're trying to do what? Get out of here. Get out of here. No. Get out of here. Cannot find pillars. I knew it was going to be a problem. Oh, because without the gap. Without the gap, there are no pillars. Okay. So, maybe salvageable still. So, that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. Okay. I'm not willing to have a problem later just because I was going to get really antsy about one square today, right? So, there's that. Let's try this again. Yar. Steve the Pirate. Yep, you freak out because no pillars or whatever. That looks so dope. Yep. I think that looks really, really good. Now, we lose a little bit of space, right? We lose a little bit of space here, but maybe I could use that for slag or something. I like this a lot better than I like this, even though we lose a little bit of depth. We're saving a bit of width. I guess this isn't that much of a gigantic time save, but I like the way this looks a little bit better. Oh, I was wondering why it wasn't connecting. You know, for good reason. Do these need to be flipped anymore? Probably not. Probably not. Oh, for the slag, actually. Yeah, I would like it for the slag. Yep, just like that. Okay. So there's iron 1. That's iron 2. Oh my god. Oh, this failed because why? You can't find pillars. This might screw up everything I'm trying to do here. What if I did that? Oh. Fine. Okay. I don't know if building it just didn't pay attention to the pillar or whatever. But okay, let's see what we can do with this. So, cut. Dang it. Ah, something's borked. Yep. Oh, the same deal. Hold on. This is a lot of finagling to get this to look good. Okay, one more time. Hey, all right. Quick check. It all connects. It looks so good. Okay, 2, 4, 6, 8. To be clear, I'll build it and then I'll pause it because I can't possibly run this much stuff. I can't. There's no way. There's just no way. It's not gonna happen. But we're taking our iron here. And we're ramping it up really stupid hard. Again, like, I'll probably just do something like this. There. Oh, no, no, no. Yeah, that's not what I want. I'll just pause the whole thing. And then no big deal. So this is our prototype for iron. Okay, I really thought that through. That goes away. So this is this. Actually, I want that. That's the size for 8. This is the size for the new 8. Right? Because width is our constraint. So the idea is slap this down here. I'll just paste that like that. The raw stuff that's going to come in is going to need to be ground up. And we're going to need a few other things to make this work. But that is the most compact I can make that without plugging everything else in. So this looks like... Let's call it like that. So finished product goes out, raw product comes in. This is going to be just iron and scrap. And then we'll have another trade. Oh my. Excuse me. We'll do another train. That's going to bring in the other raw materials. The water, potentially, definitely. The graphite, the limestone. I think that's it. I don't think there's too much more we need. But yeah, that's kind of the layout I have for this. Let's just keep running some more research down. What do we got going on here? Pretty happy with all this right now, even though we're hemorrhaging some Unity. What do we got? What's our problem here? Ah, hospitals. Huh? What's up? You out of sugar? How are we out of sugar? There's no way. There is a way. Oh! Yeah. I remember. I remember why we're out of sugar. Hey, wheat's come back. Wheat has returned to the land. I remember. Because it was like, flam, jam it, blam it, we got too much sugar in them there hills. I'm not even consuming sugar. And then, guess what? Consumed all the shug. All the shuggy shug. I don't know. That's what? How much? 14.6 every 60. 15. Output is full? Did I not plug you in? I didn't do any of this. This is why I'm no good with, like... anything that's like, you know what, choose your own adventure. Build it however you want. I'm like, you don't want me to do that. Okay, so that saves us a little bit of sugar, but that doesn't really save anything. Okay, that got us a little bit of extra sugar. So, 12 sugar every 60. How much sugar do we need? We need 16 because it's boosted. Let's get another sugar guy going on. We're probably still good on corn. You can be a sugar man. There we go. Fixed problems. Fixed problems. So, let's also talk about the other bigger parts of this are going to be... it's in here somewhere. There it is. Da Mega Crusher. If this is bringing in the ore, this can just as easily shotgun this whole thing. So, 192, 192. It's 4 of these. 4 of those is 192. So I'll need 2 of them at a minimum to keep this all running. Again, build it, pause it, whatever. So there's that. Yeah, I didn't think so. Okay, that was a fun idea. It didn't last. We'll go out 1 square. Low supply of hydrogen, low supply of sand. Man, cry me a river about this whole sand thing, huh? Is it important? Yes. Do I know what else to do with it? Not really. Right. So that'll come across. The train has a height of 3? Or it has a height of 2. We need to get around a height of 3. It'd be good if I had the right thing selected. Something like this is all fine. Again, no trucks. That's the whole idea of this. Nil pois, no trucks. If I do a third, which I will for steel, that's going to be complicated. So here's the iron coming back. Which is going to be how much now? 2, 4, 6, 8 times 24 is not more than... Oh, is that 200 on the bean? 192. Okay, I was close. Couldn't remember if that was right on the money or what that was. And then storage is going to come in here. Actually, this will probably go on the other side, and then storage. Unit storage 2 at a minimum. A 2 storage minimum. Balancer for good measure. In this case, a balancer is pretty important because I'm feeding in 2 lines. And I'm pushing out 3 lines. So in this case, a balancer makes a ton of sense. Something like that. I'll figure out whatever with the rest of this. Probably use loose lifts. So this will be something like this. No, the other way. Thanks. Copy. Copy. And then we'll do a level 3 conveyor like this. And then level 2s can go up. There. So something like that can work just as well. This is right from our farming guide. Right? Then this comes down, pushes out, splits between the 2. That is hilarious. This needs to be up 1 more. There we go. That's unfortunate. And try you one more time. There are 3 legal connections here, so this is our problem. I'll just cut you out by 1. Again, this is all prototype. I could just delete all this right now and be like, you know what, I'm not happy with it. But I like where this is going. For a new age Foundry, I'm pretty happy with how this is going. Well, not new age, but like a more practical application of what we already know. I like it. Human music. I like it. This is going to be level 3, kind of the same deal. This comes to 1, 2, 3, 4. This comes to about here as a level 3. And then it continues as a level 2. Do I need this much space? I don't know. That's why we're testing. These can be level 1s if I really care. I don't really care. Okay, so there's that. So I need limestone, graphite, and water. Now, water... I think water I'm going to do a little differently. Cut it out. Oh. What if I did... Hey! Solar power level 4! Ding! Yeah, man. Let's do some research. Pollution? What is our worst pollution? Air? That's not what I wanted. Disease. Okay. The hospitals are back online, so that's great. Air pollution. So whatever we're dumping out into the atmosphere, vehicles aren't happening because we have hydrogen. Ships aren't happening because hydrogen. Trains aren't happening because hydrogen. So these 3 were cute. I'm glad we got some work in there, but now that everything can run on hydrogen, it kind of defeats the purpose of much else. Okay. Crop yield, plus 1% crop yield, plus 0.25 water consumption. 5% rainwater yield. What's 5% of 3.5? 0.05 times 3.5. is 0.175. So that would be 3.675. Ugh, that's not much. Settlement water use would be actually pretty cool. Let's figure out what that is. That might be far more substantial. Instead of producing more, reducing consumption might be the real jam. So this seems fairly consistent. I'm just going to grab a middle bit here. Looks like it's anywhere from 1.7 to 1.4. Let's say 1.5. Because we're calculating savings, I'm trying to edge that number against us. Right? Round against yourself. That way you'll always be pleasantly surprised when you get to the end. It's like, oh boy. Okay, so let's say it's 1,000. Nope, where's my calculator at? 1,500 times 0.02. That saves 30 water. That might not sound like a lot, but 2 researches like that, and that takes care of a water pump. Okay, so 1919, what are we here? 25? Oh, gross. Let's get that. 1% tree growth speed. I want to take a bit of an idea into that as well. So growth speed for trees is actually specified or identified here. So let's see here. Harvesting options 80%. We're getting 88% of the wood. That means we're consuming 25% more saplings. 9.6 years per tree, which means we get 0.15 per tree per 60. Okay, set the percentage of growth at which trees are cut. This affects wood yield and sapling consumption as shown. So, okay. So to get to what we want, so much math. 9.6 years. Years doesn't do me any good. We're going to call that months, because the game runs in months. 9.6 times 12. It is 115 months for every tree to become whatever. And how much to become mature and cuttable? What was it? 1%. Okay. What's this times 0.01? It actually cuts it down by a month and a quarter? That's not terrible. Now, how much does that mean for production? Okay. If 115.2 months means 0.15 wood, how long does it take for us to get one wood per tree per 60? How many months is that? No, I think I'm doing this wrong. Oh, I need a sandwich real bad. I had breakfast at like 4 a.m. So I'm burning at fumes at the moment, which is okay. I want to know how much wood this translates to. So if 115, let's take that 0.01 again. So 115.2 divided by 1.1. No, 1.1. 1.1 divided by 15, whatever, times 0.1523. It's so instead of 1.523 plus 1 plus 0.1523. So instead of 1.523 per tree every 60, if I did any of this math correctly, we would be making 0.1537, which is not a lot. Okay, that's not a lot of number, but how many trees do we have? Right? So it's a volume problem now. It's not a... is there a way to count trees? Yeah, that doesn't tell me how many trees, though. Does it say how many trees are in your jurisdiction? I didn't see one. Yeah, it doesn't help. What we can do is this, but this is going to be skewed to... yeah, this doesn't help. Because trees are growing at a regular rate, but the way in which they are cut is irregular. This doesn't help. Yep, none of that helps. I'm not going to math anymore. Is a good improvement. You get 2 or 3 of those down, your lumber industry is looking a lot shinier, that's for sure. Much shiny, yes, for sure. Be excited. Now, what I was going to do on this left side here is this is where I was going to bring in the raw materials that are extra, right? So to make this easy on our brains, we're just going to raise... Nope, we're going to raise you up to 5, and you're just going to do this. Cool. Guess what? Here's water. Does it have to be level 5? Thoroughly not. But it's just, again, these are what I would call rough cuts. This is a rough cut. This is what you talk about at a bar after work. And you're like, I got a great idea how we can make, you know, that whole billing and accounts receivable thing not suck. Oh yeah, how? Well, here we go. It's napkin code, right? The beloved napkin code. And that's when you chat it out with your mates and you're like, what if we did credit check before we checked for the bill of materials? Why don't we make sure the person can afford the bike or whatever before we start thinking about building it? Would that save time? You know, just talk it out. Yeah, so there's that. So now we have also limestone. Okay, this is a really big disease. Holy crap. We ran out of hospital juice. Is it because we haven't gotten sugar yet, have we? I've been pausing the game too much. Yep. We ain't got no sugar. We ain't got no sugar. What we'll do is a preventative measure. Health boost. Extra 20 health points. That'll resolve at the end of May. As you may. The flu might be over anyway. Nope, flu's still happening. So we're above health. Still life lost. But we're above health. Actually, we're... How does this work? 52, 25... Quoi? Okay, great. I'm glad that worked. And we're actually out of unity. That can get chopped. That can get chopped. Research is the most important thing to have boosted all the time. It saves on a ton of materials. Myrene was here a couple of sessions ago, and I think the way they described it is if you leave nothing, if you do nothing, you gain 4 points per bottle. Now this kind of messes with me a bit. Per hit. This kind of tells me it's 105 every 60, but that's not true. If you watch 733, that was 9. That's not 105 every hit. That was only 9. So, if we don't have the boost... If we don't have the boost at all... I think they said this only goes up by 4? Yeah, there you go. It's only going up by... 5? Yeah. 5 to 6, somewhere around there. I don't know if you can hear me, but there's been like 4 helicopters that have passed by my window. Not to say hi or anything, that would have been nice. That would have been considerate AF, but no. They just want to show off the part of the thing that goes da 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 da. They wanted to be real jerks about it. Real jerks about it. So this is going to look... And again, I'm putting this as far as I can to make this as gross as possible. We can always do more condensing later. What I don't want to be is overtly aggravated. Or covertly aggravated. That also sounds like that sucks. Because we haven't gotten this figured out yet. So back you up a bit. Low steel. Buddy, I am working on... the Steel de la Resistance over here. Okay. All of our Unity took a poops. We're going to kick that down. That'll save us 2 Unity points. At the end of November, we'll be back in the Unity game. Realistically, boosting all this stuff doesn't matter if we don't have the sugar. So, that goes away. and that goes away. It should be a massive boost to Unity. At least another 1.5, 2 points? Come on, show me the good stuff. Low supply of steel. There we go, 2.41. We're gonna let that sit for a minute. For just a hot minute. Okay. So, just for argument's sake, I'm doing these two on the left here. Nope. You had it. And we're using the wrong kind of belt, and that's fine. Okay, so there's that, right? There's the first piece. That's the plates that are going out. This is the raw stuff coming in. Okay. I almost got confused. In? I'm doing the left side all the time? Oh, no, that's still fine. I can just scram. I wouldn't mind to alternate, because I think that makes sense for the layout. And left. And right. Okay, so we're doing 4 at a time, I guess. So this is lime... Oh, this is graphite. This top one needs to be loose, because it's limestone. I'm very excited. This is just so good, because I might not even use this build. That's kind of the neat thing I really like about this game, is like, it's fun to build stuff. Now I'm going to check and see if Orbital's here before I trash talk Satisfactory a bit more. Let me tell you something about Satisfactory. Blueprints in that game were just painful. I don't know how else to say it. They were just a pain in the butt because it's a facility you build and you slap it down and then you build it out as a person. And then you take a screenshot, or you take a snapshot of it from the facility. I don't know. IMHO... I would have loved a top-down view for that game. Just a top-down view, but you gotta build like a radar. I did it. I already did it. Dang it. I was hoping you were taking a nap at work. Why is... There we go. You foiled my plans once again, Orbital. How dare you? How dare you foil my plans? Okay. We can condense all this real hard. We can condense all this real hard. So now, rough draft... Hold me back. I'm swinging. Hold me back. The only other thing that has to be contended with is slag. Now, slag is going to push out the right way. And, oh, we could push it back. We could push it back. How much slag do we make? 18. How fast is this? What's 450 divided by 18? 25. That's not enough. I'm going to need multiple belts for slag. Oh, okay. We're also going to need a steam going back, because I want all the cooling towers in one spot. How much steam? That's a pipe too, for sure. Again, I'll redo everything as it happens. No big deal. The exhaust also is going to go back. So let's see here. 1. No. 1. So this is going to be 2. 0, 1, 2. The BPs in Satisfactory are pretty small. Not too small to be useful. Way more limited than in this game. Yeah, agreed. I think I'll attempt to head out for a bit. Good luck with your slag storage. Probably drop in again. I'm going to get back if you're on. Otherwise, bye. Have a good one, Poil. Appreciate the chat and everything. And the bits. And the cheers. Thank you for all that as well. Have a good rest of your day if I don't see ya. Okay. There's that. Very clean, very uniform. Now the slag. How the slag? We're probably going to do some dumpster bad crap like I did in the other side. You get more of a top-down view to get the hover pack. Yeah, I found the hover pack very critical, but also still really limiting. At that stage of the game, I wish it was a little more... Well, actually, what I hope is... What would be cool is if it had expansion slots or something, or it gave you a little more range, or even something like, hey, man, I want you to pay for extra battery capacity. Okay, cool. Here you go. Or something. It is late mid-game, yeah. What am I doing here? So we have limestone in, graphite in, steam out. Oh, I need steam out, exhaust out, slag out. I can't think of anything else I might be missing. Okay, so I lied. That goes away. Because I want this to look kind of uniform. I want the pipes on top. 4. That looks much better. Okay, now, for the slag, where did I put the thing? I guess I deleted it, whatever. U-shaped lift. If I can build 1 or 2 of these out so it doesn't look like absolute garbage, I'll be really happy. So this goes to... there. So 1... Oh, I guess it links both of them. Oh, that's dope. Okay, that's even better. You butt, Stallion. Okay. Okay, okay. It's fine. We're still working on the prototype. The first 4 have to match. These need to... Okay, these do need to rotate. Well, they don't need to, but I'd like them to because I can save a lot on lifts. So that's a lift for 2. That's a lift for 2, and now we pipe it all together. There you go. This can look like this, and then this sneaks in 1 square. Holy crap. This might actually work. I'm so excited I might go get my protein shake. Oh, what? There we are. Thanks, mate. Okay. That looks exceptional. We got a lot of trim and a lot of rework to do. But I think we've got something here. This can easily pull down 4 blocks. I think we checked bandwidth and everything, so... I'm not worried about the pipe. I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about this. So the iron ore crushed comes in at level 3. What's 450 divided by 48? 9? Oh, okay. So 4, 8. That's fine. If I want to do this again, I need another level 3 belt and 2 more crushers. At that stage, it's a throughput problem for sure. Okay, I think this is actually relatively decent. And I have room for... Yeah, we do. Oh, snap diddles. Look at that. The other thing is I would need another belt to go back anyway. So maybe that's why I have... I'm going to just rationalize that this is why this gap is real. No, it doesn't have to be. A belt going in, 2 belts going in, 2 belts going out, so that's 4. And then the 2 extras. Dang, jang it, that might work real good. Dang, jang it, that might work real good. Okay. I am gonna go get my protein shake. I'll be right back. Let's leave you with some beautiful trains. Boop. Boop. Oh, let's save. Holy crap. I'm not redoing all that again. I'm gonna have to. But I'm not. But I'm going to. But I'm not. Anyway, ding. Okay, I'll be back in, let's say, 2-3 minutes, alright? Alright, I'm back. I'm remembering the AFK thing more often. Yay! Okay, what did I miss? We're still low on sand. Son of a biscuit. That's just gonna continuously be a thing. I'm really happy with this. I'm really happy with this. Subjectively, is there anything I would change? Money, no object. Money, no object, anything else. The cost is going to be stupid. But I want to get ramped up and never have to worry about iron or copper or steel again. Now, this is going to change slightly. What I'm going to need is probably some sort of a resource repository where the raw stuff is kept. And then the raw stuff is going to be ferried up into here, dropped off as needed. So this is where we're going to say, when empty, bring me another train. There should always be a train here unloading. Then this is going to transform into pure manufacture. So instead of bringing iron ore here, and then it being turned into steel or iron, this will just be a receiving dock for plates. Or slabs, or whatever they're called. Slabs? I thought they were called iron slabs. Well, anyway. Big ingots. There we go. Big flat ingots. Yeehaw. And that's how that's going to work. Then, the next step of the puzzle is isolating out the manufacturer. So, let's say construction parts, right? We know everything we need. We could pull this out and make it its own assembly facility if we want, or whatever. But being able to pull apart the raw and finished materials individually out like this, it gives us a lot of power. It's really going to be cool. So, is there anything I would change about this at all? I would probably pull this out a little bit so we have a little more rail room. And that's exactly what this is all about. So we're trying to chop through all that. Let's change this up a smidge. Can you take a whack at this instead of going further out? Because if I could build one or two of these right away, freaking awesome. And I might put the raw material drop earlier instead of later. Because I was thinking of doing it later, but I might do that earlier now. Where are we? It's not that. It's that. Thanks. Give that the old hop chop right there. And that's going to take you a while. So this is now different in my mind. This has changed. So instead of iron being the first deal, it's still a deal. I'm gonna... it's hard to place. Is it there? Ooh, okay, that wasn't too bad. Nope. Yep, that's what I wanted. Thank you. That's all I wanted to see. So that is the end of the... Okay. Now I do want you to go this way, you silly jerk. Hey, there we go. Anytime... look at this. So anytime the rail line doesn't know what to do, I like to humorously say it's throwing me a question mark. The two remaining brain cells of this game are just staring at each other. You know what this guy's asking for? Yeah, I don't know either. Put pineapple on his pizza, see if he loves it. Spoiler alert. Would love it. The salty and the sweet and the savory. Oh my god. Excellent. That's all I've got to say about that. Okay, so this is going to be... This is going to be the new buffer zone. So all this is going to do is drop off all the raw materials I need for everything else. So this is going to be... where's this? There it is. Right? I guess I don't need this. I don't know what I would use this for. Oh, water, maybe? Yeah, okay. Why not? The water train would be different than the other trains anyway, so... Empty module. Empty module. This is going to be fluid, which is the first fluid station thing we'll have. 1, 2, 3, 4, I guess. This is actually going to be a really big waste, considering I'm only going to need one water train or whatever. Something like that. Cool. There's that. Now this is going to be a little more iffy. I want maybe a 1-4. This has to have graphite, which is a unit. There we go. Graphite. 2 graphites. 2 limestones. And like I said, I'm going for 1-6 trains. How would that work? Oh, I know how that would work. We could alternate it. So we could do it like this. We can make it as simple as this. And then the way the train would be loaded out, it would be... Hi, guys. Oh, crap. Did I not give you any room? Wait, what? Alright. Whatever. That's fine. What I could do is graphite and then limestone. So the train would be locomotive. Graphite, limestone, graphite, limestone, graphite, limestone. That's how that would work. So it would get unloaded like that. And then this would be some storage. There you go. Real simple, yeah? Look at that. Or even like this or whatever, if we want to make it really tight. And then this would come up and feed the whole thing. Oh no, my fake stuff collapsed. What are we going to do? Holy crap. Just a legion of them. Oh, we're not at the fastest speed. There we go. Zoom, zoom. This one tree is going to get got. I'm really glad I didn't start building any... Yeah, it's fine. We're going to hear about this for quite a while. Quite a while. We have positive solar panels? Does that mean there's nothing to build? No, there's plenty to build. What's up? Oh, we're just... Yep. Maximum load is 60. It's just going to take a while. Yeah. This is exactly why I wait. Holy cow, they finished! What? Okay. Now, I think we're safe. I think we're safe from the scourges of water. Low-key, no joke. Low-key, no joke. Alright, that goes away. This is all done. This is all done. Your purpose was to work on sand. But that was a big chunk of nonsense I wanted to get taken care of, so... Which one are you? You're the junk? Awesome. Oops. Keep working on that, thank you. You, on the other hand, oh, Dolly, we got some stuff. We got some stuff. We got some sand in the land. That happens, and I want you to just bulldoze up until here. And there. Start with some of this. That freed up a lot of extra sand. Now, I bet you if I pop this open... Yep. So there's still more sand to be had. And now that the water's gone, we can dig all this back out. So, a little annoying. Yeah, we're trading hydrogen for sand, effectively. That's what's going on. We're trading hydrogen for sand. A bad shake? I don't know. I can fungineer and hydrogen with a little bit of water and zappy power, so I don't know if it's a bad deal. Get that turned back up. The music is playing, right? I think I felt like 15% was really loud at one of the songs. But everything else, it's kind of melodic and chill. Yeah, that's fine. I'm watching it. Have fun. Break all the ghosts you want. Oh, I gotta plug my phone in. Holy crap. I sneezed, and when I sneezed, I looked down and saw my phone was almost dead. Good stuff. Let's see here. 1-6, right? We're doing 1-6s for a total of 7. This is something I wouldn't mind to figure out now. Can I give train track orders even if it's not built? I can. Awesome. So here's what we're gonna do. This is technically going to be the full length of the train. So I know they won't butt into each other anyway, but I need to know how many trains I can set for this length. 3, easily. Awesome. Yep, we can do a train length of 3. That's what I want. I might want 4. This is going to be a very much... I have to decide on length right now, because rebuilding this is going to be a disaster. Disaster's a strong word. A real pain in the whatsits. Real pain in the whatsits. That one could get unassigned. So where are y'all going? Because a little bit of dirt. Yep, okay, that makes sense. This is looking so good. Oh, man. Alright, once we get past this whole thing, I'll start doctoring it up. So now, this now comes in as, let's say... Ooh, I need a balancer, actually. This will come in as level 3? What numbers are we talking? 6? But you need stuff. So 2, 4, 6, 8. 6 times 8 is 48. 48 times... Oh, pipe level 3 is more than enough. Yep. Pipe level 3 is more than enough. So this is how this is going to ultimately go. We'll cross the thing. Yeah. And then... I just thought of something. How do we handle more intersections? This won't be nearly as compact as I was hoping. Sad. Because, yeah, this has to cross several times. This is going to look like this. Oh, okay. Well, we already have this here. If the pipes are going to come past here, they have to be at least a height of 3 anyway. So 3, 4, 5 is 3, but I have technically 5 products I need to push. So water comes in, steam goes out, slag goes out, Limestone comes in, graphite comes in. That's 5 products. I could get that down to 4 if we condense the steam into water locally. I could also remove the slag. Oh, I forgot about the slag. Did I say slag? Steam? Oh, I have iron. I also have iron itself I've got to get rid of. So what if we pushed everything to the other side? What if slag and water and steam go out one side? It makes this a little awkward because this is where all the trains load. And then iron and everything else can come from the left side. Alright, how do we do that? How does that work? Okay, so I already know. Awesome. We can fit 3 trains at this length. I would like a 4th. I want trains to be going pretty much non-stop here. So we'll pull this over to the left a bit. This is still a lot of room I'm benchmarking or earmarking for it, but I still want it done. So where's water? Or water and steam. So this is exhaust and steam. This one is water. So exhaust. How much exhaust are we kicking out? We're kicking out enough exhaust. I think it would be worthwhile to scrub it. Okay. That part goes away. That part goes away. That part goes away. Flip. Flip, flip. Flip. Okay. I just remembered a thing. Okay, there we go. And I just remembered it. Awesome. I struggled to get my Bluetooth to connect. That was one of the technologies, like, whenever we came across it as a species or as a people or as a whatever, that, like, Bluetooth sounded so awesome. And then it is awesome unless you have more than one device. The moment you have more than one device, it's a gigantic pain in the ass. And then it's like, if you have it off, if you turn it off, because it's auto-connecting to stuff all the time now, or whatever. Like, the other thing is like, hey, I remember that you had a... Did you have a Bluetooth radio? I remember one time years ago. Pepperidge Farm remembers when you had a Bluetooth radio. Yes. And then it's like, oh, God, I have a head thing. I want you to tune to the headset right now. Please, okay, thanks, bye. Nope. Did you have a Bluetooth receiver in your kitchen there so you can play on your boombox? Pepperidge Farm remembers. Yeah. Yep. It's one of those things like mini speakers and headsets and everything, just so cool. To this day, you know what I do? Wires. All the time, wires. I got myself a wireless headset and I thought it was the coolest thing for about 8 seconds. The charge was fine, but the battery doesn't keep for 8 hours. So whenever I'm like, I'm going to take a 15-minute break, plug it in. Which is fine, but I forget to do it. When you do something for so long a certain way, like, you know, plug in a headset so it can work, and you don't do that, like you don't have to do that anymore, it's really jarring. Okay, these went from 2 to 3 for some reason. I must have had 3s selected. I did. Thank you. None of this has to be set in stone. I just want to get a bare minimum blueprint figured out so I can see if it's something I even want. Nope. Thanks. Looks like we got more sickness. It should be charging wirelessly while on your head. That is doable. You can use microwaves. We do have a hospital. Okay. Things are fine. You can, but you'll also slowly cook your brain. Microwaves, short frequency microwaves are a way to transmit power short distances. But they work very similar to how regular microwaves work, is they agitate the crap out of water and fat. So if you ever sit on a microwave dish, you're slowly getting cooked on the outside or on the inside. Either way, gross. Okay, so this paradigm changes. Yeah. Yeah. Hecka gross. The makers of Mechagodzilla, it's hecka gross. Okay. Ooh, no. Let's do this a little differently. I think we can make this look good, even. This is going to be at least a Mark II. Oh, wait, you're loose. Hold on. Loose storage. I think a loose storage, too, is going to be fine, because this is going to be a lot of storage on the line anyway. I'll get there. Hold on. What are you? Loose. Unit. U-shaped conveyor. Oh, hold on. Unload. Unload. There we go. What the heck? Unload. I think I've broken my brain. Okay. I don't know what the matter of any of that was, and it's fine. Why do you not work? What the heck? Oh, God. Wrong conveyor, wrong thing? Yeah, everything was wrong. Holy jeez, thank you. Sweet sassy molassy. Not only was one thing wrong, I was plugging it into the wrong thing. Everything about it was incorrect. There wasn't a single thing I did that was right there. That was excellent. Woohoo! Anytime I ever get on my high horse, I'm like, I'm a real smarty pants. No. You tell me with fervor, no. Okay, John, for a minute you can have this one, but no. Ah, yes. The sweet taste of being a dumbass. Thank you. Yep. Every bit of it was wrong. The mighty Ron conveyor. That definitely sounds like a sidekick in an action anime. This is Ron Conveyor. He's kind of like a guy that's really all about tutorials, so he'll help you out in your first mission. Brah. I need a cooling tower. It's underwater. It's not anywhere here. Alright. 96. So here's how this is going to work. Steam comes in and screws up everything. So let's just place 4 of these. Do I need 4? I don't know. I didn't do any of the math yet. Let's do some of the math. Why not? 12. This is 8. I want 8 plus 8. So 8 for iron, 8 for copper. We have how many for copper right now? 4? Oh my god. This is going to be stupid. Okay, you know what? 4. Hang on. Start over. 4 for iron, because I only have 2 running right now. 8 for copper. I have 8 steel running. I want 12 for steel. 24 times 12. 288. 288 divided by 96. 3. A 4th one is perfect. So that's a little bit of an extra buffer as we go. So this is gross, yucky, poo-poo air instead of gross, yucky, poo-poo water is going to come in that away somehow. gonna pull you down by 1, how about? Sorry. There we go. Wanted to get that answered real fast. Okay, so this comes in. Ding, 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 ding. Pipe 2 is... No, we'll do pipe 3. Ding. So this water's prioritied. Let's see here. This should maybe be the other way. So this comes in like this. And then this goes like this. Yeah, I think so. Ding. Ding. And then water. Incompatible port at start. Okay, hold on. Train station. Station. Oh. I thought these were the fluid jabos. Fluid station module. Okay, maybe I used the wrong thing. Unload. Oh, I also didn't set it to unload. Okay, one more time. F. Awesome. That looks really good. So, water comes into this cistern. It holds, and then any excess water that we are making from steam collection goes out to the mains. I got a mental block about moving my settlement and all its services to a new position, much more fitting for the long term. Yep. It's a big bite. It's a big bite. What I do is I build one settlement, and like in the new place, and I hook up all the food and crap, but I go back to my old settlement and I pause it so I'm not making a bunch of new people. So like here, I guess I'll show you real quick. But I'll put housing wherever, and then as it's getting built, I'll pause it here so people don't move in. And then what I'll do is, okay, I want to start moving people. Pause this one, and then unpause this one, and the people, I think, just move right over. So you can move people really easily. That part's not super tough. But yeah, when I set it up in a new location, I'll go ahead and I'll do like a lot of the basics. Here's transformers, here's the water facility, and then here's like 2 food markets, and then get that built. And then when they move over, it's not such a shock. It's a really weird conversation to have. Hey, we have new housing for you. It's in a much more beautiful part of town. It's not going to get gentrified or anything. Wink. And then they show up, and then it's like, oh yeah, there's like no food. There's no Xbox 360s or whatever. There's nothing. There's no electricity. You gotta light farts for heating. Like, it's not a good sign. But yeah, you just get... So save the game before you do. Save the game before you do, and then just bite the bullet. Just have at. Yeah. Okay, so... plenty of heavy metals in the water, though. Yeah! You don't need braces because there's plenty of metal in the water. Yeah! Don't drink metal, kids. That's gross. Okay. I'm taking my own advice. Believe that or not. Plenty of room. I think I want bigger store. How much? We use like 3 graphite and 6. I think I want bigger storage. I don't think 400 is going to cut it. I can either double it up to 800 or we can use big boy storage. I haven't decided which one I want to do yet. Man, I don't expect much for the dealership's Wi-Fi, but something not measures in kilobytes would be nice. Kilobits. You didn't want something in 9600 baud? Are you sure? That's weird. Man, back in my day, our internet made noises. Beep boo, beep boo, beep boo. We were immune to horror movies because every time we wanted to connect to the internet, we got a taste of evil every time. That's the noise. That's the noise the internet makes. Fight me. Okay. Very good. Very good, I say. So there's that. That would at least be nostalgic. Do you want me to make more noises for you? Call me pretty one more time. I'll make all the noises you want. Alright. I think this is good. 3 is what I need for cooling towers. I don't believe I need... Or 4... Yeah, 3 is what I need. 4 is what I want. 5 would be overkill. I still think this is overkill right here. What does storage need for maintenance? Yeah, it's all fun and games until you forget to, like, tomorrow, after you've had an adult beverage, and you're like, I could play some games or... No, that's valid. Holy crap. I wish... Yeah. So, 2 of these storages, actually. That's a loose storage one. 2 of these are 8... Would be 16 kilowatts. This is already 16 kilowatts. So I wanted to see if it was a maintenance conversation. If I'm going to have 30 more storages, I ain't paying for maintenance or whatever, you know? That was kind of the thing I thought about. That was kind of a thing I was thinking about. Now, I don't need this much water either. I don't know what I want to do about stuff. So I'm just going to leave it alone. I'm happy with this. This comes in as a first run. That is solids. This is liquids. Done. Now, the next piece. I had this structured a certain way, which I'm just going to structure again. So this goes away. That's not needed. I don't care if this is a separate service loop. Oh, not copy. Save. Oh my god. Stuff is happening. Stuff is happening. Alright, 2 seconds. Okay, wanted to blow my nose real quick. Had to toot my snoot. Toot my snoot. Good stuff. Okay. This... Not quite. Yep, perfect. This... Hold on. What is this? Oh, that's the finished product. Okay, right. Right, raw, finished. Okay, correct. Yep. Alright, I remember now. I was like, was that all the graphite crap from before? Nope. That's the real squeal. The real squeal. Okay, this is gonna hurt. I'm sorry, computer. Squishy Chew! I was hoping you were going to stay on longer. I was going to either raid you or I was going to raid District Spark later. 14-4-93. And the only way to say that with any amount of vigor and conviction is, eh, we had 14 bods, all the bods when I was growing up, and damn it, we loved it. I wonder if that's how we constitute patience now. If that's how we teach the younger generation how to be patient at all. Is we give them a modem. It's like, you want your internet so damn bad? Here, you can wait for it. Oh, I guess it wasn't that important, was it? It was quite one for me tonight, but so close to finishing that pack I could taste it. Really? Finishing it. Finishing it? I didn't think Minecraft mod packs could be finished. I thought it was like an admittance of defeat. And it was just like, well... Yeah, I'm not going to build Quasar Funbag Stars or whatever you got going on over there. Yeah, we're just going to... Yep, I guess I beat the pack. That's exactly how my... Really? Dude, congratulations. That's a feat. That is an effort of love and dedication for sure. Alright. Yes, welcome. Enjoy you Instabooks and face grabs on a landline. Listen here, we had MySpace. I'll fight you. We don't mess around in the pack and insanity. Yeah, it's almost like I think I've taken enough psychological damage that I can't be bothered to finish the pack. So you just put your high score of how far you got in the quest line on some webpage that doesn't exist anymore, and you're like, that's it. We're done. I'm done clowning around. No, still, congratulations, though. That's excellent. Hi, Tom. Oh, from... Tom from Newgrounds? Back in my day, we had entertainment via the Flash games, and now you're not supporting it no more. Take it out like that. Oh my goodness. So, this. I redid copper and iron to this arc furnaces. Arc furnaces are really important because they require significantly less coal to complete the Tom from MySpace. Well, I like the Tom from Tom Fulp. I thought Tom Fulp was alright. Your default single serving friend. I've been moving around my metallurgic process a bunch, getting everything to arc furnaces, and I was like, I think we're ready to evolve. So the Pokemon music comes in for evolution. I only know the one from Red and Blue. Dun 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 dun. Oh my god, Alakazam turned into probably an eldritch horror. Dun 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 dun. You get the idea. Anyway, I wanted to get this into a rail standard. So I unpause it so you can see exactly what's what. So in a couple of lines, we're going to have, this is iron. So we're going to have a train that brings in the ore, a train that takes the iron away, a train for all the other stuff we need. So you're exactly right. You said looks like trains, it's exactly trains. Thank you. I was tired of moving my metallurgic process around a bunch, and right now I'm at a point of prosperity. So I thought now's the time as any. So this is iron. We'll do just rough, just real rough. Here's copper. So can I have that? Thanks. So this isn't what it's going to look like, but it's going to be 1, 2, 3 of copper. And then we've got steel. I got to redo steel again. 1, 2, 3 of steel. So any metallurgic stuff kicks it here. So this is going to hold... Let's see, a train for water, a train for graphite and limestone, a train for raw, a train for finished, a train for raw, finished, raw, finished. So like 8 stops? Something? So that's going to be a bit of effort. But I just got done rough cutting this. So there's a ton of empty space I can clean up. Yeah, so I was just doing the math on all that. So that's why I'm moving this whole mountain, because I wanted to use the space. So solar's over there, which you've seen. Thank you both very much. I appreciate that. Solar's over there. That's still a project that's happening. I think it's, honestly, I don't say this about a lot of games, but I think this game has shown a level of maturity. I think you could take this game to a dinner party with your parents. I think it hold itself in conversation and not be too much of a jerk butt. And be like, oh, I invested in penny stocks, blah, 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 blah. I don't know. I don't know how snide people talk anymore. I don't talk to people. I thought I read in the patch notes that eventually you can get not needing iron. You can not need iron. No, you're correct. Let's talk about that. Iron is the first thing that you need to make 2 main components. Construction parts and mechanical parts. What you can do, though, is you could do the same of that with steel, Stell. Steel. Steel can also make construction parts and mechanical parts. The problem is the ratio. So let's talk about that. Let's talk about mech parts. For mechanical parts, if we're talking 1-to-1, so let's take this one. This one's easier math. 15 iron makes 12 mechanical parts. You're losing 3 every time. Oh, actually, we should talk higher because we don't have a better recipe. Here we go. 120 iron makes 96 mechanical parts. However, 48 steel makes 96 mechanical parts. What that ultimately means is steel takes 2 iron ore to make, but iron takes 1 iron ore to make. So 48 times 2 is going to be 96. So for every mechanical part you're making, you're saving more if you use steel. So you can just use steel. You don't have to use iron at all. You can use steel. For construction parts, the opposite is true. So yeah, here's the thing right here. So 72 iron to 96, 48 steel into 96. 48 times 2 is more than 72. So let's see here, 96. So you're losing steel when using iron instead. Now, the other thing is, you save on wood and you save on concrete slabs. That's something they just patched. They just added that. So you could use steel for everything. Now, somebody brought to my attention that there's some things that need repairs, aka your boat, that still need iron, even after it gets to a certain point. So I don't know if they've changed that as well. So you could go 100% steel and never worry about iron ever again. Again, at the savings of wood, like I said, this just got patched. I think like either yesterday's or the day before, they were like, you can use steel for construction parts, you lose iron, but you pick up in concrete slabs and wood. So I was kind of hoping to actually finally make use of molten balancers that combine two smelting areas. Ooh. I forgot molten balancers existed, actually. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, I kind of forgot they existed. Good find. District, if you're still here, are you planning on streaming at the time that is listed in your thing? Just to make sure we kind of connect a little bit. I was going to message you this morning, and then I was like, I'm going to play Balatro instead. And then I played Balatro instead. I guess that makes me a bad friend. Okay, so that's what's going on here. The reason why I still want to do an iron setup at all, even if I'm not using it, is because I don't know if there's going to be another update. It's like, we use iron. And we have that. Cool. I'll be raiding you when we are done. So I'll get to right about raid time. Right when you're about to start, I'll raid you, and then I'm probably going to pass out and then eat. I haven't decided which. I might order a pizza and put it on the bed, and then just lay on the pizza and just pass out. Just be like, I hope I eat while I sleep. That also doesn't sound like a great way to accidentally kill myself. It sounded romantic for a second, and then I'm like, it's probably a great way to not exist anymore. I'm going to go ahead and unpause this, or pause it again. New dev diary saying the patches will slow down now. Yeah, I think now is the perfect... Oh, right, what I was saying before. I think this is a mature game. That's probably fair. I think this is a mature enough game. You could take it to dinner with your parents. You could introduce it to your significant other. He died the way he lived. Suffocating to death on some fancy Italian cuisine. I can't wait for whoever's gonna talk at my funeral. Here lies John Tiberius Megacycle Othello III. I don't know if any of those names were correct other than the John part, but here we go. He died, damn it, he died doing what he loved. Eating fine, fattening, carbohydrate-riddled cuisine. Now I sound like comic book guy from The Simpsons. That's great. That's where I wanted this story to end. Or I make it really creepy and I do my own thing. I do my own video. Whatever. Hi. How's it going? If you're seeing this, I probably kicked that bucket so damn hard that I'm dead. That's how I want to do it. Yes. No, I 100% respect that. District, I respect it 100%. I'm just being a silly Billy. I might introduce captive industry to significant others I don't even have. Like, just hang out at the bar. It's just like, I'm not trying to pick up anybody. I'm not trying to be weirdo. I'll just be like, hey, how's it going? Doing all right? Yeah, can I buy you a drink? Hey, amazing. Hey, I like your shoes. Yeah. No, it's awesome. Have you met captain of industry? Oh, gosh. There's this guy that shows up and he just talks about video games all day. I can't handle it. Yeah, that's me. I don't keep an agenda in my wallet. What I keep in my wallet are 2 blue mana cards from Magic the Gathering. Why? 2 blue mana is exactly what you need to cast Counterspell, and that's the kind of shenanigans I live for. Chicken love logical industry simulators. Nope. Nope, chicken love. Congratulations. See what Orbital's into. Sheesh. Alright. What was I saying? What were we even talking about a minute ago? Hi, how's it going? JohnMegacycle here. Have you talked to your children about Captain of Industry? You should. It's a good game. Alright, that's my time. I'm out. Like that, it's not like a warning or anything. It's just, did you know Captain of Industry? And like that's it. That's my hot take. Alright, well that's my 5. Thanks for playing. Oh gosh. I did the same thing when I did my warp drive machine run of Factorio. I said the same crap. I warped 6 times, got demolished, lost all of my miners, walked out with like 2 turrets, my heart on my sleeve, and a tummy full of rage. And then I was like, this is a good game. I don't like where I'm at right now, but this is a good game. Parents, have you sat down with your children and talked to them about Factorio? If not, you should. Millions of people Factorio every Factorio. Factorio? Factorio. That's how you talk to loved ones. That's what I say on my server whenever like I regularly game with like other people, believe it. And whenever I do, I'm like, just so y'all know, you're not gonna get a hold of me for like 3 weeks. And they're like, what's up? Do you have like surgery or something? In a way, I'm going to be playing a crap ton of a video game, so I'm also going to be pretty much unreachable. And they're like, oh, fine, whatever. I'm at least polite enough to say, hey, here's the deal. Here's the skinny. Here's the what's. Okay, what was I? I can't talk because I keep tangenting over and over again. What is this? Who are you? New Foundry, who dis? You are... Limestone, okay. We got there in the end. Kind of. Can I have this? No. Because I rotated it. Like a mouse. Okay. So you need a connector. No, you're limestone. Okay. Oof, that was an identity crisis I wasn't sure I was going to be able to get out of. Speaking of tangents, were you able to make sense of the mess I made? Yeah, I think. I didn't think it was messy. Unless I critically missed something, I don't think it was messy. Well, I mean, that worked. I don't think I would have called it messy. Right. Oh, I haven't rotated this guy. If you're worried about that, you should see other people's builds. That's something that I've always appreciated about hosting these things. Like, I'm never gonna win, but, like, sometimes I beat myself up. I'm like, man, I could have done that all better. And then, like, look at it, I'm like, somebody else went. Someone else saw what I was playing, even though they can't, because password protected. And they picked up the ball, and they ran it to the other side of the field for the score point. Score point? Touchdown. That's... okay. So anytime I feel weird about... like, you should see some of the other players. Not to be insultory or anything. Like, everyone's got their own way to play, and I love that about these tournaments. But anytime I feel like, I could have probably done this better, there's usually someone that says, man, I screwed this up. And I'll look at their build, I'm like, you beat my score by like $30 trillion. How about settle down there? Yeah, I don't know how they play. It baffles the scientific mind. I don't know how it works. I don't... like, Ripley's Believe It or Not is calling me up, and they're like, you got any cool stuff you could show me that people will just believe it or not? Yeah, I do. Check this out. And I'll show them the dude's save file, and they'll be like, holy crap. That's a human? I'm like, I don't have proof. I don't have proof on any of this, man. Rumor has it, this is a real person playing this video game. Once a time, there was once a person named the dude who... yeah. I don't know how they do it. So the joke in the Discord server is they put up a video of their gameplay, but it's like 400x speed. So what I did is I said, as the dude, hey guys, in case you want to learn how to play the game a little faster, I put my playthrough up. And then I'm like, holy crap, they're moving really fast. And Ben was like, they're playing like at double speed. You could almost say they're moving at twice the speed. Yep. That's exactly what's happening. It's crazy. And even though double speed sounds hyperbolic, no. They are very good at the game, and I don't know how. That's why I never bring up how long I've been playing the game, because I haven't gotten better. Humans generally get better the more they practice a thing, I guess. I don't. Not at all. I've been practicing trying to eat a piano. Still haven't accomplished that. That's an embarrassing thing, but that's on my to-do list. Loose. Yeah. The loose goose. Loose conveyors. I can't wait for all this math to be incorrect. Par for the course dictates, by law, all this is just going to be absolutely incorrect. Why is that one on the to-do list? I guess the question to ask is, why isn't it on your to-do list, Monsieur Spark? I think you are missing out on a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Do I need to talk to you about eating pianos in the same regard I need to talk to you about Factorio? Hi, JohnMegacycle here. This entire session just became a public announcement thing. Talk to your children about eating pianos. Oh my goodness. Kyle, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate that. Whoop whoop. Awesome. What's potato chips in the punch bowl? Sometimes, look at Cobalt, sometimes I need a little bit of a crunch, okay? Sometimes, I'm a man of so many needs, apparently. Sometimes I just need a little bit of texture. Alright? Alright. Okay, this is... what is this? This is the finished product? This is not the right size of belt, but that's fine. Now, how... You're iron, right? Iron plate? Iron, okay. So this is the loading dock to get this out of here. Perfect. Perfect. Sometimes I just like a little extra crunch. This is the wrong kind of lift. This is the wrong kind of lift also could have been the title of this episode, if I really think about it objectively. Well, I can't drink it if it's on the floor. This is turning into one of those weird text-based RPGs from the whatevers. It's like, you've entered a room. It is drafty. The moon peers through a window you cannot reach. Obvious exits are north, east, and Dennis. Ah, yes, the famous Dennis exit. I forgot. Obvious exits are north, south, and punch bowl, apparently. Okay. All this is going to get redone. Yeah, you're in a forest. Climb the tree. You are still in the forest. Fuck! More forest! That's my 1 for the hour. That's my 1F, but that's how that whole thing goes. Oh, that's good. Oh, that's too good. Alright. This is going to be stuff that doesn't come this way anymore. This is supposed to be what? What is this? Slag. Okay, slag actually goes the other way as well. So you can just flip it up. That gets chopped. Okay, so. Finished iron. Why am I feeding it out this way? If all is fair and all is equal, I shouldn't be feeding it this way. Hey, guess what? Chicken butt. Surrounded by forest on all sides. Obvious exits are a locked door that leads to more forest, forest, and forest 2. Advanced forest. Ooh. Advanced forest. Okay, this gets cut again. This... Okay, this is the one thing that kind of irks me a little bit with larger blueprints, but this is definitely a me problem. Why is there a door in the forest? I think you're asking the wrong question. Why isn't there a door in the forest? Ooh, actually, that's fine because flip, flip, flip. I need a flipping tool. Flip, 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 flip. Ah, man, you don't get it. Considering the original word for a door was a portal, you could say there's also a portal in the forest. That's also another way you can handle that conversation. After 3 days of walking through the forest, you collapse over from exhaustion and die. Game over. That actually reminds me of... So before there was Dune, the movies now, there was Dune, the movie in 1984. There's also a book by Frank Herbert called, spoiler alert, Dune. A gaming company not so well known at the time named Westwood Studios took the IP, not the IP, but they worked with Herbert or whatever, and what they did is they designed Dune the game. Now, if anyone knows anything about Dune lore or anything, this is what's funny, is the idea of the game was it was an action strategy role-play game. Now, those are a bunch of genres you don't hear together too much. You play as Paul Atreides with Jessica Atreides arriving on the planet Arrakis. You go... I portal you. Doesn't have the same ring as I adore... nice. You go through and you roleplay and you talk to Fremen, and you go to the Sieges and you travel. You're also commanding the harvesting operations for House Atreides. It's actually a really interesting game. Up until the point, as far as I got, which is I kept dying in the desert. So you wake up one time in a fever dream, and you speak with your mother, Jessica, and she's like, "Are you okay? You might be awakening something within. Maybe go take a walk in the desert." I forgot how the actual verbiage goes, but that's about the brunt of it. And so you just go to the desert, and there's no timer telling you what to do. There's nothing saying how long you should be effing around in the open sun, which should be a negative amount of time in my opinion, but I know I have a very heated idea on how much sunlight I want in any given day. And then you die. But the game doesn't do a super great job telling you exactly what you need to do. In my opinion, it was kind of funny, if anything. I wasn't even bent that shape, but that's as far as I got. So I did. Nothing happens then. You talk to your mother again, and she's like, maybe you should go back to the desert. I think she just wants to get rid of you. I think she doesn't want to bother with the Kwisatz Haderach. I think she's just like, you know what? I have 2 kids, which Paul doesn't know at the time. She's like, I got the 2 kids. That's kind of enough for me. I could lose a kid, right? And that's what I always assumed was going on. Because like I never could progress in the game that far. Because you're supposed to have... You can't. Yeah, you can't progress in the game unless you say yes. What's supposed to happen is Paul goes into the desert, has a dream, because he's to become the Kwisatz Haderach. And he has, like, a vision, right? Like not a peyote stylized vision, but a vision all the same. And he, like, awakens. That's the phraseology. You're awakening the sleeper. So that's what's supposed to happen. But the funny thing is, I just kept dying in the desert. Because the game did not do super... I mean... I was a child also, so let's not beat up the game too much. But I was also a child. I was just so confused. Parental figure tells you to go play outside, preferably not in traffic. But it ultimately doesn't matter as long as you're out of the house and don't come back until the sun goes down. I see what's going on here. Jessica Atreides has told Paul Atreides to just leave the house. I need 5 minutes to myself. Just leave the house. I don't care. Go play with the Harkonnen. I don't care. That's not how that went, but that's just how my brain always took that. The spice does have amplifying properties for psychics and such. Okay, that's all done. That was fun. Okay. This needs to finish getting connected. I didn't check any of the throughputs yet. That's connected. That's connected. I just want a fundamental thing. I'd love an upgrade planner. That's what I want in this game. There's a beautiful upgrade planner in Factorio, which magnifique, so good. You go the other way around, mate. I already did you. Yep. Okay. Cool. That's already fine. Neat. That's an interesting way of connecting the casters. Oh! I wanted something that was very tight width-wise. Did not care about the height. So I'll show you what I started with. So this is what I had before. And the thing is, this sacrificed, I thought, too much width. Because of all these dead gaps. I didn't like that. So I was like, what is the widest thing? The casters. Now, I thought of raising the molten thing, but you can't. You can build molten stuff high, but you can't do anything about that. You can click and drag an upgrade tool. That, but you can't do it as ghosts. So you're correct. It does have ish thing, but no ghosts. I wish I could... You can have the design. When I'm done with it, I'll put it on the site. But that's why the casters are so weirdly placed. I took care of the caster output this way. So I wasn't wasting any more space this way, because these have to kick out this direction only. So I thought this worked fine. But this was the one thing I couldn't figure out how to handle, so I was like, I could either lose one square this way, or do it this way again, which is what I liked, but it's way too much wasted space. And because I'm redoing my metallurgy for the fifth time, whatever, blarg, I'm not doing it again. Thank you, Squishy. Thank you very much for the raid. Thanks for the visit. Really appreciate it. Hope you sleep well, my friend. Drink water, stay healthy, exercise, eat your vegetables, call your mom, tell you love her, blah, blah, blah. All this. Thanks, Dad. All right. Yes, have a good one, my friend. Okay. That's all done. That's all done. That's all done. Okay. So, everything's plugged in. So, as of right now, could turn it on, could test. Not going to. The other thing to note is I'm going to probably build only like 3 of these and then just leave the rest of it paused. My iron consumption is like nothing. And now that we've had the conversation about it, I might just leave this gap and just never build it out. But this is still a good template for things to come. So, okay. This is what? Water? Level 1 pipe is fine. I should make it level 2 though. Just in case. Of course, I'm sure I'm gonna have to fine-tune all this as we progress. Actually, I don't need it to go that high anyway. Because I've only got 3 things coming at the bottom, so having this at height 5 makes it look stupid. Yep. So, I've done something similar using central 4-lane wide main bus of molten iron going to the casters. I don't know why, but having molten iron exposed to elements bothers me. This is still a pipe one. I'm doing the same thing again. If you look up John, the name John in ancient Latin, it means one who cannot stop making their own mistakes. Oh boy. Yeah. There's a couple things that really bother me exposed to open air. Ethanol, meh. Maybe don't have a cigarette inside of the tank and we'll be fine. Corn, yeah, there's silage and rotting and stuff, and that's probably an issue. But I'm also generally fine with it. Medical kits, they are in enclosed boxes. They come in their own action figure-esque boxes. You buy the action figure, you get a free medical kit, right? Kind of. But the things I don't like being out in the open are sugar, for obvious reasons. Molten. Anything molten, crazy hot. What else? Salt. Salt makes sense. Salt makes sense. Lithium, asbestos, chlorine. Okay, these are also fine. These are also 100% accurate, but not in the game. Well, uranium is. Also, let me show you the island of uranium that's out here, because this is not unsettling at all. Here's the resource thing. Yeah, we're talking about the game. This. Something happened here. Resources don't propagate this way. So I don't know what the lore is. Maybe a meteor shower, and that's why all the land is dented up like this? I don't know. I like to roleplay a bit. Like, what's the lore behind it, right? Come up with a story. I'll come up with a story about anything. Okay. We're going to save. We're making some good strides. For today, I named this episode Foundry Rework. And again, that's before I really knew how this was going to play out. What I'd ultimately like to accomplish is I'd like to finish specifying out the rest of this. So iron, copper, steel. Should never touch open air. Should never be ingested. Should never just like there's more stuff not to touch and eat and taste, rather than there being more stuff to eat and the other two things I said. Let me guess, dirt. Yep. Go figure. Okay, I want to run through this one more time. Water. Raw ore. Why was I thinking latinum? Latinum is something else entirely. Graphite and limestone. Now, this can have regular and scrap. And scrap is here, which I might want to pull out a bit more. I'm probably going to pull out a bit more. But that's kind of the idea of that. Let's talk about belt capacity. That's a 2. That's fine. 2 for every 4. Or then I need a new belt to be run. So that's only going to get us so far. Low supply of steel. Okay, that's fine. We have another steel maker still cranking, right? I was told there was... Yeah. It's not even running. So... Yeah. Okay. We're still low on sand? Mate, you're killing me about this. Yeah. Dropping the bucket levels of stuff. That's unfortunate. Alright. Alright. I'm just gonna leave that be. This whole process needs to get reworked. There's just so much I gotta do. I would love multiplayer for this game. Have I said that yet? Oh, man. Playing with your friends, working on the mercantiles. Sounds like so much fun. Sounds like so much fun. Like so much fun. Like so much fun. No, no, just like so much fun. Sitting at the edge of Wi-Fi. That definitely sounds like a song someone needs to make. Like, it's a star-crossed lovers kind of a vibe, but it's just someone who can't get decent Wi-Fi to save their butts. That's... I mean, we're about to find out. It's this pillars placement again. Man, can't y'all support yourselves? I don't like this. How about that? U-shape lift, U-shape lift, U-shape conveyor. Ah. Yep. Alright, my setup. We got good Wi-Fi in my apartment, but I'm sitting in the sun at my parents' garden, so I think I'm going to drop off. Fair enough. Thank you very much for hanging out with us, Cobalt. Hoa Cobalt. I'm good with words. Yeah, thanks again. I hope you have a good rest of your day, okay? Alright, that looks a lot better. So now this... doesn't need to be balanced, per se. Did that? Oh, I'm not even close. Okay. Oh, I mean, might could. There. I don't think I hate that. Look at that. Nice. And this just runs rabbit over here. That is some kind of excellent. Now, the only real problem is none of this is going to work. Because we're also not taking into consideration scrap. Scrap needs to be processed as well. So if you could go... Oh, that's not going to work. Okay. Hold up. Boop. Skirty-oop. Boodle-oop. I make little noises. That's what I do. So where does... That's finished iron. Which definitely needs to be a level 3. Low hydrogen, you don't say. Because high diesel, you don't say. You didn't say. Okay, we're good on ammonia. That doesn't need to be worked down. Does this need to be popped? No. It can be closed up again, actually. Doop. The Bon Jovi song Living on a Prayer should be renamed to Living on the Edge of Wi-Fi. I think that'd be great. Okay, what else? Oh, right, scrap. So, this needs a balancer. This part does. Because this is going to look like this. And does that actually connect? Oh, it does. Hot dang. Look at that. Look at that. Now this guy. Unload the scrap. Unload the stuff. Unload the stuff. Okay. Good. Good. This is not going to have nearly as much throughput. Oh yeah, just sneak right in, my guy. There we go. Look at that. I don't like so many turns, but I guess for the space, that's kind of what I've got. This can come back 2 squares. 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 Meh. Is that the entertainer? I think that's the entertainer, yeah. Ba, 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 ba. Oh, actually, it can't. Because space constraints. Get it up and down in your space constraints. Oh, this definitely needs red. Thank you. Yeah, upgrading ghosts would be incredible. Because once I've built a thing, and then I redo the math, I realize it's terribly wrong. Okay. Raw stuff. Done and dusted. It does break here. Because this doesn't need to be level 3 all the way. I can upgrade that. There we go. The extra throughput doesn't actually matter at the end. Okay. Sorry, I got the yawns real bad all of a sudden. This kind of thinking I should take this and pull this down and put it here instead. Because I'm going to need 3 grinders. Why do I keep calling them grinders? I'm going to need 3 crushers for steel, easily. And if we get rid of iron, I might need 4. That all being said, that might be the way forward. Because adding 2 more grinders later is going to be a real pain in the rump. Now the problem is, how do I set that up? So how much more room is this going to take if I just slap this down? Bang, right? That's kind of a problem. How do I path the ore correctly? I can't really get on the other side of this anymore. Oh, I can. Yeah, alright. What if... Yoink. Yeah, alright. How about that? Same conversation piece. I don't know if that's going to work. It's definitely not going to work if I don't face him correctly. There we go. Ooh, okay. That's our big bucket of chicken right there. I like that. Can you be right there, though? Maybe that's the... Low supply of steel... Oh, because the... you know what? I'm fine with that. Now, the funny thing is... The part that's not funny is all this needs to be switched over. So, why am I doing it this way? Well, what if I need to add another row, right? Putting the crushers down here makes this trivially easy. Trivial is a strong word. Easier, for sure. Easier is definitely a word I could throw around. I could throw around the word easy pretty good. 1, 2, 3, 4. This stops right here. And then these can all be level 1s. There you go, buddy. I have these as at level 2s. These don't need to be level 2s. 1, 2, 3. You're level 2. Okay. Everything can just be level 1. You don't need to be level 2. There's no point in spending even more materials if I'm just going to go absolutely ham on the rest of my materials. 1, 2, 3. That's not how it goes. 1, 2, 3. Crunch. A 3. Alright, what's up? Oh, you guys don't connect anything. Well, isn't that cute? Ooh. Oh, but it's wrong. No, it's fine. So this comes to about there. This is why you build bottom up. I like straightforward over easy. It implies it might take some time planning, but there's room to move versus wiggle, nose, and it's done. Yes. Yes, I like that. I like that a lot. I had a similar conversation with someone about video games being hard versus difficult. And my argument was, if a game has a good system to play, and it is well designed, it is a hard fight. If it is generally difficult to manage, like the user interface doesn't react, there's not enough information, it's just a not fun experience, then it is a difficult game. Now, I know I'm really splitting hairs on that, but that's like how I take it. So, like, if anyone here's played Dune 2, the RTS, that game, I would argue, was hard and difficult. You can't select multiple units. Units take orders very implicitly. You move here, that could be right through an enemy base. It will not defend itself. Units don't guard. Units don't scatter when they should. Like, the game is, now that you've played a modern RTS, that game is arguably just difficult AF, and not for, like, whatever reasons. Granted, the final fight against Baron Harkonnen and the Emperor is a pain in the rump, but still. Yeah, so I like that. It's straightforward. As opposed to, yeah. I like that a lot. No place to dump stuff. Are you done? Oh my gosh. Awesome. I definitely have fond memories. I know I beat him up a bit, but like that's what cut my teeth on RTSs in the first place. Yeah, I know I give him the business, but it's very much a love thing. Dune gave me absolutely a wrecked right wrist because mouse control. But I learned a lot about mouse control. Like, just, there was no pausing the game and giving units orders. There wasn't a slowdown. Battle is happening. Guess what? Shai-Hulud is going to snack on your siege tanks, whether you want that to happen or not. Because finding where Shai-Hulud is in the first place is a chore. Second of all, telling all your tanks to, you have to give 42 move orders in the next 6 seconds. Guess what? You're going to lose some siege tanks. Yeah, 100%. But yeah, that was my first real RTS, 100%. So yeah, I've got a lot of mad love for it. But oh man, playing House Ordos and trying to beat the final level with the deviators that are garbage, no thanks. What a pain. House Ordo, whatever the mentat for House Ordos. I want to say it starts with an S or something. But they're like, we've also received access from our saboteur network. You have now access to saboteurs in your next conflict against House Atreides. And I'm like, that sounds dope as heck. And you build the palace, and this little guy pops out. I'm like, oh, he did the Widow guy. Oh, yeah, Widow guy. And then I'm like, is he stealth? Does he have, like, a circle of protection or something? Is there something? No. Gets shot immediately. I'm like, okay, well, maybe infantry can see him. That's fine. Maybe an infantry can see the dude. That's cool. And then I was, like, running up to a tank. I'm like, I'm going to fart in this tank's windpipe, and it's not going to be able to do nothing. Boom, dead. I'm like, well, what's the point of this thing? And then the same thing with the rocket turrets, which are really good against infantry. Dead. Alright. What do the other houses get? Well, the Atreides get Fremen. They go to the kitchen, and there are 3 faucets. Hot water, cold water, and Fremen. And they just leave that faucet on all day, all night. And the Harkonnen get... Hold on, I have my notes here. Missiles. They get the Death Hand missile. For the name of all that's holy. Come on, this isn't fair. This is dumb sauce. Oh, sorry, I went a bit of a rant there. Yeah. You know what? There's a new version of it. Dune 2 Legacy, which is a current build of the game. If you ever wanted to give it a try, let me know. I'll find it for you. But it has all the modern conveniences. Multi-select, easier unit limit, and like those 2 things alone are pretty freaking incredible. So you select 30 units, move here. Hoof. Awesome. What is the problem? No place to dump. You go there. Did it not give you dumps? I gave you dumps. Yeah, look at that. You figured it out. Yeah, you're dumping left and right. There you go. You just had to have someone show you how to poops. It's okay. We've all been there before. As bibbers. As little bitty bibbers. Okay, this goes away. This actually plugs in here. Yeah, I've played that game to death. You can also make maps. There was a map maker for it. Good old Westwood is absolutely exactly how I'd say it, because Westwood It was so cool because there were two gaming juggernauts at the time, in my opinion. There was Westwood Studios and Blizzard. Now, you might say, John, these are two separate gaming companies. What are you saying? Well, they both started to get into RTSs, right? We have Warcraft, the original Warcraft, and the original Dune 2, right? And then there was Command and Conquer, and then that was with Warcraft 2. So you've got like these competing companies, and also their games played very differently. The games did not really play the same. The idea was there, right? Archers are good against footmen. Footmen are good against catapults. Like that same rock, paper, scissors, or it's called a power triangle was there. But what it ultimately came down here is these were two different companies that saw the RTS genre and did it differently, which was really cool to play. But that's not where that story ends. There was more to it because there was also Diablo, right? The canonical ARPG, the action role-playing game. But Westwood Studios also came out with one. It was called Nox. And it was also an ARPG of sorts. So you have these two companies, they're kind of dibble-dabbling in each other's stuff. Westwood Studios also did games before that. There was a turn-based, I wouldn't call it like a dungeon crawler per se, but it was called Lands of Lore. That was also very good. But the thing is, like, it's a neat little rivalry because Diablo came out or whatever, and then, I don't know, a couple years later, Nox came out, and it was like, man, if you said ARPG, Diablo is king, that's a valid take. Nox was still good, though. I'm not going to knock on Nox, you know what I'm saying? It was still quite good. Okay, I got tangenty again, sorry. I do that sometimes. I got one more. So, good old Westwood is absolutely what I would say, regardless, bar none, no argument. What still kind of bugged me, though, was games of the original development team felt like they were riding on that fame, and one is called Bastion? Hold on. No, I'll find it. It was I want to say Battalion. Steel Battalion? hang on, I'll find it. I have it. Forge something. Forge Battalion. I didn't spell battalion right. Okay. So, Forge Battalion was made by Petroglyph. Petroglyph was the remains of the Westwood Studios team after EA, blah, 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 blah. It was a very interesting core concept of a game. It was a design your own units kind of a game. So you had like 4 different frames, I'll call them. There's an infantry frame, a recon vehicle frame, a heavy vehicle frame, and an aircraft frame. And then it broke down further. It's like, you want aircraft? Do you want bomber or fighter? Do you want cargo? Or like, what do you want? And so the idea is you design your own units based on a point system. So what I built was the Orca bombers from Command & Conquer 2. So I got a somewhat fast-ish heavy frame that just had bombs. No anti-air, no nothing. And it was neat. It was a really neat system. The problem is, at the time, the genre was plagued by unlocking stuff. So in order to have access to everything, you had to play a bunch of missions, like a ton of missions, which is one of the reasons why Command & Conquer 4 never really got off the ground, in my opinion. Is because you had to, like, I bought Command & Conquer 4, and I was like, man, I can't wait to play with my mammoth tanks. I was so excited. And then I played a mission, and I'm like, I played a skirmish, and I'm like, okay, you have to unlock the mammoth tanks? You know what? Fine. If that takes like a 2-hour, 3-hour thing, if it takes 10 hours, I'm fine with it. I want to play the new Command & Conquer game. And the one thing that was in the Command & Conquer game, and every Command & Conquer game, is this thing called Tiberium. Guess what really wasn't in Command & Conquer 4? Like, any real idea of Tiberium. It was so weird. You know how we got this core component that drives the key narrative of every one of our games? How about we just don't have that anymore? I'm not mad, you're mad. So anyway, Forge Battalion was interesting because it took the same formula and tried to to mold it a little differently, which no argument really. The one argument I do have is it didn't do a good job of it because everyone made the exact same unit. Every single fight I had was against somebody was in the exact same format. Oh, here's an infantry that's good against infantry. Here's a vehicle that's good against other vehicles. Here's an aircraft that's good against other aircraft. Everyone had the same 2 or 3 units. Like, there was no reason. Your unit's faster. Okay. Fast unit doesn't make a lot of sense when the battlefield is massive, right? I still have so much time to build up my economy. It doesn't really make a lick of sense. So, I don't know, that game specifically kind of made me feel like they were riding off of the whole Westwood thing, and it was like, yeah, Westwood Studios coming up with a new game. Aw, man! And then, of course, guess what hits us? Our nostalgia, right? We're like, aw, man, I loved the games. I loved it so much. They were so good. And then it's like, yup, they were so good, is the right way to say that. And as much as I'd also love to have it come back, it just doesn't... It doesn't slice. It just doesn't slice. I literally gave Command & Conquer 4 as much patience as I possibly could. And I was like, I don't mind if a gaming company or someone tries something new. That's not ultimately my beef. But the new idea felt like it was very poorly executed, and it just didn't... This wasn't a game anymore. This was homework. I have enough homework. I don't need more homework. Thank you for this gift of homework. I don't need more homework. Okay, so there's that. This doesn't have to be level 3. This can be level... Yeah, make it level 3. I get on rants. I have feels about video games. Sorry. I probably gained like 13 viewers in that little bit, and then I lost 18 or something. Red Alert was also interesting. Red Alert played more into the storytelling that Westwood was capable of, because Westwood devastatingly did great work on those little short videos. Those little short videos that made you feel engaged, right? Warcraft and Warcraft 2 had some animation bits. It was some animation bits, and like, here's a human paladin about to smash a peon's face in. We gotta go defend the village, the Horde village, you know, and that's kind of cool, but like, what are they, FMVs? The FMVs of Command & Conquer and Red Alert, where it's like, man, this is where it's at. This is absolutely where it's at. It was so cool. I liked it so much. I don't know. Also, quick thing about Red Alert. Red Alert 3 was a weird duck for sure, for 2 reasons. One, it was way more aimed at guys than it ever needed to be, and that's awkward and weird, and I don't care for that. It was also a fundamentally decent RTS. The thing that got me about that too much was the secondary abilities of everything. It was like, if I want to mess around with that much extra harumph, I'll play StarCraft, because this is way too much micro for me. Every unit has a secondary ability, and it's like, that's cool, but man, that's still a lot of work. But the thing that was redeeming for it, in some regard, in all regards, was Tim Curry. Oh my god. We're gonna go find that right now. We're gonna find that video. You can tell in every video Tim Curry is having a delightful time, and because he is, you are, right? I'm just gonna look up the line. Man, whatever AI is trying to predict what I'm trying to say, it's terrible. Okay, here it is. So, Tim Curry plays as the Premier. And... as the Soviet Premier, and oh my gosh. Hilarious. I love Tim Curry so much. Oh man. What a perfect role. Perfect one in Rocky Horror Picture Show. Just an awesome, just so much. Like, I don't think there's a single thing. Oh, the Clue? Let's not forget about Clue. Oh my. Clue's so good. Flew so good. Ba-na-na-na. Ma, ma, ba-ba-bum. Ba-na-na-na. So that is that thing I just posted. That is the thing that makes it complete, I think. Just you can see him absolutely losing it at the seams. Super good. Super good. Super funny. Absolutely funny guy. Alright, I forgot to figure out how much all this stuff produces. Oh, that wasn't even the right thing I was supposed to be deleting. We have way more than 10. This has to be a level 3 belt. Should actually get back to playing the game and stop talking, huh? 2, 4, 6, 8. This needs to be... Well, actually, 8. 8 is fine. Everything else is not, so... The connector doesn't exist. That's a big bunch of farts. Thanks. That's the kind of appreciation and understanding I need right now in my turbulent life. 2? What is the height here? 2? Probably. There's that. Come with me. Come with me. He's very alive. No, he's very alive. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think he's doing a reboot of something, or maybe I'm thinking of Mel Brooks. Also, an absolute treasure. Oh my gosh. He's rebooting Spaceballs, I think. Which was an interesting movie in its own right. Remember when I said like 2 hours ago, I'm like, the real plan of this here mission, this here session's going to be to get all this Foundry stuff figured out. I'm just keep touching it over and over again, just so much I want to mess with. Okay, this is slag. Blue is not... let's... hold on. 11, and I have 10? 8? Holy crap, that is actually good enough. Okay. So here's our iron. Here's our iron. You'll have to hop up by one? Oh, hold on. Pull up. Pull up. Yes? I don't think I care. That can stay as 2. Now that music is too loud. I know it's very much a, yeah, granddad or whatever, but listen, I've been to my fair share of concerts. We've had a conversation about that. I cracked out my massive CD collection, and I talked all the tickets I had. My earring, well, I have earrings, but also my hearing is a little... Curry's memoir titled Vagabond is scheduled to be released. Thank you, that must be it. He did such a good job in Clue. If anyone enjoys the board game Clue, of all the board games I've ever seen, and I was like, I wonder what this would be like as a movie. Clue is the one that I unabashedly do not regret thinking that, because wasn't there an Uno movie or something? There was an Uno movie. Whatever. There's all kinds of board games and stuff that turned into movies, I'm sure. Wasn't Life? Board Game of Life? I think that was a movie. Whatever. But like Clue, I was like, I didn't think there'd be that much depth. Oh my god. I was wrong. I was hecka wrong. Super ultra hecka wrong. Okay. So that's water. This is raw materials. That is ore. This is raw materials for literally everyone else. So this is... No, that's not it. This is it. So now I gotta figure out how to get this stuff to all the other places. So what if we trim this up a little bit? What if we gave ourselves a little more space, right? Treat ourselves nice? Forgive yourself. Give yourself some room. You gotta be healthy for it, right? It's always nice to help other people, but if you yourself are not ready, you gotta be ready. So let's treat ourselves nice. We're gonna use a little bit of storage and everything. Just so I can remember exactly what the heck is going on here. You are iron. Great. There's that. Something's messed up here. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, fixed. Fixed. Okay. Man, this is going to be so good. Okay, right, raw materials. So the other raw materials we're missing are... Drumroll, please. I forgot. Limestone. Hey, I remembered. And the graphite. Graphite? Graphite comes first. There we go. I don't know if level 2 is fast enough. Level 2 should be... Well, hold on. Let's do the math. 6 times 8 is 48. I want another array like this. So that puts us at almost 100. And then I want another array like this. No, another 2 arrays like this. Yeah, it puts us at about 200. Awesome. And that's for limestone. Yes. No. Butts, man. Just butts. Alright, it's fine. We'll just do 1 storage. It'll be fine. What is this? Oh, whoops. Oh, God. Haha, I was messing with the wrong thing. All these stations look the same. They're not built. Okay, I did want 2 of these. Okay, that's fine. Okay, that... I'm screwing with the wrong thing. Okay, 1 storage each is fine. Flat, level 1 is good. There's that. There's that. Cool, happy, groovy, tasty, awesome. Earthworm Gym was great. Can I just throw that out there? Earthworm Jim was a video game and a cartoon about an earthworm that a super suit fell on top of, and now he's Earthworm Jim. Cool. You now know the rich lore of Earthworm Jim. It was good. It was very slapsticky comedy. If you like slapstick comedy, it was very good. Yes. Oh, tell me I can do that again. In the correct spot, because I just did it in the wrong spot. Dang it! So, pillars are the problem. Yeesh. Okay. That's fine. If this works at this length, we're solid. Yes! Beautiful. Oh my gosh. The whole empire was going to collapse if this didn't connect. I'm kidding, obviously, but still. Like I said, I'm honestly looking super forward to getting this all built and designed and set up and be like, hey, John, how are trains supposed to work? And I'm like, how are... Wait. What did you just say? No! So this is how this is going to fly. This is bananas on its own face. Okay, so I did that because I don't have enough room there because that's a double header. This is going to be really annoying, but I think the second we get this figured out, it's going to be real ducky. Just straight up ducky. I really want to see it live. Yeah. I really, that's absolutely bucket list. So what were we on bucket list about? Beat Battletoads, the Nintendo game, because forget that noise. That game was just stupidly hard. Eat a piano. The whole thing. Not just the keys. If I'm going to do it, it's hot sauce all the way. We're going to do the whole thing. I also don't care for hot sauce. So it's going to be a really interesting day. And then, yeah. Rocky Horror Picture Show. Thunder Cuckoo Bird. That's better. Arguably, that looks a little bit better. By arguably, I mean I'm willing to argue with somebody about it. Yeah, I didn't like that bend. But you can't go out one more square. And you can't go up one more anyway. So, anywho... Dang it. Ah, one square off. Okay. Fine. Fine. Ooh, that's... Okay, that's more than what I wanted to accomplish, but that's fine. This is a U-shaped lift. What if I did this differently? It has to go right here. Nope. All over again. Thank you. 2, 3. So there's our U shape, and then I need 2 flats. I don't think this is going to work for reasons I don't remember. We're about to find out, though. I think this gap is too wide. Oh, butts. Okay, no, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, fine. So it can't be at the very dead corner. It can be... Oh, man. I need one spot for the thing. That's occupied. Okay, we don't double the storage. So this is 400. Each of these are 240. Yeah, 240 a pop. So that's not terrible. It's just not the way I want to do it. It's cool. I'm going to spend all this session and next session just quagmiring my way through this. Load, load, load. That red bit is blocked for a reason, and that's fine. You can't directly plug stuff into buildings. These balancers, they've got to be... They got to be... worked a little bit, I guess. Okay. Conveyor 3. Oh. Oh, no, flats. Yeah, flat, flat, flat. In about 15 minutes here, I am going to get up and I'm going to have myself food. I've been kind of chomping at the bit, so I haven't really been paying attention to time or anything. But I think 15 minutes will give me enough time to wrap this up. At least this part of it. That looks so much better. Okay. Alright. Huh. It's a good kind of tired, right? Like, I'm not physically fatigued. I could probably go for a walk right about now, but still. That's the wrong type of conveyor, silly boy. It's just getting all this working is just such a relief. It feels so good. Awesome sauce. Yeah, get that guy right in there. Alright, there's iron. Now, I have other things I need to distribute. And that comes down here. So, let's figure out how we're going to do this, because I don't know how we're going to do this. So this... No, this is 2. Thanks. This still goes ad infinitum because we got other metallurgic processes that... Hello? Thanks, mate. We have other metallurgic processes that need to get done up. So there's the idea about that. I guess I really don't need to lower it and raise it and lower it and raise it. That doesn't make any sense anymore. I thought it was going to look better aesthetically, but the only thing it's doing is it's kind of obfuscating the process, which is not what I'm trying to accomplish. Yeah, that's good. As a friendly reminder, no trucks. No trucks shall pass. This is a no trucking zone. So I think... Oof, how do I get something from both sides easily? Okay, I think I know how I'm willing to do it. 3, 4. Yeah. One more square, please. Thank you. I need a flat. About like that. A loose you. Loose me, loose you. Get a loose of this guy. I don't know. No! What happened? We were so close. What happened? Yeah, okay. Glad we had this chat. Flat connector. No, conveyor. My bad. Cool. There we go. So what layer is what? The first layer is... I can't remember. Flat. Okay, so flat is layer 1, loose is layer 2. That's perfect! It's almost like I planned any of this. Look at that rudder. Look at that rudder. Okay, you come there. You go up. And connect. Hey, thanks, buddy. Thanks, buddy, pal, friend, guy, pal, buddy, pal, guy, friend, guy, pal. This is going to come there, and then up to 2. Okay, up to 2 now. Okay, so there is that. The last piece of the puzzle, at least at this level, is going to be water. The next level up has to be exhaust and steam, which I am not dealing with exhaust in a healthy way yet. Okay, still the same grade. Awesome. So this is actually going to just go right back. Take it back now, y'all. Cha-cha, real slow. Crisscross. No. Oh, yes, 4. Yep, perfect. Word perfect seems to mean different things than what I'm trying to figure out here. Oh, because the lift is in the way. Oh. Okay, fine. Okay, somebody explain this to me. Oh, because this is already at height 3. Okay, you can't go straight because... Oh. Yeah, alright, you can't go straight because of the supports. So this is fine. Cool. Okay, there's water, which I have not tussled with yet. So, What the hell are these things? Oh, those are the storages. Okay, I don't need that. Cool. That frees up a stupid amount of space. I'm fine with this. We're gonna bring this back one more dilly-dilly. Yep. Now that is the final form. So this looks like this. Height balancer. What was the take? Was that? Oh, hold on. No, that's in the game. That's in the game. Yeah. When you play as the Premier and everything is falling apart or whatever. Oh no. How did it go? I can't remember if it's the Allies and you beat the Soviets back to the point where they've lost Stalingrad or whatever. I forgot how it worked, but yeah. He's basically, like, you can see it in his eyes. He's about to lose it. He's about to lose all composure at any moment, and it is glorious. In the words of Arvatos Vex, glorious. The one place not ruined by capitalism. Spice! Yeah, he's about to giggle himself into a coma, for sure. I love that energy, though. Like, all too much of that game is just weird. Like, it's overtly not PG. And everyone who it has a role in it, it just seems very much like, okay, you're a military guy, you're from America, have at. It's like, okay. Whatever. But, like, the people they chose for the Empire of the Rising Sun, I think, is also George Takei. George Takei is the Supreme Emperor of Japan, which I thought was friggin' awesome. No arguments here. No arguments here at all. It's like they got some really cool cameos in there. And then also who plays the American president is someone who's really popular also. I think he does insurance commercials now. I don't remember their name because I can't remember people's names to save my life. But like the game had like some real talent. Some real talent. And like everyone played their role pretty dang well, but I just think Tim Curry, sorry, I got kind of a crush. Is great. Just great. Alright, that's all I have to say about that. Come back in about 5 minutes. I'll probably have way more to say about that. But for now, wee. Okay. Cooling towers are hooked. Water is hooked. The only thing that we're dealing with extra is steam. Now, exhaust. Can I bottle exhaust? That's my question. I don't think I can. Dang it. Oh, that was going to be so cool. I was going to bottle the exhaust and ship it somewhere else. I could have vent it or something, right? I can either vent it or treat it. If I treat it, we get sulfur, CO2, and more steam, which I don't really want. We could... What is that? Hold on. There's a thing I have. It's a gas injection pump. Provides permanent disposal of gases such as carbon dioxide by dissolving them in a liquid, injecting them under pressure into the ground. Has no pollution effect, can be built only on top of a limestone deposit. Is that the... Okay. Is this the only thing that it can do is CO2? Required ground deposit with thickness 6. Current... Okay. Yeah, man, I'm devastating the limestone. Is there a spot I can just put this for testing science? Ha 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 ha. Effing no. Alright. Well, according to this, It can only do carbon dioxide anyway. So this doesn't do me any good. I could build my own deposit, but this is only carbon dioxide. If I'm going to scrub exhaust, I'm going to also scrub other stuff. So what does that look like? Because I've taken care of the steam. Steam comes... Well, I will take care of the steam. Steam comes down here. I don't want to build another train for... Well, hold on. Hold on. That. Sulfur. And graphite, right? Bonzer. Okay, awesome. Here's what we gonna do. Boop. And then... sulfur. You don't always know where you stand. Got that in my head too often. Which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but it is certainly a thing. So here's how this is gonna do. We're gonna scrub down everything we can to get the graphite out of the CO2. The sulfur will pipe out of here. Sulfur. So this is going to be still one train. So I'm building 1/6s. Graphite, limestone. Graphite, limestone. Sulfur, I guess? We're going to go through limestone way faster than we are going to graphite, right? And we're going to make our own graphite. We're going to rub two farts together and make our own graphite. So how much sulfur are we talking? Ugh, cracks neck. All right. Hustle up. It's time for some math. Hustle up. Yeah, time for math. Okay, 12. 2, 4, 6, 8. 8 times 12 is what? 96? That sounds about right. So 96 exhaust. Exhaust scrubber. Okay, thank gibbers. Yes, give me both of these. It also uses limestone. So 96... 96, 96. Five, hold on. 96 times 4. Oh. What's 96 times 5? Perfect. Okay, that is enough. One exhaust scrubber can run flat out all the time. This is gonna be dope. I didn't think of any of this. This is great. Just fell on my fat face and I'm just getting into it. Where's the CO2 guy? Is it underwater or something that I wouldn't expect? No. Okay. Where are you? It's not an incineration plant. Yeah, okay, that doesn't do me any good. I'm gonna find it. You can't hide from me. No, I don't want nuclear. Okay, thanks. I'm not high, am I? What's it called? Oh, it's a chemical plant. Oh, I thought there was a specific CO2 scrub-a-dub. Okay, fine. This is not clustery at all. Okay. Let's prototype this out literally anywhere else. And while we're doing that literally anywhere else, this goes away. There's no need for it, I don't think. I think we're going to have more than enough. Oh, God. Okay, that's not what I wanted. Thanks. I think we're going to have more than enough coming in that I don't really have to fret too hard about it. Yes. Oh, sweet. Sweet, sweet, the cheat. Today's the day and your fake ID, so get upstairs. Oh, and make me some breakfast. Once a stream, right? Once per stream, I get to bust that one out. The same thing with, you said you bake us a cake. 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 Which I'm sure I've brought up. No! You were the one that was supposed to save us. Not join them. Is this a 3 or is this a 2? Is this a 3 or is this a 2? Is this a 3 or is this a 2? Okay, we're fine. Alright, so. Yeah, I think I did all the math on this correct. So this is a 2. It gets plugged into here. Nope. This, priority in. So this needs to come back us. Oh my god. Okay, we can do this. Hold on. This looks like this. Cool. Level 3. Hot dang. This level 2? I've totally lost optics on how much resource I require. This is terrible and I hate it, but that's okay. It's fine. It's fine. For a bit of readability. Just a wee bit of readability. Let's take that. Thanks. Thanks. Come on. You've almost got it. Okay. That is less dumpster. I like that. We have no more room. I cannot fudge any more room. Okay. One is water. One is exhaust coming in. I need a water going out. So this is already pre-balanced. What? Oh, yeah, yeah, you can't connect this. There's a railroad in the way. Yes, very good. I was so confused for a second there. Okay. So that is exhaust coming in. That is that, or steam. It's steam coming in. Exhaust is something else. Okay. Let's see if I can build this to not be terrible. I doubt it, but we'll see. That turns into graphite. This seems real simple. Cool. How much CO2? We're not doing the limestone. Oh, wait. We are going to do the limestone. Otherwise, I'd have to deal with slag. Wait a minute. Oh, yeah. No air pollution. Hey, guess what? Chicken butt. Get out of here. Chicken butt! Do chickens have butts? I'm not going to Google it. I'm not going to look it up. I'm assuming chickens have butts. Cloacas? Is that the same as a butt? I thought that was the... Oh, yeah, okay. That's not the part I was wondering about. Okay, yes. Thank you. Correct. It's a mixed waste program. Yeah, that's one way to say that for sure. It is a multifunctional toot system. Yeah, I meant like the meat of the butt. When I say butt, I mean like the tush. I don't think chickens have tushes, though. I know, very vile language. I'm sorry. I'll clean it up for our stream. I need how much? Minimal amount of sulfur. So 1 train worth is perfect. You can just ignore everything and everyone else. Yeah, no gluten. Yeah, I knew not the entire backyard, but maybe they had something else. I don't know. I don't know where this is going. Let's not worry about it. Okay, you need water and exhaust. You make lime and limestone. Dude, I think this is gonna work like so good. Like stupidly good. No, just level 1, thanks. So just to make sure I have all this plugged in, I'm just gonna pull this stuff... Okay. I guess the other way. Thanks. What else? You're loose. Water that. How much? 480, 48, 48. Okay, so I'll mess with the inputs in a hot second, but here, there's that. 480. 182, which you already figured out. 480, 48. Okay, so 480 actually is too slow for, or too much for level 3. Thought I did the math. Oh man, I don't want to do a second bigger pipe. It's twice the price. Oh, and a crap ton of steel. Derf. Okay. D-E-R-F. Derf. Narf. Darg. There's a lot of things to say. I have a lot of words. Who knew I had a lot of words? Okay, try that, try that. I know I said I wanted to break a while ago, and that will still happen. What happened here, mate? Okay. Mystery of our time on that one. Okay. This is the rough. This is the rough cut that gets everything I need together. So now, can it fit? Oh, buddy. Oh, man. Yes, I know, Nico. I know. I know. I know. I know. Chickens don't have butts. I don't know if you could hear him. He's meowing in another room. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna step away. I'm gonna get a bite. I'm staring at this for too long, and I'm just gonna keep at it. Just not the end of the world. So let's do a quick save. Let's back off our edicts a little bit. Hospitals are working. That's great. I could tamp down that a scooch. I know. Oh my god. It's not dinner time yet, but it very well rightly could be. Okay. I'm gonna leave you with some trains. Let's say like 15 minutes. I need to actively put good food in my face, and it takes a while for me to chop up a salad. This is a little on the loud side. There we go. Thank you. Okay. Doop. Badoop boop. Badoop. Okay. I'll be back in a bit. Alright, I'm back. Nice quick lunch. Oh, let's see. What warnings will I get if I hit F11? Steel, chlorine, hydrogen, and sand. Actually, not too different from where we were anyway. Not too bad. I still have a population. That's good. I'm mildly surprised about that. Hi, Nico. I couldn't give you my lunch. Like, it was a salad, but it had, like, feta cheese on it, and, like, salad, and... Depending on what you read, where you read it, how you read it from, I've never found a definitive answer as to whether cats can have lettuce or spinach. Now, grass, no problem. There's, like, specifically cat grass you can give your cat. Helps them, you know, work out some stuff. But I don't know about, like, lettuce and spinach and stuff like that. More leafy greens would be the way I would say it. Okay, I'm still doing that. How's this coming along? We played this mostly paused, which is fine. Okay, steel is low. I call bull. Chlorine is low. Might be some truth to that. They're fine. Okay. I guess a smart thing would be maybe organic stuff to ensure there's not pesticides or anything on the stuff that might give them a bit of trouble. Yeah, that's valid. I do have, whenever, about once a month, going grocery shopping, I'll come back with some cat grass. I thought, yeah, I was hoping just less. Not immune to, but I was hoping less, but yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, which is poison still poison, synthetic or not. I get ya. Okay, did I fix all this? I didn't fix all this. Okay. So, this gets nabbed real quick. Because I need a flat balancer here. You're going to come here. You're going to come here. Now, you might be saying, why a balancer? Well, I need a balancer because we're actually going to have... Spinach also fine? Okay. Graphite there? Here? Here. Okay. Nope, just regular level 1 will never produce that much. Ooh. Oh, that sounds really good. That's the priority. Ooh, man, hold your butts for a little bit of jank, huh? Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. Cool. That works for me. Now, limestone. Huh. Same thing. I need a balancer. Let's say here. No. I don't like that at all. I like that actually even less. Congratulations. That is doable. I can roll that. So now this... This is one of those games that I could spend all day designing a thing, never building said thing, and still happy as a clam to play. Again, I think the potential for this for multiplayer would be astounding. Astounding. That's limestone? Awesome. Guess what you need? Not a lot. I'm pleased as punch this is gonna work. In theory. We're still in the theory bits. No, I still avoid strictly even anything, ins or outs. I kind of feel that's just something that's gonna bite me in the face. Okay, what is this? Is this steam or water? This is steam. This is steam. It's steam low. And steam low is what we're producing? Hot jams. Okay, I was afraid it was going to be a different kind of steam and I'd have to balance it and it'd be a real pain in the rumpus. In the rumpa-dumpus. Okay, so this can connect to... the... Nope. Frickin' drum roll, please. There we go. Right? There. Done deal. Okay. Next we need... the exhaust. The bottom is water, which is blocked. The top is... the top is water, actually. What's the middle one? Middle one's exhaust. What's the bottom one, then? Oh, that's water coming in from the... yeah, okay. Right. Ding. 48, 9, 480, 12, 192, 48, 9. Oh, we do have some slag. Dang it, I thought the other one... Oh, the other one doesn't have slag. Okay, but I don't want the pollution, so... Shoot. Oh, shucks. Well, we have slag as a byproduct anyway. I'm trying to think of what I could do with slag. Yeah, I could dump it. Cool. Can trade for it. Or against it, really. I might want to switch these stations. This doesn't make any sense to me anymore. It made sense when it was just this, and it was just that. How much slag can we possibly make? Oof, a lot. Yeah, we'll do a separate slag train, for sure. Okay. I don't like this. Okay, I like that better. I like that quite a bit better. Sulfur can... Well, I have a sulfur and a slag, so what do I do? Do I run sulfur all the way to the other side of the city or whatever, this block? Or, yeah, I don't think I can evacuate slag fast enough for all the stuff to be running all the time. Huh. That kind of screws me up a bit. I put a slag train on the other side of this. Maybe that's how that goes. Sulfur produces so little, and nothing else will produce sulfur. Okay, yep, I'm fine with that. I've decided I'm fine with that. So where does this go? That goes nowhere yet. So let's do that. Uh-huh. Wake me up before you go. Don't leave me hanging here just like a yo-yo. I don't know why that's in my head, but it is. Thanks. What a cheery song. That's all I'm gonna say about that. Heck of cheers. Oh, yeah, okay. I will find it. Hold on. U-shaped conveyor. Sulfur is U-shaped. Awesome. Maybe I had something else selected. Huh. Yeah, I don't know what the problem was. There we go. Maybe I clicked at the start. Maybe it was wrong thing at start or something. Anyway, the only thing I need out of this now is slag. So where does slag come from? Is it a port I blocked? Haha! I betcha. I betcha money. Actual cash. Oh, barf. Okay, that's fine. We're gonna pull this out a couple of squares. There's kinda, again, no real reason I'm trying to ultra condense this anymore. It was important when I was trying to figure out if this could work at all. Now it's a little superfluous, so that goes away. Alright, Steam. So first things first. CO2. Boop. Boop. Done. 200? 192. Perfect. Depleted Steam. That's the guy. Water comes out of this one. Exhaust, I have not run yet. So we've got steam coming back, water going out, pollution coming back, right? 480. Okay, yep. So this is going to be pipe 3. Oh my god. So much pipe. This is going to look real nice when it's done. That's I just got to keep telling myself. It's going to look real nice when it's done. It's going to look real nice when it's done. It's going to look real nice when it's done. Because I don't have any real evidence anymore. Okay. This actually can just squeeze its way right under. Thanks. Okay. Done. Now, this guy... 1, 2, 3, 4... This is actually 5 height. Or maybe it's 4 height. Level 1 is fine. It won't be fine for everything, but level 1 is fine. Okay. A little more intense than I was hoping for, but still. Feeling very optimistic. So, what else do we have to connect for iron to function? This is slag. At height 2, okay. That's slag at height 2. This one is exhaust or steam? The bottom one is exhaust, okay. Did I do 3? No, it only needs 2. I'm not too sure why I have a real problem with that. We'll get there. It's not a problem. It's just whatever level of pipe I hit C on. Maybe I'm thinking it's going to copy the same level. And what it grabs is pipe. Again, it's not really that big of a deal. Easy fix, we notice it right away. Thank goodness the chevrons make it incredibly clear what's what. So there's that. There's finished iron. Man, once we get this set up, all these other ones are going to go pretty freaking quick, I think. So, I need to get 1, 2, 3 items back. This needs to be level 2, thanks. Thank you. I was thinking what might have been fun for today's stream is while I was snacking on some lunch, microphone muted, obviously, but play Balatro. You know, it'd be a good game break. Another different kind of game. I really enjoyed Balatro. Shout out to Drew, who was the first person that was like, hey, check out Balatro. I'm like, I haven't. Poker was like the first thing that was like, not really feeling it. Oh, my power supply is going to be all achy breaky heart. Sorry. Naven the Raven, I just saw your comment. They were like, roguelike or roguelite. I can't ever keep the two separate. Roguey kind of a game. I'm like, I love pierogies. What? No, not pierogies. And so like a roguelike, light, whatever one game. And I'm like, I'll give it a look. Gave it a look. And I'm like, this is actually pretty good. And I bought it, played a couple rounds. I'm like, holy buckets, this gets intense. This is either paused. Okay, I've just been paused the whole time. That's a me thing. Let's go ahead and save. Uh-oh. Oh, right. Slag is going to go to the right. Whew, I almost forgot. Okay. Haha. Almost forgot. Yeah, Slag is going to go just literally anywhere else. This part of the conversation doesn't super duper matter. Aesthetics. I'm willing to tout the aesthetics conversation down the line for a while, but ultimately what happens is aesthetics gets in my way of progress. I'm not a good aesthetics man. And I'm fine. I don't need to be great aesthetics man. I'm just not super great with it. So that's why I do the form first. Sorry, I do the function first. And then I come back and mess around with the form. How does it look? I don't care how it looks. Does it work? Fantastic. I don't think I'm hitting the thing correctly. Oh, is it blocked in front? Yeah, okay. Blocked in front. Got it. Okay. Honestly, as long as this stuff gets to where I want it to go, I kind of don't care. No? Now, why are you all achy-breaky? Okay. Just having a good time? Alright. No, have a good time. It's fine. Yeah, again, kind of don't care. We can clean up later. The funny thing about all this is I might not even turn these pieces on specifically. Okay, that has to be level 3 pipe. So, which one of you is exhaust? Because I gotta run one more pipe back. Unless this is water. It is water. Okay, I guess I don't have to run a pipe back? Oh, I didn't get that far. Okay. So 3 pipes have to get brought in. Alright. Okay, which one is water? Oh my gosh. That gets hella balanced. This one is water. The top, this one is water. Okay, so what's the bottom one? The bottom one's exhaust? Okay. Dang it. What's all this now? What is... Oh, I read it all... Right, okay. Right. Alright. Alright. Alright, it's fine. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. If it doesn't matter... Well... No, because I need stuff for stuff. It's fine. Good chat. So this... Oh, right, I want to balance it. Dang it. One candy, Bubba Good. Damn it. This is going to be a session for sure. Of all the sessions, this is definitely going to be one of them. Stay tuned, because in about 2 hours, we're going to be raiding District Spark. Really looking forward to see how their projects have come around, for sure. For absolute, for sure. For honest and for true. If you have not seen District... Sorry, I had lunch and now I can't talk. If you haven't seen District Spark's base, there we go. They did a really good job of building it out in the Nether, which I've seen some of these Greg Tech bases. Like, I've seen, like, real endgame stuff, but I've not seen one be built in the Nether before. So I thought it was a real cool aesthetic touch. But defo, we're going to check them out. We're going to check them out. It's going to be real sweet. Okay, so that's done for that. Oh, right. Right, I knew that. I saw your schedule. Okay. I stand by what I said, though. You do have a really cool Minecraft base. That's still truth. I did not lie, but you are correct. That's not even what you're playing today. I'm so sorry. Oh, farts. One more time. From the top. If you haven't checked out District Spark, I'd recommend that you do. Hi, my name is JohnMegacycle. You might have seen me in other lead acting roles and other times I've worn a smoking jacket but don't smoke anymore. Still, I recommend you check out District Sparks' Factorio Space Age Finishing It. Awesome. And cut. We're done. That's the best we're going to get out of that. Oh, man. Okay. All right. We're getting... I think this is actively depleting my brain, getting this built out, which is fine. I didn't have a lot to go on or whatever. It's cool. Someone a couple of streams ago said I did something dishonorable. I'm like, yeah, it's not like my family's got a whole lot of honor flying around anyway. It's fine. What is this? The water. Okay, this is the water. Yeah. Whew. I was like, oh my god, is this the iron ore? No, 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 no. Oh, I would have cried. I would have cried. I cry. Oh my gosh. I own it. I'm not the kind of guy that's like, men don't cry. No, of course we do. Heck yes, we have feels. Sometimes. And sometimes they're very powerful. Yeah. No, not... Oxygen would be really funny to store in there. Not what I want, though. Thanks. Okay. Good, 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 good. Great. I'm building one of these, and I've queued up for 5. No, no. No, no. Yes. Yep, 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 yep. I'm going to be doing a lot of these checks. Okay. Request train only if... any module... Well, hold on. Sulfur could be empty. So that doesn't make any sense. Train limit 3. Because that's what I think I spec'd it out to be. I'm only going to have, like, 1 train bringing in this freight. If any modules are empty... Train... I can't imagine I'm going to ever need more than 1 water train. In my imagination, I like to think is pretty good. Of all the things I can own, I guess maybe my creativity of trying to eat a piano. Now, what we haven't discussed, if it was an upright piano, a player piano, like an organ you'd find in a place of worship, we didn't discuss even what kind of piano. It could be one of those things like, do you hear that? And someone's rubbing 2 fingers together. It's the world's smallest violin playing I Cry For You. It could be that. I could, like, take my fingers and rattle them on a desk. Wrap them on a desk. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Hear that? Yeah, it's the world's smallest piano. I'm gonna eat it. But then it'd be minus fingers. You know what? That's fair. We'll come up with new names for pianos that just laugh in the face of all morality. An Emperor Creen. I put king and queen together in the same word. A Creen piano. So royal we only could afford... So expensive we could only afford 1 word to describe it. A Creen piano. Which could have also described the color of the piano if it was a green piano, but... Okay, I just thought of a problem. I don't think I can fit that many... I need 3... What the hell is this? Oh, sulfur. Oh! Slag, right. I gotta get slag out of here somehow. That's iron. Okay. Okay, it's fine. I'm just gonna cry about it a lot. Okay. That might have been my opener. But what I'm gonna do instead... Uh-huh. Okay. Now I'm lowering my voice, I'm noticing, as if I don't want the game to realize what kind of sneaky bullcrap I'm attempting right now. So I'm trying to just be... Shh, don't wake up the placement engine, or it'll know I'm up to some shit. I'm tempted to throw away the storages here. If the game engine doesn't hear me, it doesn't know I'm placing stuff where I shouldn't be placing stuff. Shush. It won't know the difference. We will. Oh yeah, we will for sure, but the game won't. Yeah, now I'm just blocked in here. You know what? I'm going to make an executive decision. I'm going to say that having 3 storages and 2 storages and possibly a train is enough. I'm going to argue and say I'm not going to try to buffer more storage. For iron, I'm doing 1 storage here. I think 1 storage in is fine. This out stuff is killing me. So let's just does this upright. There's that. I could move the whole station left about 7 squares. And maybe that would be fine, but I'm not copy-pasting a thing. We are good. Okay, now to play Duck Duck Goose with a bunch of cables. Duck Duck Goose with a bunch of cables definitely sounds like a heavy metal song I need to be writing. Duck Duck Goose with a bunch of cables. 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 Don't get called out now. Don't get called out now. Don't get chosen and then don't get called out. Duck Duck Goose with a bunch of cables. I used to have a voice. It was nice. I liked it. I didn't treat it well. I smoked cigarettes. But dang it, it's nice to have a voice. Okay. Water is this one. So what height? 2? Let's respect the lore. Okay, well now it's 1. Now the lore is messing with me. Okay, I don't... What? Okay, I did something wrong. No, I didn't. That's water. Oh yeah, it was 2. Okay. It snapped and I got confused. As is tradition. Come on. Come on, man. Help me out. What's going on here? What is this? What is this? It's a half pipe. And we're not even playing Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 5 or anything. Come on. There we go. And... okay, that's water. Sweet, sassy, molassy. Okay, the bottom one is exhaust. Okay, bottom one is exhaust. I have to say it over and over and over again to make sure I don't mess this up. The bottom one is exhaust. Yeah. Come on. Yes. Okay. You know what? Forget our power consumption. This is absolutely going to destroy... Why are you not a pipe 3? Oh, right. The spine has to be a 3. This has to be a 3. This is going to absolutely shatter my maintenance. Forget power. We were concerned about my power infrastructure. Forget that. It's not real anymore. It's a fairy tale made up. It's a fairy tale made manifest for those who want to enjoy electricity. I've been known to be an electricity enjoyer. Not no more, because that's about to be not real. Okay. This is exhaust. Plug that son of a gun right in there. Boom! Okay. Don't... It's just like one of those, 3D painting print things, you know what I'm saying? Like, it looks like just a smattering of color, all chaotic in its own natural state. But you look at it, and then you give it the lazy eye, and then you close one eye, and then you wiggle your ears, and then you sing the Macarena, but only in your head, because it's illegal in public. Then you give yourself the jazz hands again, jazz hands a third time for extra measure, and bam, you see something crazy, right? That's like this. That's what this is turning into. I think I see a train station? And Infrastructure? What do you see? Sailboat. Get out. Just that kind of a conversation. This is too high. We're almost done. So this is Steam. Boom. Business. It's all plugged in. And now... Oh, I did do the road. Okay, cool. Alright. There's that. What I have now is a save game. Oh my god. Yes. Okay. I need to walk through this whole thing to make sure I did all this correctly, or at all. 2 trains come in. A train is leaving Chicago and a train is leaving New York at the same speed. Okay. This is 3 trains. Water. Limestone. I keep wanting to say quartz. Graphite. Sulfur. Sulfur leaves. These 2 things stay. We're going to make so little sulfur, it's never going to get full. We'd be hard-pressed. Slag. I forgot slag. Okay, found it. Found it. Yep. Okay. I'm glad I walked through. I tutorialized my own gameplay. Because I forgot. God, welcome to the stream, John. I see infrastructure. I can tell the joke again if you'd like, No. I'll tell a joke anyway. So I said, I'm building a new train station, but it's one of those things that you see something like this, and I'm saying, like, don't look too hard. Because it's like one of those 3D puzzles or whatever. And, it's one of those things, like, it's like a smattering of color, right? But it's like a 3D thing, so you, like, stare at it for, like, 20 seconds or 3 hours or whatever, don't judge me. And you see something else, you know what I mean? So you give it, like, you put a hand over the left eye, you put a hand over the right eye, you shake your hands about, you do the hokey pokey, and then bam, you see a 3D image. That's this. And then I was just saying, what do you see? Oh, I see, like, infrastructure? Or, like, a train station? I'm like, I just see a sailboat. Get out. It's a sailboat. I'll spoil it for you. So that's where I was. That's where that was. Yes. Yes. Incredible. Okay. Where do I plug this into? I found it. Hold on. Don't touch or sneeze or anything. Oh, this is just stupid. No way. That can't be correct. Not only is it correct, it's hella correct. The problem is I got 2 pipes to block. Normal puzzles, fine. But these ones I'm talking about are the 3D. Oh, they're called Magic Eye. Hang on, Magic Eye puzzles. Or not puzzles, just Magic Eye? They just called Magic Eye? They are called Magic Eye puzzles. I just want a picture. A lot of these look like illegal websites. Pinterest is an illegal website, so we're just gonna skip that one. Okay, anyway, it's a if you look up Magic Eye, 2 words. It looks like a chaotic looking thing, like a literal smattering of color is what I'm trying to get at. But that's what this looks like. It looks like a chaotic mess. It's gray on gray on gray with little splotches of black and white, which help. The rest of this can just go jump. Okay, back to this. Raw material and iron. So raw material comes here. Crush, crush, crush. Got that. Hits this. I built this to be twice as much as we have already. So ding, ding, ding. Right, that ratio is correct. This is water. That's all taken care of. Done, done. That's it. So now, we got to talk about the next thing. The next thing is how do we get this iron bit transferred over. I'm doing iron even though it's so low volume, just so I have... Thanks. Just so I have a good test dummy. So my other idea was I wanted another storage area just for the raw materials. So instead of bringing raw materials to the headquarters, we're going to build a battery of sorts. Where we're going to have... I guess resources aren't infinite, so maybe this is a waste. But the way in which I do it in Factorio is I build like a go-between. So we have, let's just say, raw materials. Okay, abstract, raw materials. A storage. The production. Now, why do I do that? Well, the thing is, these things don't always have to be lockstep. We might be really ahead on harvesting materials, to which a different storage array could act as a buffer to our main production, right? So that's an idea. Other option is a mine or two out of this thing dries out. But we still have one other mine. Well, the benefit of that is the buffer then takes the damage. And then that, right? So production should not stop, but I don't want storage to be here on site. I really shouldn't be storing a ton of stuff here. That's the idea behind this process. Granted, we still will be bringing in iron ore, but maybe that doesn't make any sense anymore. I wish this was knocked out so I could do the storage array here. But let's see. That's not necessary. Oh, this might break. Hold up. Okay, now it won't. Okay, now... You're not the guy. You're the guy. What's up, buddy, friend, chum, pal, friend, guy, pal, friend, guy, pal, friend? There you go. I think that was a video about Undertale. Someone was like giving Sans the business, and they were having Sans say stuff, and it was, oh, of course, buddy, pal, chum, friend, guy, pal, friend, pal, guy. Just thought it was funny. Alright, that can go away. No need for that anymore. Now, I guess I don't mind the storage array being right next to smelting. That's another option. However, what's the plan with that? And I don't want them intertwined, and I don't really want belts to be feeding all around. I want this to be train only. I want to really reduce how much flim-flam I'm doing on trucks. Really push into them trains. Still out of sand. That's absolutely incredible. I don't know what to say about that. More trains. Yep, okay, yep, I got it. More trains. So, this connects into this. That's gonna be tight. Shoot. How does this work? Yeah, none of that's gonna function. Oh, boo. I was so happy with how tight this was against the road. But I will need trucks to do things. Just general statement. Okay. So I'm gonna put this... Sweet lord, okay. I'm gonna put this there. Thanks. Okay. Good stuff. Okay. No. There we go. There's going to be a one-way in. Then this is going to come all the way in, and then the out is going to be somewhere over here. Haven't decided yet. Let's see here. So this actually is a little smaller, which is going to be nice. Oh, I should design this from scratch. Lorge. I need a Lorge. Get me up with the Lorge. Oh, you know what would be also cool? Is if I had the trains, the train bits, level crossing. That's what I need. There we go. Thing is blocked. Foundry Rework is a JohnMegacycle mega blockbuster hit where he shows the world dump trucks are for nerds. Which is a fun thing to say because I am a nerd. Dump trucks are cool, but I would like a less maintenanced base, and we do that with trains. Okay, so give me this. Sorry, maybe last. Oh, my graphics card's not happy. Okay. That gave us a lot more room, which is totally what I wanted. The thing is, what do I do about this? Trees? Can we fungineer up some trees, maybe? Oh, yeah. Oh, for real. For really real. Hey, crop yield. I want that. Because I want to ramp up on people's. Our people's production, and the problem is watar. Funny way to say water, I guess. Watar. Also sounds like I said a Hanna-Barbera evildoer. It's you again, Watar. What do you want with us? I've come to collect my ransom. Also, spoiler alert, it is absolutely Skeletor. It's one block off. It's a catchphrase from a YouTube channel I also enjoy, You're Still There, who talks about silly action movies from the 80s and 90s. Action movies, my favorite action movies are from the 70s because holy crap, they're hard to follow. There was a James Bond movie I saw recently, and I don't care for, I don't like the male stereotype of, oh, men are great spies, but I don't care for that stereotype. What I did watch though was I think it was Dr. No. It was the first time I saw it. Because like I said, I'm not really a James Bond guy where spying is cool and whatever, but it's not for me. So anyway, I saw it, and like constantly I was watching it with somebody, and constantly I was like, what is this movie? And they were like, yup, this is Dr. No. And I'm like, this is insane. There's a part where Monsieur Bond goes into a room. He's trying to find somebody. And I don't remember the whole... I guess I was trying to... Whatever. I don't know what I was trying to do. I was trying to follow along. And apparently, the guy he was looking for was at his house. So he's like, oh, now we know where he lives. Now we will get him by surprise. And he had like some agents from Monsieur Bond. Yes. Very fancy. So he had some guys from MI5 with him, some other agents or whatever. So they go, so Bond is like, let me go in by myself. I'll confront him and I'll convince him to not be a ding-dong. And then his idea was he was just going to go in and be like, hey, Dr. No, how about don't be a ding-dong or whatever. And there were two individuals who were there to fight him. They were there to like, you know, hey, how you doing, buddy? Hey, you having a good time? That. And also fight him. And the fighting style was insane. One of the people was just somersaulting left and right. That's all they were doing. Just somersaults. That's all they were doing. I'm like, this is the weirdest fighting style I've ever seen in my entire life. I'm not a master of like Roman Greco wrestling or whatever, but this is certainly something. And I don't really know how to take the information or how to relay it in a sane manner. But again, that's all they were doing the whole time. Just tumbled jitsu or whatever. Just, I don't know. It was insane. So like I just find like something like that like just genuinely really hard to follow. I know it was a different era and a different kind of movie and a different time, but I was just like, I don't know if that I was having an adult beverage. I'm like, I don't know if this alcohol is like not working at all and this is what this is, or this booze is really working. I don't know what's going on. So I was like, can you explain this movie to me? Well, like I said, I was with somebody. I'm like, can you explain this movie to me? And they're like, nope. I'm like, cool. Thanks, I guess. It's so weird. Yeah. No, nothing's about it. Just straight up strange. Straight up strange. So those are my favorite. Like, I have an education. I didn't really pay that great of attention, so not a really great one. So I'm not going to be like, I have a degree. That doesn't mean anything. Okay, you're probably going to hate me, but I'm going to pull this down like 2 blocks. Unless... That's not going to work. Okay. So there's like some... Oh, what's another one? Logan's Run. Logan's Run is a very interesting sci-fi movie and book. In the same regard, it's... What was the point of all that? What is going on right now? There's so much weird stuff that if you really had no idea and you went in there and they're like, I don't know what this is. My significant other wanted to watch Logan's Run. I don't know what it is. I kind of don't care, but it'll make them happy, so let's just do it. You know, that kind of a vibe. And then you watch and you're like, I can't follow any of this. So the first portion of the movie makes sense. All of humanity is in a utopia. And the idea behind it is like everything's figured out. Whatever it is. Crime, politics, everything, education, everything's figured out. The one stipulation is when you are born, there's a sensor that's implanted on your hand. When you reach a certain age, I think it's 30, there is a ritual called the carousel. You go and everyone's invited, and everyone who is 30 or older is offered. I'm going to explain that. Offered up. And so like you have decadence and pleasure and free will, like everything you want until you're 30. So during the carousel event, someone refuses and is like, no, I don't want to go. And they're like, it's a beautiful thing. You get to, you know, Pokemon evolve. Dun, dun, dun. You get the idea. And they're like, no, I don't want any part of this. I didn't sign up for this. I didn't want this. And they're like, well, okay, we tried to offer you the freemium package, but now it's the real deal. You have to pay for WinRAR. And that's how that worked. And so like it's Logan's Run because the people who flee the event are called runners. That's the opposite of what I wanted to have happen. So Logan's Run, this is them fleeing. Logan is an enforcer. I forgot what the name of the enforcers are called, but he's an enforcer. He's one that's trying to maintain the law. So when someone flees the scene, it's his responsibility to go do something about that. Now, before I move all this junk, this is what I want. I want a proper T intersection, which is maybe going to go here. Up here somewhere. So I'm just going to paste this. It doesn't matter where. Cool. This tells me the minimum distance I need for a turn. So now, like I said, I was going to move this. But it doesn't make a lick of sense if I don't have enough room. And actually, this don't make a lick of sense either. Oh, no. Does? Yeah, we're fine. We're fine. Yeah, I don't hate the movie. Like I like it. There's a lot of sci-fi concepts in there. Post-apocalyptic, non-dystopian, but dystopian to the point where it's like you die. That's weird, right? I get dying is weird. I get that. But, like, it's not, like, disparity. Everyone is starving. Whatever. Like, this is something, like, everyone agreed to. And then, it all starts off with one person saying no, which, again, is not a difficult concept. The concept of the movie is not what gets me. That's fine. The fact that they're running, so they, Logan and someone else, I can't remember their name, are runners. They're like, there's an underground thing. We can just run. There's this whole thing. Like, they'll support us. They'll take care of us. We gotta just go. And so Logan's like, all right, let's do the thing. You're cute. I think was the whole premise of the conversation. You're cute. Let's go. So that happens. And they come across the underground to help them escape, which is this weird robot. And this weird robot is obsessed with something. And it's like, the robot's never, like, explained. But he's talking. He's like, you found it. You found paradise. Fresh meats. Fresh fruits. You found paradise. No war. No nothing. And they're like, I don't know. It's just such a weird transference because it's like, there wasn't war where we were at anyway, guy. And then he treats them well. And then he turns on them. It's weird. It's almost like someone saying, like, in, like, a murder mystery. Like, you start the murder mystery, I didn't kill them. And then later on, oh, wait, I killed them. It's like, that's not a twist. That's a lie. You're a liar, pants. Full of lies. Brah, 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 brah. Okay, I need to move this station. I don't want to. I'm scared. Please help. Please send sandwiches. I don't want to. Okay. This is going to suck terribly. Hold on. Okay. Should have done this ages ago. So imagine, like, a similar movie, like The Matrix. Thank you. Those are my favorite kind of witches. Imagine something like The Matrix, right? But Morpheus isn't there to explain everything. It's a super weird conversation where it's like, why are there people in tubes? Where are these machines from? How come this gum tastes funny? Like, just, there's no one there to explain stuff. So, like, there's no Morpheus in any real sense of there being a Morpheus. Yeah, there's no tutorial. So, like, you have to figure it out, which wouldn't, again, that's not the problem. But, like, when it comes to storytelling, it's cool if somebody has any idea of what's going on. It's a really weird, awkward thing, unless that's really what you're aiming for, which, heck, could be. How would I know? I don't have movie maker man material magic. Ooh, yeah, I felt the game shift. Oh, boy. Oh, buddy. Oh, boy, oh, buddy. Is this the right... I don't... Yes, it is. Okay, it's one square up. Yeah? Why no, like... Oh, I see. We have conflict. Okay, well... I'm gonna put you back. I'm gonna start over. Okay. And you didn't like that. Okay, well... Reload. I kind of imagine what would have happened if it were the other way around. If Neo, not the Kwisatz Haderach in this case, but a guy that had a vague idea of what was going on, but couldn't explain any technicality about it, to Morpheus, who is someone who I think has a significantly higher intelligence level for at least the characters in the movie, right? I'm not saying this about Keanu Reeves or anybody in specific, but it just would be, like, kind of funny. So, you're in the bad place. No, wait. That's a different thing entirely. How would I explain this? Oh, yeah. You're in the bad place, right? How would you even? So, here's what I want. I want to take this and move this over. Okay. Then, if this shatters everything, I'll just start over. Like, I've got the save file for this exact reason. Oh, butts. Well, that's one way to get rid of that whole line. So we're like in an inkjet printer? No, not exactly. All right. Explain it to me one more time. All right. So, do you know how a Rolodex works? We're kind of in a Rolodex, but the cards in the Rolodex are individual people by robots. Robots are like receptionists in the Matrix. Just okay, one more time. Okay, so do you like tuna fish sandwiches? Imagine the Matrix is a tuna fish sandwich, but you know, and the Matrix is really a mathematical expression, right? Like it's two arrays stacked on top of each other. But if you didn't know that's what that meant, that'd also be really funny. Imagine not one tuna fish sandwich, but three. And you can talk to the tuna fish sandwich any way you wanted. From the top, from the bottom. Shoo, I could imagine from the sides. It's wild, man. We're in a wild place. That's what I want now. I don't want like a fifth. Aren't they working on a fifth Matrix movie? I don't want that. I want... I want non-technical individual who just showed up has to explain to someone who's overtly technical. Whatever, the movie. That's what I want. I want that, the movie. Alright, so you know how goldfish swim in schools? I don't think goldfish swim in schools. Aren't those usually in pet shops? Okay, right, bad analogy. Let's try it again. Yeah, that's what an over-exasperated main character who doesn't know how to explain plot device of entire movie. The movie. That's what I want. That sounds terrible, but I want it. Oh, I want that so bad. Okay. I'm gonna have to learn how to do photography and stuff, and I'm gonna make that movie. It's just me explaining to me a very simple concept that I just cannot grasp. So we're batteries? Yeah. Oh, friggin', you finally got it. We're batteries. Dang. Alright. Huh. I guess we're on to Act 2 now, even though we just burnt through all of Act 1's budget. Just me getting exasperated with myself. I know the connections are invalid, but you have to place this anyway. You have to. Okay. We're happy with that so far. Can we be happy with this so far? Okay, we're happy that I need one square literally. Yeah. Yeah. Ah, yes. Okay, don't tell the game engine I'm messing with stuff, okay? Thanks. I heard a da-da, which means something is broken and I don't know what. It makes me eternally sad. The world is a vampire. Oh, I haven't heard Smashing Pumpkins in ages, now that I think about it. Set J. Oh, I got it in the first try. Look at that. Junior dev explaining spaghetti code database connections in COBOL to senior dev that was just hired, doesn't know what the business tried to do and didn't read the code yet. Yes. This hey, come over here. This script is called manufacturing reconciliation, right? Right. How come this touches every single database and table that has to do with accounts receivable? How much time do you have? I could drink a beer. Is this beer 30? Is that what this is turning into? Kind of, yeah. I think I'd have better luck explaining a D&D campaign I want to run but was never able to than why we did the thing we did. Legend has it there was a tale of a man who went through and thought, why don't we try running accounts receivable before we do reconciliation of our parts and bills of material? Dragons. Okay, cool. I'm glad we agreed on that. So there once was a dragon. That's just going to be a lot easier for all parties involved. Incompatible port. Yes. All right. I screwed that up. All right. That gets flipped. And now we're happy. Awesome pants. Okay, cool. That. Oh my god. Did it again. I'll get it right. I lie to myself. Okay, it's correct this time. There we go. Uh, the worst thing that was aggravating was, I think my most aggravating thing was working with folks that would just keep fetching against database tables. And the conversation was to go to cloud, and I'm like, we're not going to cloud. And they're like, why not, John? Cloud's the future. I'm like, you do realize that they pay on database, we pay them on database transaction, right? It doesn't matter, like, specifically how much data we're pulling. A fetch is a fetch is a fetch. And they're like, yeah, what's the problem? I'm like, our code, go look at any of the code. There's like a third of these are fetch statements. It's terrible. So we got to do a lot of code consolidation. Oh, we'll just go live. We went live in cloud. It lasted 3 months. We unwent live in cloud. It was great. There's a comment at the top file reading, when did this code, God and I knew when it did. Now only God knows. Don't delete that. Yeah. Or loading variables that have nothing to do with the function, but if you don't load the variables or something, everything just goes kittywampus. Yeah, I get it. I get that vibe. Okay, is everything plugged in? I pulled this down, I didn't extend it. That's fine. I pulled this down, I did extend it. I pulled this down, I did extend it. So now we're going to do the sniff test, which I can't bloody do anyway, because there's not enough room. Okay. So either we deleted whatever was unreconciled, or it reconciled itself. Okay. I don't know if I'm more worried about it reconciling itself. Okay, great. The only thing, actually, I can top the whole thing I said. The other thing was we worked with IBM on building application servers. I talked about the AS400 that worked this job that really, really cared about -0 not equaling +0. Great stuff. We worked with IBM to spin up more application servers before we could get another AS400 chip upgrade or whatever. I forgot. So we worked with them and we got it going on. And a lot of the documentation seemed really vague. It was like, take this package and install it. It's like, okay, cool. This is probably like some fundamental stuff for .NET or whatever the crap this stuff runs in, no problem. And then like going through and walking through the stuff, I'm like, what does this do? And I'm like, they're like, they don't even know. And I'm like, well, this is kind of weird that we're running all this extra stuff. We just need an application server. It doesn't need a front end at all. It just has to process requests, but that's even more fun when the vendor doesn't know. But of course, at that point, you're most likely talking to a sales rep and not an engineer anyway. Truck can't, train can't do a thing. Truck can't, train can't do a thing. Right. Oh, I know what's wrong here now. You delete the tracks. How's that? Is that better? My bad. We're still low on hydrogen? Really? Well, I got a fix for that. There you go. Just get through that stuff, please. Blocked. It looks like ice, doesn't it? It looks so good. I love that. I love that. Okay. There's that. Our base has been running this whole time. Nothing's busted, it seems. Yeah, I can't wait to gut this and make this a little bit better. That's exactly what's going to go right here. 100%. 100,000%. How's this coming along? Getting better. Yeah, it's got a ways to go. It's got ways to go. It's got ways to go. There's that. Okay, I was still doing this. Okay, I'm happy with this. This is good. This is getting built up. For pet project stuff, I'd like to use some of this land. Oh, it's almost perfect. Yeah, we're gonna do ourselves a little friggin'... We're gonna do ourselves a little bit of side forest here. Break up the monotony. I gotta tell you, the gray on brown on gray on white on tan on clear on gray kind of eats away my soul a little bit. I need some green. I need some green in my life. I need some green in my life. Get me some green in my life. Oh, yeah, y'all can still go around. Awesome. Cool, cool, cool. Why are some of these not ready? Remove surface. Yeah, okay, great. I missed. That's all I can think of. Alright, so now... Batman. Okay, this is gonna do... Mate, you are gonna do me a solid. Does that work? Mm-hmm. Looks like that works to me. And that does that. Okay, so who's responsible for this? You are. My fine friends, I have a wonderful deal for you. It's more manual labor. Ha 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 ha. Now they just ignore me. Yeah, whatever. Oh, you can't. Oh, crap. Hold on. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, that's another movie that I really liked that didn't make a lot of sense. It was Brazil. Very Kafkaesque film. Bureaucracy for the sake of bureaucracy, right? Never-ending hexscape of nothing but you got stuff to do. We go up to the line. Yeah, I like that movie a lot. It fully encapsulated, I thought... Yeah, I thought it fully encapsulated the panic and the... Where are you guys going? Fully encapsulated the panic and where are you guys going? Everything of, like... I guess bureaucratic hellscape, I guess is what I would call it. Because that's exactly what that is, right? There's films that do the post-apocalyptic stuff pretty well. But to be completely fair, Brazil does a super good job of it. We're low on wood because we've just been absolutely chain gunning all that coal. So there's that. I watch it once in a while. I like it. I mean, it's not like a fun ride, right? Like it's not a pleasure-ridden movie. It's a dark movie. But it's also where I learned the term Kafkaesque. It's very much that kind of a landscape. Sir, how can I help you? I need to get my driver's license. Okay, do you have Form 13A? I do, actually, right here. No, this is 14AB. You need Form 14A. Well, where do I get Form 14A? You have to go to that other window. Okay. But am I going to lose my place at this window? You are. I have other people to take care of. You're not the only one that exists. Womp womp. You know, like, that kind of thing. It's like, oh my god. Alright. How do I get this now? You know, it's that kind of a energy. The Vogons from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy are very much that. Bureaucracy for the sake of bureaucracy. Law and order and civility are all fine things, but if it's at the detriment of those you're trying to serve, it doesn't make really a lick of sense. Yeah. I've been generally lucky at the DMV. Have everything filled out, and the only reason I've been lucky is because I've been hearing other people in front of me having a bad time, and I'm like, I'm gonna step out of line real quick. But now it's like almost like a lottery system, so it's really fun. Does that help? No, it doesn't, because I gave you a mining designation. Sorry. Does that help? There you go. What a guy. Okay, this... no. I wasn't done talking to you. That. Knock that out the park. Thank you. Are we on other dump zones? We're just not doing anything with gold anymore. Cool. Stone is not at all full because you are set to all modules full. Awesome. The system works. You're doing stuff, but not really because we don't need bauxite. Cool. Okay. I want to get this with some green up in it. Because this mountain is going away. Don't get used to seeing that mountain peak. It is soon to be out of here. I will need trucks. In all seriousness, I will need trucks because I'd like to get to asteroids. We can't harvest stuff with trains. You can't. As dope as that would be, you just straight up can't. What's up, Nico? Aw. Did you wake up from a dream? Dinner's in like an hour and a half, my guy. Once we hand this over to District Spark, they will lead everyone to a beautiful age of entertainment. And then we will have victuals. Mm-hmm. Good old victuals. I wonder how many trees I can get up in this business. 2, 4, maybe even the elusive 3. Yes. Yes. I don't know why I keep missing spots. Right? Okay. Maybe there's bushes and crap in the way and I'm just not paying attention? I'm not sure. Either way, I'm gonna let this do a thing. I'm gonna be back in just a minute. Let me get up and stretch. Oh, hold on. Last time I went to a national bank here in Brazil was to get my security check after being laid off. I needed my job card, ID, and address certification. You think if they were going to issue you the check, they would have done the background check to make sure you were eligible for the check anyway. Oh, really? So what? How? Okay, so let's talk this out. You obviously robbed the real Nuckno of their job ID card. You've obviously raided their home and mail for an address certification, right? So you've already broken into their house. Like the amount of effort you'd have to do to shenaniganize your way through this, that's incredible. You should on your cell phone, you should have just taken a picture and just like you sticking your tongue out and holding down your eyelid or whatever, like they do in anime. Meh. You know what I'm saying? You pull down your eyelid or whatever, and you stick your tongue out. Meh. Alright. Oh, that's terrible. Okay, I will now be back in about 2 minutes. BRB. Alright, I'm back. Quick stretch, quick break. Not too bad, not too bad. Okay, you are done. Correct. You can go back to this. All this. One day, Simba, this land will be probably the rest of how that goes. I don't remember. I'd like you to do this. Right there. Just that. Thanks. Low supply of corn. Oh no. I have been messing around with the corns and bits. How are we on wheat? So here's where we're at. I could add another farm, or I could find another corn wheat. We got so much sugar. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Where's do I have a corn wheat in here somewhere? I do. Guess what? More fertility. Doesn't use more water. Way more stuff. Corn wheat. Do I have another corn wheat? Potato wheat. Potato wheat, corn wheat. Burp. That should jump up pretty freaking fast, because we have how much? Yeah, we got the good stuff. Mm-hmm. Oh man, we're gonna grow us some super corns. Yeah. Low supply of steel. I get that. Am working on that, I assure you. So, this is what iron will look like. Can we go any tighter? I still love that it throws me a question mark. What's up, mate? Nothing. Just trying to work on an angle. Oh, you're trying to play with trains? I am, actually. You know what would be a great change to this game? Not really. Hold on. Maybe that's already in place. Dang it. Instead of muting the alert noise, I would love to have, like, AOL Instant Messenger, or MSN Instant Messenger, or Pigeon, or any, like, instant messaging was the thing. Way, way back when. And everyone's gonna look at me and be like, I'm weird. But AOL Online... There were companies that did something called instant messaging, which is exactly what it sounds like. But this was before everyone had cell phones, and text messaging was still cool. Come on. Nope. Okay, can I do any better than that? I don't think so. No. Nope. This is the best we can do. I'm gonna need a lot of Unity to build this because there's freaking no way. Yeah. You know why we should? I'll tell you why. It's because you calm down when you gotta write a letter. You got time to think about what you're gonna throw at another human being. You have time to chill out. So when you're about to get all wax semantic and tear someone a new whatever... Hold on. What did Orbital call it? Cloaca? Before you're gonna tear somebody a new cloaca. Yeah. You gotta think about it, right? Gives you that time to cool off you might not have had if you were able to just crack open your phone. I'll tell you what I think about brah. Oh no. Who let Granddad their cell phone? Ah, jeez. Ah, jeez, Archie. Alright. What layers are we at? We got a little bit to go. Let's go down to, you know what? +2, why not? That's the guy. That's the one. That'll actually flatten that all the way to this. That'd be incredible. Imagine having 3 days to think about the issue and sending the message with a typo. Yeah. Welcome to probably a really strong showing of the internet in general. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, that's the new shenanigans. You cannot possibly jam yourself on that. So I'm going to start seeing some dirt. I actually changed my mind. We're sacrificing too much size on this bit. So we're going to... Too much space. We're sacrificing too much space. I'm going to grab that. Okay. And this... Oh, I didn't grab the bottom. Ooh, hold on. Hold on, hold on. Meh, that's... Yeah, that's... I don't know if that's correct. It looks correct. Okay, let's try it again. Nope. Okay, so why did I do that? Because... well, these are all jacked up, so that's fun. This guy got hop-chopped somewhere. I don't think this is that big of a deal. I don't think we're losing a lot of space there specifically, but here. Maybe one more. There. This is what I didn't want to waste. That looks significantly better. All I did was move iron a couple of spots to the right. We lost nothing. We lost literally nothing there. That's brilliant. Okay. That goes away, thanks. That looks so much better. We're going to do the same thing here. So this is going to be a little more on the dicey side. It's over there for a second. Okay, thanks. I could? No, I can't. Okay, I can't condense this any further. It's not worth trying. But I want this to be a little lined up with that. I think I'd like the look of that a little bit better. How was this supposed to work, by the way? Oh, crap. One is scrap. One is... oh. No, I don't get it. Okay. Boop. And boop. That comes in. This gets priority instead. Here's your out. Okay. Good deal. I probably don't need to do lifts, even though lifts look really good. You can get out of there. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you. This goes across. Across? Across. Whatever. Oh, for all the banana fudge cupcake special... Dang it. I didn't move this down a square, did I? No, it had this whole cut here. Okay. That's the skinny. That's the deal. All right, we're fine. We're fine. We're fine. I say in a somewhat manic state. Okay. I did say this was going to take a couple of passes, right? Yep, that's the guy. Thank you. Alright. Loose. Lift. I'm gonna mess this up about 5 more times. Stay tuned. There we go. Hot dang. And on the 5th try. I think I still might have this wrong. Hold on. Oh, so slick. Okay, that's butter. It's like butter. Mm-hmm. I find this doable. Yep, we could always clean it up later. So you're bringing in something that we are balancing out. So this has to be scrap, right? Indeed it is. Okay, so 2 irons and a scrap, 2 irons and a scrap. Okay. Wow. I thought we were making, like, little to no scrap. We're bringing in 240. We're gonna do the same thing for steel. I think this is a waste of time. But that's okay. We can set filters on trains. I can see myself having to flex my femur a few times to work on those tubes every time the pump seals start to go off. And complaining, there's no space to fit the wrenches long enough to unscrew the seal holder. Yeah, that's when we do a new car. That's when you do just a new thing. There was someone years ago when I worked at big box retail. There's someone, I want to say Jordan's car. Someone's car. We had to fix something. Or we were replacing the radio? Yeah. Yeah, we were replacing the radio on their car. I don't remember this brand of car. But the way it was screwed in, we had to take the entire front dashboard off. The screws holding the console. Where, like, you're going this fast, you have this much fuel, whatever. It wasn't the screws that held that in, but it was, like, really close. And I was like... Because they knew how to do radios. So yeah, hey, pop that off, no problem. We could get that done in an hour or whatever. I'm like, cool. And then, like, really gave it a gander, and it's like, oh my god. The front dashboard had to come off. The glove compartment thing had to come off. Like, it's like 4 or 5 extra things you wouldn't think. Oh, it's so no one steals the radio. Cool, we own the car. We're trying to unsteal the radio. We can't even. Cool story, bro. Cool story. Just incredible stuff. Alright. That's all fine. That's all fine. Now this. Alright. No, I see why you did that. I just don't like that you... Okay. Okay, I found that this button does not help. I feel pretty good about it, though. Okay. You're close, but not really. I did this a minute ago, didn't I? I swear to all that is cheese and gravy that I got this to work a minute ago. All that's calorie-rific? Is there... Oh, there's freaking things... Okay, get out. There's freaking things in the way. Let it be, see what happens? No! That's been my build mantra this entire time. You haven't seen my main base. It is a mess. You know how we were talking about the movie Brazil before? Yeah, it's kind of like that. Now I kind of want to move this over 4 more spots so I can get all my space back. Yeah, we're doing it. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Let's flap the handle and light this candle. We're getting this puppy done tonight. Today. I have only an hour left before the... I'm getting this piece of the track done tonight. Okay. How about that? Is that better? I should do it this way. You know what? Forget that noise. Forget the CAD people. I'm going crazy. Are you kidding me? Come on. Come on. Come on. I'm using all the insults I possibly have at my disposal, like I've learned from years in the playground. Come on. Fine. Okay. Cool story. Unfortunately for your face, this goes the other way. Great. I'm glad we could come to an agreement. Oh, you know what's going to be awesome is I'm going to build this out this way, and we're going to find one pipe is short. It's like, oh, I need to add one more space to the smeltery. Wait. Nah, who wants to start over with me, huh? I'd rather play in hardcore mode than do this again. Who's up? Who's up for that? And here's the funny thing, it's off by a square. Biscuits! The laughter of insanity. I've said this before, I'd rather go to bed laughing than crying, so here we are. Okay, I'm kidding. This is still a lot of fun. No joke. Okay. There it is, final offer, not touching it again. But what I have to do, doink. I really can't wait for this to be off by a square. Guy. Okay. Hey! Alright, I knew one of these buttons would help. Talking things short and CAD? Boeing, if I recall correctly, delayed plane launch because people messed up CAD versions and it made the model hold the cable. Ooh. On an aircraft, that could be a problem. I don't know much about aeronautics or even how to spell the frickin' word, but I'm pretty sure that's gonna rustle some feathers. Ruffle? Rustle? That's gonna ruffle some tussles or something, I don't know. Yep. It's like that thing I said before, I don't remember if it's the United Kingdom asked the United States to make some parts for space things, or the other way around or something. But they sent the measurements and they got the parts back and none of the parts worked because no one specified whether or not it was metric or imperial. I don't know much about engineering, but you kind of think that's the first thing you agree upon. You know, the same kind of way you agree on rules for Monopoly, right? Anytime I ever play Monopoly with anybody, especially family, rules come first, you write that crap down. Because nothing drives me more nuts than a parental figure being like, Empirometrics. Like that is a word. It never stops. Anytime I play Monopoly with someone, someone's got some jank-ass rule that they just came up with on the fly. Oh, I landed directly on Go. You mean I don't get $500? Where does $500 come into this? I would have believed double money. That would have been fine, but 500? Come on. Also, write down your rules before we start playing. That way I know whether I should play with you or not. Oh, I got to go to jail card. That means John goes to jail. Excuse me? Your freaking chicken butt, I won't. Okay. Still connects? Sweet, sweet sister, I hope it does. Hey, did you hear that? I didn't. Awesome. Cool. That is the most compact I can make this. I am not trying any harder. Forget all that noise. Forget all that noise. Okay, there's that, there's that, there's that. It's a 2, it's a 3, it's a bird, it's Superman. Okay. The spacing will maintain, so that way anytime I can just go like this, thunk, and just continue it going on. You are all very unhappy. What happened? I'm really glad I checked. Well, sometimes these logos pop up because you blocked a port. The go to jail card is mine. I'll give it to anyone I want. As a prank, somebody pulled this one on me. They bought like 6 copies of Monopoly. And they took all the get out of jail free cards out of all 6. And they put all the go to jail cards in one game. So there's a game board floating around here somewhere that has 5 extra cards, 1 get out of jail free removed, and 5 go to jails added. Very funny. Very funny. There we go. Okay. Irasopolis game. There's another one where there was a specific deck of cards somebody made. They bought 3 decks of 52 cards because there's a very specific game they wanted to play. It wasn't Canasta, and it wasn't Cribbage, because Cribbage is just one deck. I can't remember what it was. But they bought 3 decks of cards, and they just massacred it the way they wanted. So it's actually like 64 cards but it's all whatever. It's an all jumbled mess. I apparently never counted the cards because I've been playing with that deck of cards for like 6 years. And I just, you got a deck of cards? Hell yeah, I got a deck of cards. Got the deck of cards, didn't think anything of it, didn't count or anything. So there's like, we got 3 7s of hearts. I'm like, hold on. Got the card. Oh, there's 64 or 66 cards in this deck. And they're like, don't you ever count the cards in a deck? Why would I? I didn't mess with it. I don't know who messed with it. So anyway, someone's sneaking in my house and changing out decks of cards with stuff. I still have all my Magic the Gathering cards, which I should probably just sell. Okay, I'm done with iron. I'm not touching this anymore. This can just resume. All right, y'all are gonna get some dirt. Y'all go get some dirt. Y'all go get some dirt. Y'all go get some dirt. Zoom, that little guy. You're gonna take the dirt to there. It's probably fine. I don't know why I didn't ever really get into Yu-Gi-Oh, but like the first expansion, like the first deck, I got like 3 of the first decks. And Jar Greed, OP. Destroy everything, OP. Destroy everything. Just, did someone attack? Destroy all their stuff. It's just like, man, this is first edition. This is insane. Oh, I can't imagine what the second edition is going to be for Yu-Gi-Oh! Exodia was less important. It was all the destroy everything. Did your opponent hold something dear today? Destroy it. Does your opponent enjoy playing games in general? Destroy it. Alright. At least with Magic, you have to, like, kind of build it up. You have to, like, if you're going to play Nevinyrral's Disc, you got to pay for the, what, 6 mana? But you can just dump that crap turn 1. It was insane. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it was just, like, I couldn't get my head wrapped around. I was like, I don't think I want to play this. I'm going to summon Magician Pants Man. He's destroyed? Alright. No, I probably had that coming. It's fine. Magician Pants Man. Okay. I'm missing something again here. Yeah, I read someone took a Chroma the Angel of Wrath out of Magic the Gathering, and all of their abilities are like 1 or 2 words. So, first strike, double strike, flying, protection red, protection black. That's it. Or whatever. But if you wrote that out in Yu-Gi-Oh! Speak, holy crap, it's an event. I'll have to find it sometime. But it's literally like the same card. Like, there's no punches blocked or given or whatever. It's just, oh, I didn't set this a thing. Sure. Why not? Well, I mean, why not, right? Okay, that does work. Cool. I thought it was... No. Why you do these? Thank you. Yeah, I didn't set this to do the thing. Okay. Oh yeah, because there was no syntax written out for Yu-Gi-Oh cards. So the whole thing was literally, if your opponent has a black elemental creature and attacks your white elemental creature, that creature deals no damage. And it just, oh my god. If the creature that is attacking you is a red elemental and you have a white... Oh, okay. But still, like, the first edition stuff was bananas. Like, even the Pokemon trading card game had a bit of a spin-up, right? You summon your Pokemans, you attach the energy to the Pokemans, you attack with the Pokemans. Spend energy, repeat. Oh, draw a card. Forgot draw a card in there. Keep forgetting to draw a card. Hit him with the Pokemans. Okay, that's dope. That's gonna get filled out real sweet. I could probably get a tree or 2 up in that business. Business. Once I find the trees. We're doing maples, I think? I think maples were looking pretty good. What is the farthest we can put this over here? Aight. And aight. Perfect. Love it. And then we're just gonna deck the halls and tree it up a bunch. Jar of Greed. think I remember the name of that one. Draw 2 cards. Yep. You draw 2 cards except John, who goes to jail. Everyone wins except John, who goes to jail? The jail is closed except for John, who goes to jail? Who wrote these cards? It's the whole thing. I can't remember where that bit is from. It might have been just some Flash thing or something. I don't know. I think that looks cool, right? I can't use this space. Oh, gas station? A little roadside gas station over here, maybe? I don't know why my voice is getting higher, but it is. Little roadside gas station. Look at that. How are we on steel? Steel is full. Stop warning me about it. We're out of corn. I turned up a bunch of stuff. Stop warning me about it. John goes to jail because 2 cards he drew where the 7 go to jail cards are in IRSopolis. Oh, man. Now that's a fantasy, right? When the game came out, the whole thing was like, yeah, if you work hard and you play hard, you could afford a house. Not an apartment, not a condo. A house. A house. A full house. A backyard, a basement, the whole shiz, right? Now, no way. I'm not going to get into this too hard or whatever, but like, no freaking way. Like, not even a little bit. I sold my 401k to afford the place I live. I don't have a retirement fund. Super great. Yeah. Yeah, there's no way. I looked at houses, like a house, 2-bedroom, 2-bath, 1 floor, no basement, was like $300,000. I'm like, sweet. Awesome. Like, I'm actually gonna see if the rent on like refrigerator boxes have come down. Like, that's where I'm at. That's where that's gonna happen. I don't know what the crap is going on. Yeah, exactly. Hope you enjoy your 1/8 of a 1/3 of a 1/9 of an 1/8 of a house. Oh, it's also time-shared, so get out. Thanks. We're still out of sand. I can't believe how much we're just killing the sand. This is insane. Alright. We're almost done with this. Awesome. We're gonna get like 3 tree planters and just knock this the F out. A little bit. You gonna help out, buddy? Yeesh. A little more? A little more? Top it off? Top it off? Top it off? Anybody now? Okay, it took 2 swings and no one wanted to touch that for reasons I can't fully comprehend. Okay. Done and dusted. Thanks, lads. Appreciate ya. Appreciate ya. Now, who was owning this? You was owning this? Weren't you owning something else? I guess not. Okay, just get some sunshine in there, I guess. Thanks, man. All right, now the fun part. I have saplings. Boo. I don't. When we run out of saplings? Huh. Oh, I know when we ran out of saplings. The expansion. Holy buckets. Okay. Hubba bubba dubba. We don't have fertilizer here. Okay. So 3.5, 27. 3.7. This has to use more water. You've got to be kidding. Plus 54 water. Yeah, that's gonna... No? Okay, that seems very suspicious. Okay, let's take a look at saplings. I never really did the math on this. I just built like 3 farms and I was like, cool, sounds good. Oh, this doesn't look terrible. That is low, but I've also got a hidden stash right there. Yeah, about 200 in there. And I got another hidden stash right there, 200 in there. Okay. So how do I get more? Well, Again, I know a dumb way to do this. Can I move this anywhere else? I want to save this for more farms. Like regular food feed farms. Feed food? Mm-hmm. Feed food farms. Oh, maybe. Maybe, but then it doesn't make any sense if the wood cutting project is all the way over there, does it? Fifufa? From the makers of Fuzz Roda comes Fifofa. Like someone who's trying to swear, but is too generally polite to swear. I swear I was gonna cuss. I was actually gonna cuss that time. You gotta believe me. I was gonna drop all the swears. God, I can fit one more farm. Yeah. Not the best plan. Okay, well, we'll leave that alone for now. I don't want to mess with that right now. I think it averages out. We're slightly ahead when it comes to trees. I'm the magic man. I generate all the waters. Plural. All the waters. All the kinds. Clear water. Dank. Stank. Probably a third one because comedy comes in threes. I don't know. Okay, does that knock you guys out of there? As long as you're not, like... Yeah. That'll be fine. No! Use the road, you weirdo! Use the road. Use the road. Good chat. Okay. In this game, having a road like this helps with what's called maintenance. Vehicles require less maintenance. It's kind of weird how in those are. I don't like them looking like they're growing out of the stone. As miraculous as that is. Roads get better maintenance if they are on roads. A 20% decrease in maintenance cost, which is awesome. Look at this! What was the point of that? Get out of here. The point I was getting at is there's nothing keeping a vehicle. There's nothing. They don't give any. They've got no chill. There's no give a rip when it comes to driving on whatever. They'll drive on whatever. The simple idea that you think a vehicle should use a road is preposterous in its own right. There's nothing binding a vehicle to the road. The road, if it uses a road, they're technically following the pathing. If they do, though, it is accident. It is sheer serendipity that it uses the path it's supposed to. That's how that works. It's absolutely disarming in any language that it's doing what it should on accident. Get out of the thing. I'm trying to build a thing. Get out. Don't make me put more barriers up. I'll freaking do it. I know how much you guys hate ghosts. I'll freaking do it, man. Alright, I kind of want the forest to be a little staggered so it looks kind of more natural. So this goes here. This goes a bit to the end. There. Right? Kind of vary it up a little bit so it looks a little more natural, I think. They are technically trying. I'm not about to bust chops for nothing, but like I'll just put up a barrier and call it a day, but still. It's just like, oh, road? You want me to just sway out of the way for no reason? Okay. No problem, boss. Man, we've been low on hydrogen for like days. Or years. Good day, Keldon. No problem. In about 40 minutes, I'll be raiding somebody else. But yeah, absolutely. Good luck on the league. Holy crap. Is that Path League 1 or Path 2? I didn't know if 2 was doing leagues yet. One, okay. In a word, what are your thoughts of 2, if you've gotten into it yet? Oh, okay. Guy. Okay. Alright. I wanted to see if this was going to fix itself. I was a fool. The dummy truck number 43 is exactly... Hold my beer. You don't even have a beer. Yeah, I don't care. Boom. League was a mess. Fun, though. Had to bleed Amazon blowing up maps. Nice. There. Try it now. Try it. Hey, I'm talking to you. Try it now. You didn't even accept my order. They know now. They know now. They don't mess. They don't frickin' mess. They know what's what. Not Birch. Good enough for me. Yeah, I thought it was pretty solid too. The thing that I didn't want to invest too much time in was the path I wanted to go down wasn't quite developed yet. I don't remember exactly what I wanted, but it was like some of the skill tree, and I looked up and I'm like, when do we get the blah 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 part of the skill tree? And it was like, coming soon. And I'm like, alright, that's fine. They did the very best go live for their game that I could possibly imagine, though. $30 to get in. You could just wait until it's free. But if you pay the $30, which I did, you get $30 of in-game currency. And their in-game currency could be used for aesthetics, which I don't. But like stash tabs and everything. Also, all your tabs and crap from the first game came over to the second game. So they respect your time, they respect your money. They're really building out the system because they're passionate about it. They'll drive over themselves before the guardrail ghost. Yeah. They'll do jackknives. You know what a jackknife is? They'll jackknife off the freeway before they touch a guardrail ghost. They don't mess with the guardrail ghost. Okay, I like the way that looks. That breaks up the gray so hard. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And the thing is, when they respect the money like that, like, I think I threw, like, I don't know, $60 into Path 1. Is that a lot of money? No. Not really. But the game was free, and it was like, everything was just so ready to go. And I will do it again. Like, I just really... There hasn't been much of an experience I've ever had with gear grinding games that it's been like, man, this is stink. Okay, we don't have limitless copper yet. So this is still a thing that's going to have to be a deal. Yeah, especially how EA handles... I don't know, I'll just pick a game out of random. The Sims. Oh, you don't want the Hawaiian expansion pack where you could have cocktails from... Well, hell, we don't know either. Like, it's just like, come on, man. I liked The Sims way back in the day, but it's like every single DLC is just ridiculous. We got flying monkeys. You like flying monkeys? I guess I like flying monkeys, sure. I'm not trying to split hair on specific monkeys, but alright. And then, like, literally 2 months later, we got non-flying monkeys. It's like, well, I didn't know there were going to be more monkeys. I didn't know there was a monkey month. I didn't know there was going to be... I didn't know. I just wanted a familiar... No. Alright. Irrigated farm, or as I said for an entire stream, an irritated farm. There you go. Please build that out. You're doing the thing. This is gonna double back. I do have the priority set on this correctly, do I not? Yeah, I do. Otherwise, this would all be shredded. Nope, I don't want to click the farm. Yes, correct. That was by far the wackiest way I could have done that. That is correct. Okay. If we can get to there, mission accomplished. Onto PoE 2 for free since it's better. Oh, that's cool. Yeah. Yeah, my absolute take on it wasn't wasn't... Yeah, this is going to be a bad deal, because it was a good deal. I liked it. It's definitely another one of those games that I know I'm not good at all. It takes a lot of knowledge to be good at it, but I just have... Oh, make a character. What are we going to make? I don't know. Flame Ball Fire Hobo Witch. And they're like, how'd you come up with that? I'm like, well, it's not like a build. I don't have a build in mind. It's just the first few pieces of armor I got for this sorceress or witch or whatever they're called I'm trying to build. They look like they don't come from very rich folk. So I thought this would be funny. And so I tried to do the fireballs that branch off. I thought that was pretty funny. We're going to turn this on. That's going to kick on our chlorine again. Alright, low tree saplings. I kind of fixed that. Steel, we still don't really have a problem. Right? Yeah, not really. This is still set to take. Anyone can take. Awesome. We've still been doing research. Awesome. Low copper ore. Yep, I kind of fixed that. Low hydrogen. We're absolutely burning through diesel like nobody's business because I've Unity'd the crap out of that. We'll burn through some ammonia. Ring of Fire, walk enemies to death. Awesome. That sounds dope. Oh man, excuse me. I got the yawns. So chlorine. Okay, I think everything here is digestible. Problem-wise. I think all these problems are very straightforward. We are getting through our naphtha. There's nothing else really there to say or do. Even the dump trucks? Oh crap, no, sorry. I rambled on a bunch and then I misplaced what you were saying. We're still low on corn? No way. Okay, I'm gonna find another corn wheat and I'm gonna crank that up. Wheat sugar? Everything is digestible? Yeah. If the definition of digestion means acid, because that is what your body makes, if that is the working definition of digestion, now, calorically assimilatable? No. You can't eat a tire and be like, nutrients, yum. That's not how nutrition works. But if everything's digestible in my connotation of will be dissolved by acid given enough time and acid, yes. 100%. Naphtha, flanking sport, naphtha in my AE system in Greg Tech 2. We got hundreds of millions of buckets. Nitrobenzene. Nitrobenzene sounds like my off and on favorite band from the 80s. Yeah. Oh, that's not what I wanted. None. Okay, well, I guess wheat now. There, thanks. Oh, I know why we're low on food. Because I turned this on ages ago. So I can keep our maintenance down. Yeah, okay. We'll still lose a little bit of Unity, but that's okay. Yeah, that's why we're low on corn. They told everyone to just have a time of it. Solars? Yeah, we could do more solars. You guys are almost at coal layer. Hot dang. Hot dang. Let's talk about what the rest of the stream looks like, yeah? Is that a bump? No, it's worse. It's a hole. Alright. The rest of the stream is going to look something like this. We're going to play for about another half hour. That's about... Oh, God, this is going to be 9 hours. Yeah, I'm cool with that. I need to eat badly. And I usually eat badly. I don't have good table manners or anything. I'm just going to eat badly. Just rah, 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 rah. And then what we're going to do is we're going to hand it over to our good friend District Spark, which I said properly this time. Holy crap. They're going to be playing the tail end of their Factorio Space Age. They're finishing that out. I saw last stream, I caught a little bit of it, and they were working on some really rockin' spaceships to get, I think, to the edge of the system. That's kind of where my expertise ends. I've beaten the DLC, but I've never gotten to the edge. Or I got to the edge, what is it? But not the Shattered Planet. The edge, but not the Shattered... Yeah, something like that. I did the first thing where you get the thing, it's like, hey, congratulations, you beat the game. I got to that, and I was like, cool. I learned a lot. I'm done. But that's going to be really cool to see, so stay tuned for that. We're going to raid them in about a half hour. It sounds like someone in the 80s thought nitrobenzene sounded like nitroglycerin. Oh, God. I guess the word nitro itself is short for nitroglycerin, right? So you're not terribly off, but you're off enough that's going to cause problems. That's what we're trying. Last week, we got our butts handed to us. No! Respect the booty! And the ship, to a lesser extent. Oh, no! Oh, no! That's not good. That's not good feel have. That's not good feel have good time at all. Well, also nitromethane race car fuel. Goof. Well, I'm rooting for you, even though I'm gonna kind of disappear after I do the raid because food, face, and I got some really sad kitty boys here that think I've abandoned them, even though we eat twice a day, and they know that. Okay, have we fixed our copper problem? This is a bit of an issue. I've done... My highest was 14.5 hours in a stream. But, like, once the energy gets going, right? Like, it's good. You just don't want to stop. And the thing is, like, food, right? The problem is I'm a biological creature. If anyone knows how to synthescend, let me know. Am interested. But it's like, now I just need the food. I'd like a stretch. I wouldn't mind, like, a shower, move around. Well, I plan eating because one of my cats is on meds. And 2 of the meds have to be timed. Those meds don't have to go on ad infinitum, but we're trying to work out an infection they got that we think it's an ear infection. But, like, it works. Like, they should also eat because one of them makes them drowsy, blah, blah, blah. So, like, now the meds I gave him this morning are coming off, and now he's cranky. You know what's something we haven't done today? We haven't just stared at a beautiful train. Boop. Boop. I like the green. I really do. I'm not really a fan of this shade of green, but I like it. Certain shade of green. Ah, I got that song stuck in my head too. How come we don't hear it? Sir, make a noise, please, so I know you're real. Oh, wait, I can't click on it. John is not a solar-powered being that can also sustain himself from blue light from his monitor. I don't even want like a big robot or like live forever thing, but if I could do the whole I can sleep 8 hours straight and wake up without pain, that would be great. Oh, no, maybe there was some confusion. I'm not John Solar Cycle because I can live off of the sun. I'm John Solar Cycle because my personality is fucking radiant. Did anyone believe that? No? Okay, cool, moving on. I didn't either. Slaps the sun in the face. Hey, I'm the only star in this system. Get out of here. I'll solve it for you. It's a sailboat. Get out of here. That was a 2-liner for the ages. You're welcome to steal it, if you like. It's yours. High five? Yeah! They hit him with the honks. This actually looks really cool from this angle. Oh, okay, clipping into buildings, not so much. Oh! Oh, is there a race? He won. The only stuttering is, like, the game saving. Like, I don't know how this is coming through on the stream, but this is swimming. See, now we hear it. Oh, are we hearing the brakes? No. No, the braking is metal on metal. I wonder what it means when it goes the like it's charging up a spirit bomb or something, or a Mega Man blast. Is this a cat? Is this a cat meowing, or is somebody charging up a laser weapon? I think that was a cat. They honk at each other, it appears. Yeah. Alright, what's your problem? What's going on here? Let me guess, full? Hell yeah, full. That's free power, baby! Yeah, just kick that up to 2. Noise. Plenty of warning. Good stuff. Oof. Just boof all that waste into something else. Graphite, I think. I was hoping that they would give each other high fives as they passed. But somebody on the stream said that'd be a bad idea. I mean, it would be a bad idea, but still. Ruin my parade. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what happens. How did you know? Alright, high supply of waste. That's getting worked out. That's ideally getting worked out. The belt is still full-ish. We're going off of 40% to 20% extra food. So we're still good. I don't know what to do about sand, man. I need probably another trade thing. And more trains. Okay, so that got designed, right? I'm happy with the design. We're gonna let it sit for a while. I'm not gonna build it this session. It'd take a stupid amount of resources. Boop. That's fine. That's fine. So you should have both orders anyway. You do. Cool. Someone could build that, please. Actually, right there. Thanks. Wrong button. Thank you. Do you have any links? You have different links. Okay. Arguably that one's better. Okay. What else do you have? Which this doesn't have. It is an export route. Oh, I guess because... Yeah, okay, that's fair. Then what's this one? An import route? Oh, okay, I think I get it. It's my own system, and I don't think I have the handle of this. There we go. We got there in the end. For worse or for worse, we got there in the end. This doesn't have to go up at all. None of this matters. The idea of it being raised was so trucks could make it past, but if they're going to go around, they could easily go around a different route, and we have a bunch of rail in the way, so they can't really just sneak on through to the other side. Sneak on through to the other side. Sneak on through. Sneak on through. Sneak on through to the... Built this like a butt. Why? Okay, if you could just get that out. Thanks. And then this. Cool. You can take all the time you want to build it. I'm not even going to use it right now. But I want this to be ready for later. Yeah. Yeah, have fun with whatever that is. I wish we could get tree saplings from trees we harvest. That would be a cool mod. If you destroy a tree in this manner, because cutting it down wouldn't make any sense. But, like, hey, oh, there's little saplings here that we're going to grow into bigum trees. There you go. Here's some stuff. So the other project this was going to be, I guess, is Farm Mingland Tonville? I don't know what I'm going to do with it. But to finish the rest of the conversation with our storage, this is where storage would happen. So this would be a different link entirely that would come out this way, so it could go in this way, but if it's going to go in that way, it might make way more sense to... Okay, where's iron ore? It's there? Ah, barf. No, I'm not moving this another square. Forget that noise. I guess just to talk it out, though. You can always remove it later, right? It's good that we talk it out. Could always remove it later. But the idea behind this ultimately is... Let's build a quick track. For each product, we have 2 stops. Something like that. Something like that. Then in here is going to be... no, we'll need an empty. 2 loose. 2 loose. Right? So, effectively... Is this still really high? Okay, it's burning through the heat. Perfect. Burning through the heat. Sounds like burning down the house. Okay, this is going to look like this. We want this as compact as we possibly can make it. I would like 2 belts of throughput. Which I'll have to do... you know what? We could probably ultra compact this. So 1, 2, 3... Let's go 6. 5... Knock that out. Let's pull this down a little bit further. There we go. There's the real dollar. So this is 10. Let's go 8. So 8 storages in a line, right? All this is supposed to do, the only thing this has to accomplish... unload, thanks. Unload. Actually, let's do this from right to left. That'll be easier for readability, maybe. So, oh, no. Yeah. Okay. Right. I got it. There we go. Oop. Okay, I did something wrong here. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what it is. There we go. Okay, so this links in like that. F. Yeah. Links in like that. All this is storage. That's all this is going to be. I call this the mana battery. From old Magic the Gathering decks gone old. Okay, there's that. I could condense this up with a lift. I don't get what's happening here. There we go. I think the mouse is shifting slightly before I click, and that's a problem. So the idea really is we're going to have iron ore. I set it to compost, just as argument's sake, but for iron ore, we're going to have this. I can condense this down by 1. So happy when I can condense something down by 1. There we are. There's the money. Okay. So, all this does is mass storage. That's all this is supposed to do. The idea, like I said before, is what happens if we import too much of a thing? If we do, I don't want business to stop. Let me see here. I want to know what's up with this waste pressed. Because this should have kind of told me immediately when it was full. Okay, this is not full. That's great. There could be a chance that we are just full of... I need another thing. no, we are consuming more than we are producing. That's perfect. Not by a big margin, but that's okay. So anyway, we got some deals going on here. This one's making iron ore, but it's not consuming it all the time. There's a lot of waiting, either because we're just not making more steel or iron, or we've got a train coming and that's bringing fresh stuff for us. What I'd like to do is take all that and chuck it over here. So uninspired, sure. But this actually works really functionally for what I want to do. So iron and all the primaries, right? So right next to it is copper. And right next to it is what else? Ooh, getting a little too close here. Right next to it is limestone, like whatever, a sand, really, right? So I could always come here, and this will act as a really nice visual element when it comes to how much stuff we have as a whole, right? Hey, man, you're low on steel. Okay, well, the first place I'm going to check, aside from the steel foundry itself, is iron. How much iron do we have? Well, this is full of iron, so maybe it's a transference problem or something. But this, like I said, this gets us one step farther away from the whole needing trucks to do all of our logistics. The trains are great for long distance, but I like to use them for a little shorter distance to see if we can get some real bang for the buck, because hauling it that way is much more efficient. So this is the idea for the battery. Again, the battery can really be anywhere. I don't know if I want to put it here because we have all this fine land right here, and I was going to do trees here or something. But we can store anything. Liquids, whatever. It doesn't have to be solid stuff. But the idea is this comes before or after we build the foundry. At least the way I like to do it. And this methodology is no different than in Factorio. You take a certain piece of the mechanics out when you're trying to go to a rail base. So realistically, your first base, or my first base, I should say, is really it's called a bootstrap base. I don't like that phraseology, but it's a startup base, right? It's a startup base just to get the ball rolling. And then you get to rails, you start mass producing rails. And especially if you don't play with biters, I used to play with biters a lot. I just don't care for it. It's not really part of the game that drives me, so I don't really play with biters anymore. AA battery. Oh, there you go. AAA battery. AAA battery. Yeah. I like that. So I get rails made, and I transition to a rail base. So I look at my base at the moment, and I'm like, what needs the most boost? And it's always smelting first. So I'll take the smelting and I'll remove that out, and I'll just go somewhere else and build this. I'll just build something like this. There's iron smeltery. We're bringing iron ore here. We're taking iron out. That kind of a thing, right? And then once you start to build that, you can go up to the next step. It's like, well, green circuits are probably the next really big thing I should really worry about. And so then same thing. You just go piece after piece after piece. Not too sure why this is having a tough time, but let's go ahead and boost it up a bit. So does that scale as well in this game? Actually, it's going to be a little hard to tell until we get there. There's not infinite places to mine things. And that's really the benefit of building this decentralized kind of a thing. That if you want more stuff, place another foundry, place more smelting, place more whatever. And the rail base allows you to just slap together whatever you want, whenever you want, however you want. You don't have to tussle with the bus anymore. You can still have the bus because now you're bringing in iron plates from somewhere else. So then it opens up a ton of your main base if you want to still do a main base thing. Okay, that's probably ahead enough of the game on that. Let's take a look at medical supplies. We're having some problems with meds before. Yeah, we still are. I don't need to bump that one. That should keep us pretty good in a while. I need to redo all of that. Yep, our hospitals look good for now, but not quite. Yep, we did a lot of boosts. 16 boosties. Where else do I have the other boosties? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's 6 more boosties somewhere. can't really boost farms. Oh, right. To get rid of all this diesel. Right. Okay, well. Yeah, and that is 16. So chop. Is there a trick to getting your trucks to build track intelligently for me? For me, it's a ton of trucks. There is. There is a way to get your stuff to build it intelligently, and I'm happy to share it with you. It's one easy trick. Check this out. You're going to lose your freaking mind. Ready? 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 All right. You click this button here. You drag it like this. Boom. That's how I do it. Done. No, there isn't. Sorry, I had to do that. No, there isn't a way to do it intelligently. They just swarm. That's it. It's just like in Factorio when you've got construction bots. They don't do it closest first. They don't necessarily... there is intelligence. I just don't know what it is. So the trick is, if you're going to be a big builder, build a whole mess of bots. Just a whole mess of bots right there. Okay, anything else? We knocked this all out. That was dope. We're getting the rest of the coal. That's great. Sorry about that. I thought I heard a banging next door. I want to make sure it wasn't something more severe. Side eye. Yep. There is no great way to do it. The best way that I do it is staged, incremental. So I don't do the whole thing at once. This bothers me. Okay. This is hilarious. What's one more thing I can track? I do it in chunks. So I'll just do it in strips. So when we were doing our... it's one of these buttons. We were doing this for bauxite. I literally designed the whole thing, paused. And then I was like, okay, build this. And then when that was done, okay, build this. And then just doing... It was kind of annoying. But it also made sure I didn't overload my truck network anyway. So yeah, just build this. And then build this. And I did it that way. So it kind of limited how much mad scrambling there could have possibly have been. Smart or efficient or not, I don't know. I don't have the intelligence to say either way. That's kind of how I felt about it. What else about the battery? I thought there was more things to say. Some truck, I'll deliver this tube there. Where? I don't know. It's near a tank and it's just not there yet, but it will. It'll happen. Actually, the actual phrase is come hell or high water, but we actually experimented with that, and trucks don't care about high water. So that's not an effective phrase anymore, now that I think about it. I also heard another really adorable version of that. You know, like, you know, how we're gonna do it, come hell or high water, like it's gonna get done, right? It's gonna happen. A similar one is it gonna get done? Lord be willing and the river don't rise. I thought that was really cute. I liked that. I'm like, don't explain that one to me. I want it to live rent-free in my head forever. I like that very much. I'll use it when I'm feeling sassy or something. Lord be willing and the river don't rise. I like it. I don't know. Do I need to understand it? Probably not. Should I? Probably. Until then, whee! Alright, I want to see if we can... This is the tightest we can get with these belts, but I can also condense those. So now we have a little bit of fun. By making me cry over it. Oh, we can totally make this work. Get out. Where you at? Grab this guy. Ooh, darling. This is gonna be... So, the battery, I designed it so it works as a sorter in two fashions. One is when you don't have logistics bots. The second is when you do have logistics bots, because then they can just do all the sorting for you. Then it doesn't flip and matter, right? Actually, this density doesn't matter because these stations are too big anyway. Yeah, it doesn't super matter. We're going to do it anyway, though. Yep. Lord be willing and the river don't rise. I like that. Okay. So we've made this even denser, which is dope. I kind of want to look like it's all filled out, though. I'm not going to add trees, so putting it there doesn't do me any favors. So we're just going to snip. I think we started from here. I guess it doesn't really matter. I think I'd like to see it flowing. I think it's more of an aesthetic taste. Where? Yeesh? No? What happened? I think I broke my brains. Yeah, you're not going to connect to that ever. Good call. Oh, hold on. Yeah! Forget that noise. Now that looks good. That is the densest I can make it. We're doing level 3s if we want to upgrade them to level 4s. That's the battery. That's the whole deal. Now, it is this length for a reason. You might be like, John, you're wasting a lot of space. That's very true. I do waste a lot of space. Thanks for noticing. The bigger point of the matter is we need this amount of length to accommodate all the trains. So I would like to get 6 trains. 1 loco, 6 cars. So this will allow for pretty fast loading and unloading, I don't know, 4 trains? So that's kind of the idea, is the trains that are bringing stuff all the time bring it here. So however many you have doing that, depends on how many mines and everything else you got going on. But the ones that are delivering to your industry, a train should arrive and depart as fast as it possibly can. That's the rule of logistics here. But that works out pretty good. Ah, very loco. We could go mega trains. We could go much larger trains. I've seen players with like 10 length, 15, not 15, 13, 14 something length. Pretty crazy, but my system is designed a little smaller. So having a 16 length train could be fun, but if I had a 16 length train or something here, the train would have to be well into the intersection to utilize the whole thing. So I'm not really doing that. I just thought of that. That's going to be an issue. Ooh, okay, that gives me something to think about for next. I might have to redo this. Ah, sad. Okay. Let's give it a pause. Let's do a recap. Because in a moment here, we'd like to join District Spark. Yeah, I'm looking very forward to that. So let me get the raid set up. Okay, there's that. Yeah, 2 length is pretty good, right, guys? Guys, I've been told that's completely natural. All right, quick recap. This episode, this stream, we cleared out way more of this. This is all done and filled in. Got a little more of that done. A little more solar work. We got some more stuff to do there. Didn't add anything to our Merchant Marine, which is fine. Have some stability issues. We're low on copper. We're low on sand. Coal could use a bump. We have been getting some more research done, which is great. We have added to our population. We've got a little bit of food stuffs to handle. We're full on wood, which is awesome. Yeah. We got quite a bit done. It doesn't feel like we accomplished a lot per se, but I kind of feel like we got quite a bit done. This little thing got done up. Yeah, looks good. We refit all this. We've designed the first tier, I guess, of the Mega Foundry or whatever. Whatever we're going to call that. But I'm really happy with how this worked. What was this called? Foundry Rework? I'm going to take a real wide shot for this thumbnail, right? Like that. No one's going to even be able to see it because it's a thumbnail, right? Anyway, let's go ahead and give us a save. We're going to see my outro, and then we're going to raid District Spark. So stay tuned for that. Thanks again, and I hope to catch you all next time. Hey there guys, gals, fans, and pals, thanks for checking out my video. I also want to take a moment to thank all my supporters and donators, and if you'd like to join up with me and game with my crew, all the information to get connected is in the description below. Thanks again, and I hope to catch you next time.